All right. Before we do get into the footy today, I wanted to take a minute to talk about ANZAC Day and what it means to me personally. I'm going to be reading something that I wrote yesterday. So that's why I'm going to be looking away from the camera. As most of you will know, I didn't grow up in Australia. I lived my entire childhood in Europe, more specifically the Netherlands, a country in the center of conflict during both World War I and World War II. I've had the immense honor of visiting battlefields that these soldiers died on and walking through the trenches that they lived in. A few years ago, I even went back for a trip and visited the Auschwitz concentration camp just outside of Munich in Germany. I only spent a handful of hours there, but I can still honestly close my eyes and be transported right back. It really gives you a sense of the kind of horrors that Allied forces, of course including the ANZACs, fought to protect us from. My life so far has been uniquely possible because of the spirit and sacrifice that the ANZACs embodied. I was raised in international schools alongside Germans, Turks, Italians, Japanese, etc., all countries that we fought in the Second World War. We were united by shared experience and shared values. Bygones were bygones. We were not bogged down by the fact that our ancestors had spilled blood fighting one another. I think that that's a future that many ANZAC soldiers would have dreamt of when fighting for the causes that they did. A world where, as Australians, we live in peace. The battles we instead have take place for entertainment, not for survival. They take place on the sporting field, not the battlefield. So, as our teams take the field throughout today, keep in mind what they're playing for and the sacrifice that allowed them to do so. Hello, everybody. Very, very good to see you. I've had a very rushed morning so far. It's not even morning, it's freaking 4 p.m. But it's good to be here. It's very good to be here for this, one of the truly most special days on the Rugby League calendar, and indeed our national calendar. So I'm very, very privileged and honored that you guys are willing to spend it here alongside me. I think that's massively flattering. All right, so we've got 3 amazing games today. The first of which, of course, involves my Sydney Roosters, and I've been remarkably nervous about it for the entire week. All logical reasons would say that the Roosters win this game. If you go through the 1 to 13, I think we beat them on every single position. However, Rugby League doesn't work like that. And there is so much narrative around this game that would sort of make it a little bit unpredictable. You got, of course, the fact that Shane Flanagan has been sacked. Dean Young has come in as coach. Potentially, they could get a bit of a bounce back with their new coach. You've then got the fact that they've made a change in their halves, quite a significant change, bringing in a new halfback, a 20-year-old, I think he's 20. If he's not 20, he's younger than that even, halfback in Cade Reed, local junior, a player who all the fans have been calling for. He gets to make his debut on the Dragons' biggest fixture of the year in front of 40,000 people at the Sydney Football Stadium. You've then also got the fact that after this round, the Dragons have a bye, and they've come into this game 0-7. They do not want to be 0-8 heading into that. So there is a lot to play for this side. I will, of course, remain quiet during the last post and the whole ceremony and all that. I will then get the music started for the game, and we will get going. As you can see, we've got a slightly different look for today. I'm really happy with the way that it has turned out. The timer should be working as well. I had some issues with that yesterday when I was making all the changes, but seems to be all above board. And also, I believe that I finally fixed the stream alerts. So now when you do subscribe or follow or whatever or donate, the sound should come through. I hope so anyway. I think I found a solution to the problem. So that's good for me. Okay. Get ready for the ceremony, folks. This is pretty special. As the two teams walk out onto the field, the Roosters in their Bondi blue, this is George Illawarra Dragons with their famous poppy red V in front of a, I'm sure, absolutely packed out crowd there at Allianz Stadium. We will be calling my father during halftime and full-time, by the way, as well, as we normally do, to get his contributions in Roosters games. My little brother as well, who some of you guys will know as Leaguie, is at this game, although I can't call him, unfortunately, in this one. All right. I'm going to mute myself now so that we can enjoy the pre-game ANZAC ceremony. Alrighty, so that was a great ceremony, as it always is. Let's quickly get into the teams today before we get kicked off in this, your traditional ANZAC Day clash between the Georgia Illawarra Dragons and the Sydney Roosters. To start us off in the backs, there are no changes. Hugo Savala maintains his spot there at centre for the Roosters, which is interesting because Billy Smith presumably was available for this game. He was initially named on the bench, does drop out of the side. I wonder if that could be to mask some things there. Cade Reid is the man of the hour, coming in, starting at halfback there for the St. George Illawarra Dragons, the local junior. There's going to be a lot of attention coming his way in this game. The only change to the starting sides comes at the lock position for the Dragons. Josh Kerr, the veteran, starting there, provides a little bit of a more solid foundation in that jersey. Should just be able to get meters through the middle. Not necessarily a great ball player the way that, say, Victor Radley necessarily is, but should work out for them in terms of just physicality, drive, and solid defense. For the benches, Hamish Stewart then moves on to the interchange, and the only other changes are Hayden Buchanan coming onto the extended bench for the Dragons, as well as Tommy Talau for the Sydney Roosters. I just clicked the wrong button. That is not this game. That is the next game. This is the game that we're after now. Alrighty, I will get the music started. As I said before, have had some issues with the timer. I half expect that it will start working when the game starts, but we will find out. Leaguie, did you disable rewards? They ain't working. I did. A few reasons. One, I wanted to have my Roosters background for the Roosters game. But also, I don't know. Maybe this is me taking it a bit too seriously, but a part of me kind of felt that maybe today, just not the day for the speed dealer sunnies and the head dent checks. So yeah, that's why. All right. I noticed Cade Reid singing the NZ anthem. That's interesting. He might have Kiwi heritage. I honestly have no idea. Lorenz, I'm pretty busy later tonight. It's actually my mate's birthday. Is it urgent? All right. Looking at the poll for this one that you guys have put together, it's more even than I expected. I don't know if that's maybe me swaying the conversation with being a little bit nervous coming to this one. But only 63% of people think that the Roosters will win this game. It could also be you guys just want to spite me, which is kind of funny. I have no doubt the Roosters will be massively up for this, but the last 2 weeks, our starts have been absolutely shocking. I feel that the Dragons are a side who are not necessarily that bad, and they've actually been performing okay in terms of competitiveness, but they're low on confidence. If we can give them a 2-try or 3-try head start, like we did against the Sharks, like we did against the Knights, they could get that confidence and be very difficult to run down. So we'll see. Matt says, Dragons to win, Leaguie to cry for the rest of the stream. I said this yesterday. This will be an incredibly difficult stream if we lose this game. I'm going to be so annoyed. Anyway. Good afternoon, Mort. Good to see you. All right, we're about to get underway. I will let you know when they kick off on my screen so that you can sync up with me if you like, because normally I'm a little bit behind. All right, we are so ready to go. I am really nervous. I shouldn't be. But it's just, you know, when the 0-17 comes up against your own side, you just know that there's something there in the narrative. Grant Atkins, the man who I'm connections with on LinkedIn, shout out to him, will referee this one. We'll be set to go in just a moment. Danny, I'm doing well. But, yeah. Always a little bit worried when the Roosters are playing a game. All right. There's the kickoff. If you do want to sync up with me, here we go. It's one of the showpiece events of the Rugby League calendar, and we are underway. As that's very good defense early on there from the Dragons, physically pushing the Fahu White back towards his goal line there. The Wangani Tawase now up to nearly the 20 in the pale blue, Bondi blue Roosters jersey. It's a little difficult, to be honest, to tell these two sides apart. I assume that this has been a problem in years gone by as well. Normally I'm at the game. But maybe we're wearing a bit more of a pale blue. I think the fact that it's white shorts isn't helping. Anyway. All right. Up now over the 40-meter line through Lindsay Collins. Not a bad starting set there for the Roosters. Up to just shy of the halfway line. I'll take that. Kellyanne, sorry. I can't. It's not legal for me to do so. And so the Dragons get the first possession that they've had so far in this game now with Fiona. Now, I said this earlier in the week. I think that the Roosters have a massive aerial advantage in this game. When you look at Daniel Tupou, Mark Noini against Setutu and Matt Fione. I always forget whether it's Matt or Max that plays for the Dragons. Other one plays for the Titans now, I think. Yes, time is working. Let's go. Okay. But we often have that aerial advantage against other clubs and never use it. That is... Oh, yes, it's working. That's so funny. I heard a whistle and thought we've given away a penalty. Yeah, the sounds are working. Tell me you guys could hear that. Thank you, Jason, for following. I finally fixed it. I'm so happy. That took months. All right. James Tedesco now with a run up over the 20. I really thought that was a penalty, and I was like, oh, geez, we give away a penalty again. The disparity between how good the Drags kit is and how bad the Chookies kit is insane. Really? I really disagree with that. I'll be honest. I think that the Dragons kit is fine. They've got a nice little bit at the back, but otherwise it's just a red V. Yes, Lorenzo, thank you for following. I know you've already followed on Twitch. Let's not abuse that, okay, folks? But I like the Roosters one. Look, I think that the concept's a little bit outdated now, but I love the collar. I love the uniqueness of the Bondi blue. It's cool. WTF. Yeah, it's not ideal, but we've survived in the Premier League. We've had a very good season. I'll take it. Good ball playing there. Robson to Radley. Quick play of the ball. We've got a bit of momentum here. Nwangani Tuasi is calling for it. We're going to put a kick up for him. Let's see. Goes up for it. Comes down with it. No, I think he's bounced it. Jeez, that was there for him. That was absolutely there for him. Ninja, thank you for following on Twitch. It's going to be a knock-on over the in-goal line. Okay, I might need to mute this if we keep going like this. Oh, it was there for him. It was there for him. There was space on that side. Nwangani Tuasi couldn't take it. I like the fact, though, that we're trying that aerial advantage, though. I love that. Sunderland aren't mathematically safe, you know? I mean, okay. We're safe, though. We're gonna be fine. Tiger says, Rugby League's a made-up game with made-up rules and made-up storylines. Those boys who fought in the war have real experiences with memories that haunted their lives forever. Yep. And ended many of their lives as well. So, of course. Especially, I mean, I'm really fascinated by First and Second World War history, so especially for those two wars. Let's come down with the Dragons. Kerr gets an offload away. Oh, this is a tricky one here. Dragons pick it up. Cade Reed's got it. They're going to spread it out to the side here. They're going to score the Dragons. The first try goes to the Dragons in this game, and I did say we can't give the Dragons a start, and that's exactly what we've done. Ball bounces. Look at that. Cade Reed was involved early on. Oh boy, here we go. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's not the start we wanted, eh? That's not the start we wanted. Not at all. Dragons breathing fire already. Yeah, look, I think it was maybe a little bit of a fortunate one. But ball bounce. We didn't defuse that bomb at all. It's a great take. Was that Josh Kerr out leaping James Tedesco? Damn, Siwa Wong couldn't get the ball bouncing away from him. Cade Reed, brilliant pass out there. Peach of a ball. They're going to love that. Fiane with the ball in his hand. Steps inside Robert Toya, and we couldn't stop him there. I have no issues with that try. That's one that we didn't defuse. So we went really close to scoring with the Nwangani Tuasi, but early on we concede. Oh, okay, bloke. Thank you for following. Oh, dear. Okay, we might actually have a review here. I have no idea what this could be for. Is it Josh Kerr maybe knocking on into Tedesco? Or is it Sloan knocking on into Josh Kerr? Yep, Sloan got a touch. We survive. We survive. We survive. Okay, that's lucky. That's hella lucky. Hopefully that's a bit of a wake-up call. Should be penalty Roosters. It's offside. All right. A dragon would eat a rooster as a snack. Oh, I've always said, as far as mascots go, we are, like, probably the least intimidating. Maybe Storm? Like, I don't know. It kind of depends, right? How bad's the Storm? But, yeah, a rooster would not be able to do as much damage as, I think, any other mascot in the league. Firing sign already from Reed? I mean, yeah, he did exactly what he should do there. It was a brilliant pass out wide. That was, he picked the right option. Congratulations to him. Tiger says Dragons 50-0. Trust? I wouldn't be tipping that at this point. But anyway. A rabbit couldn't do much. You'd be correct if a rabbit was the mascot. Come on, Ollie. You should know better. It's a rabbitoh. That's a human being. A rabbit hunter. All right. Wong now into the line. That's a good run from him up to the 30. That's very cool, Lorenzo. I'm glad. How come you're going to be here every stream for the whole stream for the next 5 to 6 weeks? All right, played by Nafahu White on the 4th. Robson to the left-hand side. Walker back in field to find Lindsay Collins. One more to go here in this set. There's a bit of space out here to the left, and that is the way we're going to go. Walker, dummies. Can't put boot to ball. I thought he'd kick in behind for sure. Not a terrible place to turn the ball over, but I think he was caught in 2 options there, Sammy Walker. Didn't know what to do. Waited too long. Oh, cool. Well, I guess, Lorenzo, I'm not overly happy your dad is away, but I'm glad that you're going to be here for it. Change the scoreboard? Ah, yes. My bad. You get water, Tiger. Eels could be a candidate. Yeah, given that they're aquatic, that's a good point. It kind of depends what the battlefield is. If it's on land, then sure. If it's on water, then no. An eel is destroying a rooster. Thoughts on the Teletubbies Sun Baby? Very few thoughts. All right, Tauchman tackled on the halfway line by Nafahu White and Siwa1. This will be the last now. Damien Cook gets it to Dan Atkinson. Robson pressuring him as he kicks it, but he gets the kick away nicely. Tedesco will be underneath this one. What's the story behind the Roosters ANZAC jersey? I'm surprised you don't know, to be honest, given that we've had the same one for so long and we always tell the story each year. It's that during the Second World War, I believe it was, blue dye, dark blue dye was rationed because they needed it for Navy uniforms. So we had less Navy to use, and so it appeared more washed out, a thinner blue, a lighter blue. So our jerseys were that kind of light blue style. So that's what we've adopted. It is actually, so there's a company called Pantone, which are sort of the authorities globally on color. And there is a shade that's that blue called Bondi Blue in reference to the Sydney Roosters wearing that color during the Second World War, which is really cool. I'm incredibly, I guess, proud of that. So yeah, I like it. Rooster would cook an eel, but it depends on the eel. I just think it depends on the battlefield. Leaguie, you're a stronger man than me. I could not put my live reactions to my team on the internet. I would go to prison. It was very difficult. The very few times that I streamed the Roosters before I was outwardly a Roosters fan, and I was like having to hide my own emotions. That was tricky. All right. Reed found Atkinson, who's going to kick from inside the 40, but it's not angled for 40-20 at all. Tupou will be underneath that one. Good take there from the veteran Tongan winger into the line now. So it's just been very set for set to start this game. Granted, we've only had 7 minutes gone, but with what we became used to yesterday in terms of try scoring, I'll take it. What's the story of the jersey? I just told it. All right. Up to the halfway line now through Victor Radley. Tackle there on the 3rd by Toby Couchman. They're showing Valentine Holmes there, who had a bath last week at the hands of Joseph Manu. He'll be up against Savala today, which... Oh, actually, no, because he's been shifted to the other side. So he'll be up against Rob Toyer today, in fact, which is, I think, a tougher task than containing Savala. Sloan, I think that was tapped maybe forward by the Roosters. Luciano Leilua has got it. A few close moments here for both sides. And I'm going to need to Arce early, then obviously Fiane denied with a no try there. And even that one, that could have gone anywhere. Roosters will win. Is Manly playing? Manly play on Sunday against the Parramatta Eels. All right, good run there from Valentine Holmes up to the 30. Tackled there by DCE Wong, Mark, and Robert Toyer. Took 4 to stop him. Reed is in a dummy half. He's been playing hooker a fair bit already to start this game. What do you have to say about the KO Weeks hit on Dewey and Appy 3-game ban? I didn't watch all of that game, so I didn't see the Weeks hit on Dewey. However, I did see the hip drop by Appy Coruscant. Sully nearly beat Savala there. It's a 3-week ban because it's his 3rd and subsequent offense. It'll be 3 if he pleads guilty. It will be 4 if he fights it unsuccessfully. I think that makes sense. Oh, nearly intercepted there by Toyer. It's not back by us. Radley's got it. Let's go. Up to the 40. It was an offload that was telegraphed there by Robert Toyer. He didn't get it cleanly, but it kind of worked out all right because he would have just been tackled if he did. Instead, Radley got about another 10 meters there. Well, Lorenzo, he can use the Watch NRL. It's not a cheap service necessarily, but if he's away for that long, it might be worth getting for a month. Tedesco through the middle. Offload back in field to find Sammy Walker. He's clear. They're not going to stop him. Walker's through. Roosters strike first. Get in. Come on. That's a good start, boys. I like that. And it's all James Tedesco. He has a habit of doing it against the Dragons. As does Sam Walker. I remember him putting in an absolute 10 out of 10 performance a couple of years ago here on ANZAC Day. Look at this. Tedesco through the middle. Beats the tackle of Luciano Leilua, which you have to say was pretty poor. That was a pretty terrible effort from Luch. And Sammy Walker just gets away from him. Gets away from him. Bit of speed. Goes back in field as well to help himself with the conversion kick. Look at this effort from Luciano Leilua. Absolute grab at air. The pass back in field was tricky. Could have well been forward, but Grant Atkins ruled that it was okay. And Sam Walker got away from Cade Reid. Have that, you Wollongong 20-year-old local junior. Not as good as Sammy Walker. Not quite yet. He grounds the ball in the in goal. 4-0 to the Roosters. Kick to come. Get in. Come on, is that all you got? Don't start this again. Lorenzo, we've had this conversation. Me and you are different fans. It's 4-0. It's 4-0. You know how many tries? Well, 15 tries scored in a game yesterday, all right? I'm not going to celebrate like I've won the premiership. You're trying so hard not to smile. I'm not trying not to smile at all. This is absolutely as happy as I am. Did he know I do not love you? What's your opinion on the Panthers' Indigenous jersey? I don't think I've seen it. Did they release it today or something? Do you think Dragons will sign a halfback between now and 2027? Options are Tanner Boyd, Jake Clifford, or Jamie Humphries. Humphries, I've always kind of felt is a Dragons style of player, as is Tanner Boyd, but we've really seen like a good month of footy from him. I think a lot of people forget that he wasn't really crash hot to start his career at all. So they might. It really depends on how well Cade Reid goes. All right. Sammy Walker with a kick. It's not a gimme. It's a bit of a tricky one, but he's a good kicker nowadays. He started very rough in the NRL, but hits that one beautifully. 6-0 in favor of the Roosters to start this game. We did get the first try last week as well, and I think conceded the next 3. So hopefully we don't see a repeat of that for my my Sydney Roosters. You asked this yesterday, and I answered it. It exists. It's a Sportshed TV charity match. I've played in it twice. I'm surprised that you haven't heard about it, because it's not like the biggest deal, but you know, they do a fair bit of social media content around it. And it's always really fun. So yeah, we have it. Sea Eagles and Bulldogs are also weak mascots. I think a tough enough Bulldog could rip a human being to shreds. A tough enough one. They could definitely like beat a Rooster for sure. Chico, they're off because ANZAC Day kind of feels, you know, not the appropriate occasion for speed dealer sunnies and head dent checks and all that stuff. Iconic, I wouldn't be signing Tyrell Sloan if I was the Bears. However, I don't necessarily think Meaney will be their fullback. They've signed Arpa Twiddle, who, yeah, we only have seen a tiny bit of it first grade, but a lot of people are thinking, oh, he's going to be a winger because he played first grade on the wing, but he's not a winger. He's a fullback. So I do wonder if he could line up at fullback potentially with Meaney in the centers. All right. Collins with a good run. He's had a good start to this game, Lindsay. Been quite involved. DC will kick it here on the last, just inside the attacking 40. Underneath this one will be Fianee. Goes up for it. Knocks it back. We've got it through Rob Toya. Now Siwa Wong. There we go. That's 2. Bang, bang. Chookie's on top, baby. Let's get it. Look, I said pre-game that one thing that the Dragons have been lacking is confidence. It was so important for us to get the first couple of tries. So important. And that's exactly what we've done there. That's exactly what we've done. I hope that there was nothing wrong with this catch. Yeah, I don't think Toya went up for it. Toya did very well to pass it in field to Siwa Wong there. That was great work, because when you're a center who's that physical, you'd be tempted to just try and take on the fullback. Yeah, I don't think Toya's been involved there. Then gave it to Wong. Beautiful work. Siwa Wong, a player who came into first grade, so much hype around him. I reckon the first year or two stagnated a bit. He's really hitting his straps now as the try is confirmed. The Bears have said fullback isn't one of their priorities, yet Meaney and Twiddle are their only options at fullback. I think they're okay options at fullback. Look, when you're starting a new side, you're not trying to win a premiership in the first year. Yeah, that's poor from Fianee. I mean, there was no one really around him. Oof. Chico says, I want to see a statement. I want him sacked. What, Dean Young gone? Would be a little bit funny if they get, like, absolutely destroyed here today. And Dragons fans are still left searching for answers. Do you think Sam Walker needs to retire? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say probably not. No. Probably not. All right, kick from Sammy Walker. It's exact same spot as he did last kick, and he's nailed that one. 12 points to nil early on here for the Roosters. Leaguie, how can I watch the game you played in? I don't know. I don't know if it's still available to watch, actually. It was on Barstool Sports. So look up Barstool Sports charity match, and you might be able to find it, but I'm honestly not sure. I can't remember. It was a while ago, so. All right. We finally know what a bluester is, do we? Have we figured that one out? Have we established that? All right. 12-0. That's a dream start for us after 13 minutes. I just want us to think, still 0-0. Let's just get through our work now. Get through our work. It's ANZAC Day. Things can go wrong. Weird stuff can happen. Let's not do anything bizarre. Disabling rewards won't make Tedesco run straighter. Give him back. Tedesco ran straight to get a try assist for our first try, so I'm completely happy with how straight he's running, Definsky. Legman, I had an idea I came up with today. I want to propose to you. You should go to Fellows or South Oval and show us your footy kicking ability. There's not much footy kicking ability. I also don't have a footy. However, some IRL content is stuff that I have thought about doing before. All right, Radley now to find Daly Cherry Evans. Good defense there from Valentine Holmes on his former Queensland teammate there. Read that play very nicely. At halftime, review the Panthers jersey. Well, at halftime, we'll be calling my dad, maybe doing the NRL grid. But I'll have a look. I'll try to remind me at halftime and I'll have a look. Oh, that was potentially over the horizontal there. We get away with one. I don't think JC will be disappointed if they lose with Cade Reed. It depends the extent of the loss. This is the thing with JC's content. And as I've said, I consider him a mate in the content space. We get along very nicely. But he is kind of incentivized not to want the Dragons to lose. I'm sure he doesn't want the Dragons to lose. But his content almost relies on the Dragons not being a good team. He'll, I'm sure, reinvent himself if, you know, they do become a one of the better sides of the competition. But yeah, I don't know. Bears came out and said their priority is another half, followed by quality middle and outside back, which is the same call I made before their podcasting was posted. If it's another half, but given that they've got Sexton and Wishart, I wonder if they want Wishart to play 9 or potentially Wishart to play 1. I think he's a solid shot at being their 9, to be honest. How's Leaguie? He's at this game. He's doing very nicely at the moment, though. Doing very nicely. All right. Bradley now to find Afahu White. Over the halfway line. We're only halfway through this set here. I've been really, really happy with the start to this game for the Sydney Roosters. Really, really happy. Robson will be in a dummy half. Going to the right-hand side now. Cherry Evans. Short ball to find Siwa Wong up to the 30. 2 more to go here in this set. Plays it for Robson, who's going to go to the left. Sam Walker with the ball in his hands. Underneath, finds Radley on an X ball to the 20. Good work there. They'll be able to put an attacking kick up here, the Roosters. They're going to go to the right. Namangani Tuase will be the man who'll go up for this one. Jumps for it, and it's just going to bounce out of the field of play. Is that gone dead in goal? We've got a penalty, in fact, to the Sydney Roosters here. It's out wide. It's for a penalty. It's for a tackle, sorry, on Sammy Walker after he's kicked that ball. I'd be taking the 2 here if Sammy's confident that he can kick it. Let's see. It was Luciano Leilua. It's not too late a hit. He's probably committed to it, but I want to see that in full speed, to be honest. It was potentially a little bit high as well, actually. Thoughts on your LinkedIn account? I don't use it much, but I'm happy with it. All right, we're not going to take 2, it looks like. They're having a word here with Luch. Oh, really? Really? Look, I have a red, white, and blue background right now. I'm wearing red, white, and blue jersey, Roosters, everything. Okay, that angle doesn't look good. That angle doesn't look good. I'll give him that. I was going to say that's not deserved. That other angle, though, yeah, no. I'll walk that back. I think they've reviewed that quite clearly. I did not put the yellow line there in time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important 10 minutes that will take place in this game. If it's 24-0 by the time Luch comes back on the field, yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. Robson on the first. Gets it to Sammy Walker. Now DCE. Goes a cut-out pass for Mark Nwangiti to Arce for the quarter. Marky Mark's over. Roosters in again. Make that 16 points to nil. I'm loving this, baby. I'm loving this. Woo! Let's go. We're cooking, boys. We're cooking. Look, I think some Dragons fans will feel aggrieved at that Luciano Leilua sin bin call. I don't actually necessarily think it was the latest of hits. We watched it in slow motion. However, that angle that they showed last from up above did show shoulder to head. I just think there's absolutely no need for that. Luch has those moments in him. He's a really good player at his best, but he could do things like that. And that's very, very costly on this stage. Cook is pissed and it's justified. I don't think it's completely justified. But I understand why he's pissed. Bang. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that one. When I say remind me, like, remind me at halftime. You know, it's remind me every few minutes. It's okay. If Roosters score another try, get up and do the chicken dance. Oh. Oh, I didn't. Yes, the text-to-speech works. Okay, I've muted it. I've muted it now. But that is quite funny. That is quite funny. I'm glad that the text-to-speech is working. Let's go. Okay. Good stuff. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to me that the sounds are working. I've spent months trying to figure that out. Walker starts it out to the right, and it does hang out there. So 60 points to nil, it will remain. Thoughts on Liam Rossini is sacked after 4 months. It's a weird one. He's a unique coach. I saw someone send me a reel today. They said Liam Rossini is the kind of guy, while playing COD Zombies, to go up to a female zombie and say, "Who did this to you?" And that's so true. Like, that's what Liam Rossini is. I think he's a coach who's a victim of the position he was in. Was not the man for the job at Chelsea. Was never the man for the job at Chelsea. They needed an experienced head. Instead, they got someone who was fundamentally inexperienced, who maybe could relate to the playing group a little bit, but had not a great pedigree coming out of Strasbourg. And he's thrown into that. Like, just the whole management under Blueco at Chelsea's been terrible. And as a former Chelsea fan when I was younger, it's difficult to watch. But yeah, honestly, the Premier League narratives I care about are Arsenal not winning the league and Tottenham getting relegated. So, Tiger, I did realize. Yeah, actually, I asked where you were. All right, Collins, again, another very good run there from Lindsay. Can you tell the origins on the horizon? Robson out of dummy half. Gets it to Tedesco. Now we're through. He's got Radley in support. It's going to go back the other way. Let's go. Sammy Walker run to the sticks. It's coming up red, white, and blue, baby, today. It's a sea of blue out there and a deluge of tries as the Roosters continue to extend their lead. Woo! Let's go. This is probably the first time this season where I have genuinely thought the Roosters are playing to their ability to start a game. Oh, that's hot. Robson out of dummy half. That running that he does. It's so gorgeous. The Tedesco in support. Backs it up with Sammy Walker. Beautiful stuff. This game is over. This game's just getting started, baby. This game's just getting started. We're beating the clock at the moment. Oh, I couldn't have asked for a better start. Could not have asked for a better start. It's the Dragons. Calm down. It's the Spooners. No, shut up. I'm going to celebrate it for as much as I want to celebrate. I'm very happy. Very happy. When I don't celebrate, Lorenzo asks why I'm not celebrating. When I do, Chico gets annoyed that I'm having fun. Devastating. OMG, they're conceding 80. Okay, it's not quite going to be that bad. It's not quite going to be that bad. We're doing very well. We're doing very well to start. However, we, do have a man up. That kind of makes sense. As Walker kicks that goal. And I don't think we're going to keep the foot on the gas for that long. Damn, Tiger. Wait, so were you at the Broncos game? Oh, yeah, because you live in Brisbane, of course. Did you enjoy the game? I'm thinking 60. Okay, maybe it's me just being cautious, but like I'll take 22-0 at full time. Like honestly, I'm not. I'll celebrate them as they come, but like I'm just happy to win. So, Leaguie, it's not letting me change background color. Yes, that is because I disabled rewards for today. Just because I felt it wasn't necessarily the day for it. Granted, changing background color is not the end of the world, but I wanted my Roosters background. And also, yeah, with stuff like Speed Dealer Sunnies, probably not on ANZAC Day. Probably not on ANZAC Day. Can the Rabbitohs beat the Storm? Absolutely they can. I'm tipping Melbourne to win it. However, I think it's a really, really difficult one to predict. I think out of today's games, Storm and South is the most difficult one. Walker now to find Angus Crichton. Good bit of momentum that we've got going here. Played on the 3rd. Now in the hands of Victor Radley. DCE knocks it backwards there. Oh, Nafahu White's going to be the man to knock it back to Siwa Wong. Interesting approach. Wong gets it offload to Toya. That's knocked on. Jeez, we nearly made that work out of absolutely nothing. The offload from Siwa Wong wasn't great. I don't mind them taking that chance. When you're 22-0 up, don't mind them taking that chance. When's F1 coming back? F1 is coming back not this coming Monday, but the Monday after, 6 a.m., Miami Grand Prix. Alrighty, the Fire Mario team's being mean to the Red Toad team, according to Mini Egg. Fire Mario? I would have thought it was Ice Mario. Doesn't Ice Mario wear light blue? Ninja, I don't think so. Yeah, can't really comment on that. Can't really comment. All right. Chance of Dark's comeback, very low. I think that the Roosters have a, I don't want to say soft underbelly. We have a tendency to be our own worst enemy, for sure. We have the potential to let the Dragons back into this game. However, I'm not exactly tipping us to. For sure. Do you think East beat Brisbane next week? I do, given that we're at home. Kick in behind there. Tedesco's going to defuse this one. It was on the 4, so it's a tricky one for him. Is he going to get out of the in goal? Surely not. Yeah, no. He's trapped in goal. Good set there from the Dragons. Good work. Given Broncos injuries, and I know Broncos killed it yesterday, right? So it's absolutely not taking anything for granted. And I think, will it be Walsh who's back for that one? Or one of their big players is going to be back. Maybe Carrigan. But regardless, I think we have the ability to, for sure. Wow, it's nearly May already and you're still skipping class. Skipping is a interesting phrase. I say on demand. Carrigan's going to be back? Okay, yeah. I'd much rather Carrigan be back than Walsh be back, so. Brisbane 13 plus, let's be real. Let me think if we can come up with a little wager between me and you, Matthew. We'll see. I'm quietly confident. All right. Now in the hands of Stewart into the Roosters line. It would be a cardinal sin to concede when we're a man up here. So let's see. On the 3rd, they get it to Atkinson. Now Sloan will go back the other way for Cade Reed. He had a bit of space out wide. Didn't find it. Went to Couchman instead. I'm down. I'll try and think of something. All right, now in the hands of Cade Reed. Back in field for Tyrell Sloan. Tackle there on the 4th. Gets a good offload away. Reed spreading the ball. There's numbers out wide. They don't find it. They do get 6 again, though. All right, challenging defensive period on the way for the Sydney Roosters here. Cook finding Cade Reed. Now flat ball finding Moses Sully. Tackled there by Savala and Angus Crichton. On the 2nd here, Damien Cook finding Cade Reed. He's going to put a kick across on the 2nd. Did he know it was 6 more? They get an offload from Valentine Holmes to Fianeg. I mean, bloody good thing that they caught that one. I don't think Cade Reed knew it was 6 again. I'll be real. I don't think he knew. They've got numbers here, though. They're spreading it. Tupou goes in field. They get it out to Setu 2. Savala can't tackle him. Setu 2 gets over. 2 gets over. Jeez. That's a great play in the end from the Dragons. There was a lot going on in that set. But credit to them. They've scored while a man down. That's not a great moment there for the Roosters. I'm not all too disappointed with that. I know that, like, obviously being a man up, like, that's a bit of a cardinal sin to be stripped for numbers. However, Savala got across, Walker got across, Tupou nearly got across. It was a very, very tough one. Savala should have done better with his tackle at the end of the day. That's what led to us conceding that try. But in the end, it's there's worse tries to concede. Imagine not keeping the Dragons to 0. This is why Roosters are frauds and the Cowboys are contenders. Yes, of course. Finally, 1 second without bias. Chico, I'll be real. If you want an unbiased stream, you are in the wrong place. I don't know. Am I not making it obvious enough who I go for? Because I feel I've done a decent job of it so far. All right, next try, very important. Very, very important. 22-10 or 22-12, game on. 28-4 or 28-6. Yeah, that's very, very different prospect. Conceding while a man up is not a good sign. No, of course it's not a good sign. We did score 2 though while a man up. I'd take that sin bin period. Leaguie, how can I watch that game you played in? I said this before. It was on Barstool Sports. Look up Barstool Sports charity match. You should be able to find it. I don't completely know though, so I'm not completely sure. And when do you think that Dragons will beat the Roosters in the ANZAC Day match? Hopefully not this year or ever again. Holmes for the kick, sprays it out to the left, so 22 points to 4. It was, what, 10? No, it was 12-0 when the sin bin started. So, 10-4 sin bin period. I'll take it. I'll take it. Could have been better, but I'll take it. Nah, need to make it more obvious. Pull out the sombrero, the red and blue face paint, and the scarf. I used to have a Jester hat. I don't know. Well, actually, I still have it, but it's not in Canberra. Barstool, so you went to Trumpistan to play the match? I don't really know that reference. Is Barstool Sports not good? I didn't organize the broadcast. No idea. All right. Reed to find an absolutely charging. Was that blocker? Was that Blake Laurie? Off the kickoff? It was one of them. That was great work there from the big front row. Number 16 it was. I'm pretty sure that is Blake Laurie. Off the kickoff. Loves the contact, Laurie. Got to admit, loves it. Bar TV. Ah, sorry. There we go. Bar TV. That's the one. Is Paynehouse a good signing for the Rabbitohs next season? Nah, he's washed. He's washed. Honestly, I would rather, and I mean this sincerely, I would rather have Celeste Fiketti. Blake Steep, better than Paynehouse. As we give away a penalty. Okay, so, very important 13 minutes here. I said that the next try is very important. It completely is. But this is a very interesting 13-minute period to manage for the Sydney Roosters. Whether we score again or not before half-time, these are the moments that Cherry Evans is sort of called upon for to calm things down and ensure that we don't let them have a sniff by the half-time break. Thoughts on Dean Laurie playing 35 minutes at lock on Thursday? Did he? Again, I didn't watch the full game. I really only caught the end of it. Wow, Haarslander crazy? Yeah, and the best thing is, like, I meant it sincerely as well. There's a second ball there on the field. Yeah, we've got to stop him in. Thoughts on Tinky Winky? I'm more of a La enthusiast. Tamalolo line break yesterday got me feeling very warm and giggly. Anyone that likes rugby league would have liked that line break. Atkinson now to find Blake Laurie. They've got one more here, and they are right in attacking field position here. Dangerous moment for the Roosters. Reed will put a kick in behind. Trapped by Butcher. Play that. They're going to get 6 more here. Sorely, that's forward. Oh, that is a dangerous moment there. Fine margins. The Dragons are in this more than the scoreboard would reflect. They were unlucky to get a no try early on in that game. In this game, sorry. Then that moment there, a bit of better execution. I mean, yes, so the pass wasn't on. He shouldn't have snapped at that, but they just got a 6 again. Brilliant rushing defense there from Daniel Tupou. Force the error. Yeah, could be very different. Could be very, very different. Thoughts on Royce Hunt turning into Prime Benji? Ah, big boy season through the middle. The fact that he had no intention of ever passing that ball. He was just going to take on the fullback and all ends up beat the fullback. You love to see it. You love to see it. All right, Robson for Crichton now. Into the tackle of Stewart and Moses Suli. 11.5 minutes left to go in this game. They're going to go to the right-hand side now through Nat Butcher, one of the more consistent players that we have. Came up with a poor play there to give away 6 again, but obviously we did get away with it. Now Robson finding Connor Watson tackled there. Not a great run there from Hot Boy Connor. Anyway. DC will kick on the 4th. It's angled nicely. Is it going to be a 40-20 potentially? Doesn't quite have enough power on it, but not a bad kick. Found a bit of a gap there. We get a chance with our rushing defense. Now Setu 2 loses the ball there. It's backwards, but Savala picks it up. These errors are killing the Dragons right now. Let's see what we can do. We should have numbers if we can spread this ball. Penalty. Oh, is that a sin bin, potentially? It's a sin bin again! It's a sin bin again! Atkinson goes! Call it sin bin Saturday! It's all coming up, Chookies. Look, another one that's potentially a bit of a tough call, but I think that's a professional foul. I do. We had momentum there. Their defense was not set properly, and there was a second effort there in the tackle. Oh, let's see this one again. There's worse sin bins. There's been worse sin bins, all right? I will be the first to admit there's been worse sin bins. Is the ruling that it wasn't square or that he slapped? I think it's a slap. But anyway, that's going to be the ruling. Congratulations, Mr. Duck. I wish you all the best in your content journey. So, Leaguie, with your recent run of talking to coaches, that's a very good question. That question makes about as much sense as what Shane Flanagan sent me. We've got an overlap here. Daniel Tupou knocks it on. All right. Jeez, you don't see him doing that very much. The pass wasn't great. It was pretty low for him. But, geez, one's gone begging there for the Chookies. Absolutely gone begging there. Atkins has a multi on the Roosters. Yes, I'm just hating. Well, he didn't initially rule a sin bin for Luch. That was a bunker call. That one was his call, though. I think that could go either way. Ninja says my thighs are throbbing after cross-country. Congratulations on completing that, then. Jeez. You don't see Daniel Tupou do that very much. All right, now we get to try and keep the Dragons down this end. I want to try before halftime. I want, like, $6 at the break. I'll take it. Refs seem like they've picked which team they want to win. I'm not having that. Look, I know, obviously, it's benefiting my team, so it's easy to say. But the Luciano Leilua one, there was an angle that showed contact to the head late. I think that one's difficult to dispute. That one there absolutely could have gone either way. And I don't know if I would have called it. But again, I can see where Grant Atkins is coming from. Taking a dig at the refs while wearing a Roosters jersey is something I would have never seen. I haven't really taken a dig at the refs. Thoughts on Leicester in League One? Massive fall from grace, but Gary Lineker, Leicester City legend, rightly said that if, 13 years ago, you'd said to a Leicester City fan, all right, you get to go from League One to Championship to Premier League. You win the Premier League. You make quarterfinals of the Champions League, finish 5th for 2 seasons, win the FA Cup, get relegated, but then win the Championship, go back up, but then get relegated twice. Would you take it? They'd take it. Every day of the week, they'd take it. I remember it happening to my team, Sunderland. It was an incredibly tough period and a long way back. Savala, good pass there to Tupou, who's got a bit of room in front of him here. We'll just take the tackle. But you take that journey. Right, on the 4th, we're going to spread it here to the right. Could be a bit of an opportunity out there. Watson just goes himself. All right. Not a huge fan of that. Anyway, I don't know why they show those interchanges. What's the point? They don't show every interchange, and when they show it, it's so late. We've seen Laurie about 20 minutes ago. Good catch there from Fiane. No, not a good catch. Toya's got it. I have no idea what just happened there. Absolutely no clue. I complimented Fiane on a good catch. We needed that. That's actually a bit of a lie. We definitely did need that. We would have been fine without it. But I'm very happy that we got it. I want to see what happened here. Because I thought Fiane got this beautifully. Was it just a... I see Fiane catch it, and then I see Toya go to the ground with it. And all they had to do was put a hand on him. Rob Toya, man. I love this kid so much. I love this kid so much.
Dukes have blue, Dragons have white, both have red. I just want to go to bed.
You guys could hear that text-to-speech, right? Was it loud enough? True. Great poetry for you, dude. I don't know what to say. Thank you for the $8, though. Much appreciated. I'm sure you'll be very devastated after yesterday's result. So all the best to you. All the best to you. It's so creamy like apple pie on a Sunday. He's got a bit of that about him, I will admit. He's got a bit of that about him. Let's go. I'm happy about this. I'm very, very happy about this. Kick to come. Could yet... Is Atkinson coming on before halftime? Could yet come back and score another one here, the Chookies. Have 30 heading into the break. Oof. Again, that's the second error Fiona has made that has directly led to a try. And he's an experienced first grader now. Like, I know he's sort of in and out of the side and is very much a fringy, but... Jeez. You know, 25 years old now. 72 NRL games. Frankly, you don't make those errors after 72 NRL games. Like that. Kick there from Sammy Walker. Bang. 28 points to 4 it is. Very, very, very pleased with this first half, man. Like, I might not be showing it that much, but honestly, I think if I was maybe not having to commentate the game and be, you know, slightly reasonable in my criticism of both sides, I think I'd be a lot, you know, more up and about, because you got to savor moments like this, man. This is very special, what we're putting together at the moment. And yes, you're going to be typing it's the 0-7 Dragons. But I said this coming into this game. There is so much narrative around this game. There's a lot that could have gone wrong. And yet, it seems like we're just up to the occasion completely. So, you supported Chelsea as a kid. Why did you stop supporting them? I fell in love with Sunderland. Off the back of a FIFA career mode that I played. Once they'd been relegated back-to-back years, I did a career mode with them in, I think, FIFA 18. And I was never really like a full-on rusted Chelsea fan. I picked them because I like the colour blue, and because living in Europe, you had to have a Premier League team to be part of social circles with other boys. But also, I didn't like the management at Chelsea. I felt that we'd be bringing in young players into the side, like Tammy Abraham, Mason Mount, Fikayo Tomori, Ola Aina, all these guys, Nathaniel Chalobah, and then just not use them properly. Crichton got an offload there to Nat Butcher, knocked on. I'll finish this point and then get back to the game. Yeah, so I didn't actually like what the club was doing, and so I didn't have a tangible reason to like them other than the colour blue. But then, yeah, the narrative of Sunderland going down twice, doing the career mode with them, I would check their real-life results, and then just gradually, over the course of a few months, realised I care way more about whether Sunderland are winning in real life than Chelsea. And that was, yeah, nearly 10 years ago now. That was in League One. Our first season in League One is when I started following Sunderland. And it's been a incredibly up and down ride, but we've never been this high in my time supporting them. And I mean, absolutely on cloud 9 with where Sunderland are at the moment. Tammy Abraham's a name I've not heard in a long time. Well, there you go. Yeah, I think he's a Roma now. Is he? Is he at Milan? He's been at both. All right, kick there from Cade Reed. It's not got the length you'd ideally want. It's got Tupou in 2 minds here. Bounces massively in favor of the Dragons. They've got it again here. Beware the second kick. They do put a second kick in. Oh, geez. Sloane's there for this. He's kicked it, I think, too deep. That could have gone anyway. Any way, shape, or form. Right there. Cade Reed, I don't know if it was a missed kick, but it landed in no man's land. Very much in favor of the Dragons. They got it back. The second kick was great as well and bounced not in favor of Daniel Tupou at all. It was in favor of Tyrell Sloan. Just his kick was too big. Damn. As a Chelsea fan, I find it hard to support the club that is more of a business than a club. However, I'm attached to Chelsea at this point. Yeah, and look, I think that if I had more of a tangible reason, I would never been able to change from Chelsea. But I still have a soft spot for them, for sure. Absolutely, I do. Thoughts on Ace Attorney? I don't think I've... Is it a movie? I haven't seen it. Leaguie, I know you said Adon and Haak, but if you had to choose Ajax or Feyenoord, it's Ajax. Penalty there for the Roosters. 3 minutes left to go in this half. I like Ajax's youth development. They're just fundamentally a likable team. Tammy's at Villa. He had a loan spell at Villa, so he's back there now. That's interesting. There we go. No Man's Land, what a reference. So true. I didn't even mean to do that. Shout out the ANZAC. When I was like 3, I picked Arsenal since I liked the logo. But when I actually got interested, I switched to Everton, and thank God for that. Thank God? Really? Why? Arsenal have been a substantially more successful team. Where the frick is back fence Spence? Right here with a ball in his hands. Chico. Are you streaming all the games? I am. Yes. All right, now in the hands of Walker. Gets it to Robert Toya. Oh, he gets away for a while. Gets an offload. Nwangani Tuasa has got it. For the corner. Mark is in. That's so easy. Oh. I'm not certain that... I'm not... Okay. Grant Atkins has awarded this a try. I'm not giving this because the dead ball line was right there. Right there. Okay. When we get a footage that shows that he's not out, I'll award this. Ground it. He's so close. He's so close to the dead ball line, bro. He is so close to the dead ball line. I don't know why players do this. Just ground it. Ground it. Why are you still going? Bro. We still haven't got an angle that's shown it. I freaking hope that he's not screwed this up. Because he screwed up one last week where he went a few meters over the line, then got held up when he could have just put the ball down. Try confirmed. I haven't seen it on my screen yet. There we go. Try is confirmed. Taking a risk there, Mark. He's such a heart-in-mouth player. 32-4! Yes! Yes! What a half of footy, boys. That's it. Oh, did Spencer knock that on? I think Spencer did knock that on. Yeah. We've got to... Again, look, we've had the rub of the green. I'd say we've had the rub of the green, but I would also say Dragons have had the bounce of the ball. So I think it goes two ways. That's bloody close. That's bloody close. Yikes. What was that? Who are you going for? Newcastle or Arsenal? I think someone asked that. Newcastle. As difficult as it is for me to want Newcastle United to win a game, they are nowhere this year. I hope we finish above them, but I don't completely care whether we do or not. I don't hate Newcastle United the way that most Sunderland fans do. I don't like them, but I think it's not living at that part of the world. The rivalry doesn't mean that much to me. But Arsenal not winning the league does mean something to me. Kick from Sammy. Bang. Oh, 34 points to 4, baby cakes. Let's get it. Yes. Oh, it's going to be a happy call with my dad at halftime. Hopefully full-time as well. This match is really pissing me off, big boy. I cannot agree with you there. I wonder if Shane Flanagan is going to send me another question mark after this. Sloan just jogging and watching. Terrible fullback. His positioning has never been great. It's never been great. Hey, Mr. HIA. I completely missed that. Really? Hello, Keto. What's up? Is your dad at Club Menai? That's a very specific question. I think he is. How? I think he is. Is he? Maybe not. How do you know to ask that question? I'm really confused. Penalty Roosters. There's 20 seconds left to go in this first half. Leaguie, I tipped the Seagulls. I'm pretty sure I tipped the Seagulls as well. Oh, but you're an Eagles fan, of course. Wow, that's depressing. Kick for DCE. We've got maybe a field goal on the way from Cherry Evans. Let's see. He's nailed the length of it. Let's see here. The man who's kicked the most field goals in the NRL. Oh, no. It didn't go. Oh, that's gone terribly. Robson now gets it to Walker. He's going to want to score here. We chip it. Oh, Watson can't quite get it. No. Oh, Connor. Oh, Connor. It could have been 40 at halftime. Oh. Duck says, that's my local club. Really? You're a Menai boy. Damn. And I take it you know I'm a Menai boy as well. Sunderland require 1 point to mathematically survive their first season back in the Prem. I mean, okay, we're going to survive. We're going to survive. Jeez, it was on. It was on. That's ruined the half for me. Absolutely ruined the half. Alrighty. Alrighty. Hey, we'll take that. We will take that. I'm a little lost for words, I'll be honest. I expected a very competitive game and the Dragons to come out absolutely firing in this one with so much to play for, and they really haven't. Then again, thank you, Dean. Is it going to do? Yes, it is.
Ask him if he likes gravy on his snitty and would like a beer.
I don't think if I offer him a beer, I think he's going to expect me to pay for it, Dean. All right. Oh, I called and he declined. I take it he's doing something. He's expecting a call from me. Maybe he'll call me. Sunderland to fine, unfortunately. Tottenham exists. Burnley and Wolves are already gone. Sunderland fine, fortunately, I believe you mean, Egg. Look, okay, I know that you're a Newcastle fan, and obviously, as a result, you don't like Sunderland. However, at least there should be a little part of you, although you'd want us to get relegated, a little part of you is like, we get time weird derbies. We haven't had time weird derbies regularly for so long. So, it's good for us both to be in the Prem.
Lordy me. Okay, very, very, very interesting, right? A game that could have gone in a number of different ways. Oh, actually, first, let me say to you that whilst it is my job to make you come as close to your dreams as possible, I think we're both very happy that your dream about this game didn't come to fruition.
Yes, to give context to that claim, for those that missed my stream yesterday, I had a dream that the halftime score of this game, I think it was 20 points to 4, in favor of the Dragons. So, yeah, a little bit different to that.
Yeah, so Martin Luther King has a dream where one day men and women will be judged by the content of their character and not the colour of their skin. You have a dream about footy games.
Well, I will say, I dreamt last night, and this made me not believe the initial dream I had, that the result, the full-time result of the Storm South game later today was 98 to 88. As a result, I think of seeing the Tri-Fest yesterday, my brain was just wired like that. So that made me think, okay, maybe I'm not a prophet.
No, that'd be a rugby union score. Look, this was one scenario that could play out, and it did, right? And it's a scenario where, remember I told you earlier in the week, I looked through the teams and did one-on-one matchups, and there is not a single player that they had better than us. So this is you add that to the fact that they had 2 sin binnings. Thought the second one was a bit dodgy, but, we'll take it. It's what you'd expect. It's really not that surprising. I think I've worked out, there's been so much written about St. George and the merger and the coach and the teams. I've worked out what's wrong with them. Right?
Okay.
They're crap.
Oh!
Yeah. I think people have forgotten that. They're really crap because even when they're not playing diabolically bad, if I was a Saints supporter, I don't know what I'd be doing. You said that sent up video of the people screaming and yelling and carrying on. You do that, but then what do? Everything went our way, but we took advantage. That's the thing. So it's what you'd expect. Now, given what else, I just was in contact with your brother, who, as you know, is at the game, and as he pointed out, we're a second half team.
Yep.
And now, okay. I think the Rabbitohs try actually was very important, right? Because there was that slight little momentum shift where they've scored a good try, good luck to them, good strong try. They came back to 13 men and they got a penalty. They score and make it 22-12 and perhaps go in at 22-12. They're feeling great.
Yep, I said the exact same thing at the time.
Yep, given the context of the game, they would be smiling going off the field and we wouldn't be. Their coach would be happy, ours wouldn't. But when we scored again, that's huge. Now, the game is over. Even at 22 or maybe even 28, it would be, but it's over now. We to use a phrase that Robbo's very fond of, we've earned the right to play footy. We're going to play tip football now, and God knows, I think they're going to beat my age.
Which for the audience is?
My age?
Yes.
I always knew how old my father was.
Oh, I know how old my father is, but for the audience.
For the audience, I'm 61 years old.
I'm surprised you didn't go with 42. I would have thought that you'd try and downplay that a bit.
No. I was about to add though that most people that see me say I don't look a day over 60. Yeah, sin binnings are harsh. The DCE pass, I think, for our third try, Valentine Holmes is the furthest player out on the wing in St George. There's 20 metres there. 20 metres of space for us to work with, and we don't need that. We don't need 20 metres. Can I just say the final point, right? As you know, due to bizarre circumstances, I'm being forced to watch this on Channel 9. I don't know what the guys that listen to you think, Dylan, but it's almost unwatchable. It is so horrible, the coverage. That Phil Gould, Cam Smith, they exaggerate the crap out of everything. Now, this is rugby league. This is the greatest sport in the world. We don't need to overplay it and overhype it. If you watch this game and you don't realise that, then that's a major character flaw and you have no business being out in civilised society. But the way they crap on, it's just, Jesus Christ. Your other brother's coming over tomorrow to hook up the Foxtel. I can't wait for that to happen. So, yeah, I didn't think it'd be like that. I thought at least 20 minutes they'd be good. And maybe get a couple of tries on the board, but they had 10 minutes in them, and that was it. And yeah, you know, everything did go our way, you know, bounce of the ball, all that sort of stuff, except Toops. Jeez, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I think referee calls went our way. I don't think bounce of the ball went our way at all, to be honest. I think there were a few moments. It's like their first no try. We were lucky to get away with that one.
Yes,
but everything bounced the right way. That kick from Keed Reed that Toops couldn't clean up. That was bounce of the ball stuff.
Yeah. But I'm talking, you know, sin binnings and things like that. It was, you know, that was harsh. But our tries aren't all that hard. You know, it annoys me when I'm watching East and we concede tries that are not the result of a great effort, which is why I didn't mind conceding that Saints try. That was a great effort. You know, 3 guys had a go at him, stopped them all. We're scoring nothing tries here. We're only 16 points from the half century. Your brother's on a double gay time, and
it's
you
true.
Probably should explain that to your
I should
audience
absolutely
as well.
explain that. Our family tradition is that when we go out to a Roosters game and we score 50 points, we get 2 golden gay time ice creams on the way home.
Yes.
There are some questions for you before you go.
Oh, okay.
Do you like gravy on your schnitzels?
Yes, absolutely. They're far too dry without it.
Would you like a beer?
Almost always.
I did say that I shouldn't ask you that because you'll think I'm offering you one. And then last, and this is probably the most important question of them all. Papa Leaguie, thoughts on your son's love life?
Oh my God. Just off the top of my head. I think my son's an extremely good-looking, talented, alluring boy that any girl in their right mind would want to go out with.
Yeah, but no, he's not asking about Simon though. He's asking about me.
Oh, about you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. That's a worry. Look, somewhere. Maybe if you hang around the blind girls, where the blind girls go to school. That's what I thought I'd have to do.
I'm not hanging around where anyone goes to school, to be clear.
Oh, that's true. Your audience know what I do for a living.
No, they don't.
Oh,
And it's not hanging around schools, to be clear.
No,
Because that was the implication.
It's almost the opposite. Okay. In all seriousness, I know very little about my son's love life. I'm assuming that as he's at uni, he's quite happy on that front. But his love life has nothing to do with me.
Good answer.
Absolutely nothing to do. I don't even want to know about his love life. Okay, that's him entirely. His love life. So, yes, he can do as he pleases. His rugby league life, I care greatly about.
That is my love life. That's all there is to it.
His intellectual life, I care greatly about. So, I don't know. What would you say? How many points do we score?
I reckon we get to. I don't know about 60. I think we might put it away a little bit. Job's done. Defend a bit more. I think we crack 50 though. Let's say 54 points.
Yeah. Look, I think we'll hit 60, but I won't read too much into it. It's okay. It's always enjoyable, and I'm not downgrading it anyway. Who doesn't want to see their team put on 50, 60 points? It's a great thing, regardless of the opposition, right? But Saints are crap. They've had 20 minutes of this game down to 12 men. We've taken full advantage of everything. Unless there's a period where they have the ball for 20 minutes on our line and we don't let them in, I'm really not going to think, right, that's it, we win the comp now. You know what this will be good for? Our for and against.
Yep.
Which sucks.
Yep.
Which sucks the big one,
It does.
quite frankly. So it'll suck the big one to a slightly lesser degree.
Well,
so
yeah, I think that was the first half of the season that we've played to our ability. Hopefully we get that in the second half.
yes, let's see. We'll hit 60. Now, I'm not going to say I'm going to drop my pants and walk around Menai or anything like that, but we'll hit 60.
Okay.
I think.
Good
All right.
prediction.
See ya.
See ya. Well, that was eventful. Oh dear. I was very much in 2 months about whether to ask that question, but Dean did donate for it, so like there's a bit of an obligation to. He says you're welcome. I don't know if you're welcome is what I'd be going with, but I mean, Seafair, you clip it. You can go back and clip it now. Oh boy, oh boy. Halftime's nearly done, so we probably won't get into the NRL grid, but someone did want me to review the Panthers Indigenous jersey at halftime. Given that they're not reminding me to do it, they might not be here anymore, but I want to have a look. Is it for this year? Have they announced? Oh yeah, they have announced it. Oh, actually, this might not work. Oh no, it did work. Looks great. Looks great. Love that imagery of it. I don't know, Panthers website not working, I guess. Ah, that's it. That's kind of gorgeous, actually. I quite like that. Very detailed. That's good stuff. What does he do for a job? He works for the New South Wales Police in the, currently prosecuting sex crimes, specifically as well, with a focus, unfortunately, is naturally, you would get with sex crimes, minor abuse. So, yeah, that was a moment. That was a moment. Yeah, could someone please clip that halftime thing? I think I can. I've pressed clip that, but I don't know how long that actually lasts for. So, anyway, wow. ACAB, except for Leaguie Senior, thank you, I appreciate that. If it's any consolation, he's not actually a police officer. He used to be, but he's a civilian who works for the police.
Is Papa Leaguie the boss of Law and Order SVU?
No, he's not. However, certainly that's his career aspirations. Put that in the rewind, as it absolutely should be. Are you balding? I don't think so. Given the fact I'm only 23 years of age. However, there's a bit going on there. There is a little bit going on. I'm not in the clear. Let's put it that way. And they do say that your hair comes from the uncles on your mother's side of the family. When I say they say that, I don't know if they are qualified medical professionals or just kind of vibe-based people. However, for me, that's a damning indictment because one of them is bald as a baby's bum, and the other is thinning. So, yeah, it's not good omenry. It's not good omenry. Hello, Magnetic. Good to see ya. Alrighty, we are underway for the second half of this game.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby.
Oh, $10 from Brunchy.
I don't want to 60 pints put on my beloved Dragons. We are getting pecked away by the Roosters as usual on this ANZAC Day massacre. Do you see any hope of this season being saved for us Dragons fans?
Well,
Dragon
not
emoji, fire emoji.
Not on the basis of the fact that you've just knocked it on there coming out of your own end to start the second half. It depends what you mean is saved. You are not making the top 8. We'll be real. However, in this premiership in 2026, it is a fairly even competition, and there's absolutely a world where if you commit at this point to starting to blood the youngsters, the likes of Cade Reed, Loco Pacifici Tonga, Jacob Halangahu, Egan, Couchman, Stewart, other Couchman, like these guys, by the back end of the season, you could pick up a few results and, you know, potentially finish. If you, a good run of form, you could finish outside the bottom four. If that's what you define as being saved, then sure. Yeah, I did say ballers, babies, bum. I was caught in between bomb, bum, and bottom. Alrighty. Good offload there for Tedesco. Potentially forward. The Dragons fans certainly think so. That's the Dragons players. But anyway. Here we go. Reece Robson now in a dummy half on the third. There's numbers there on the short side. They're not going to go for it. Robson just dummies. Goes himself. I don't mind that. Keeping him honest there through the middle. Uses upper tackle. Watson gets in a dummy half here now. On the fourth, they're going to go to the right-hand side in the hands of Walker. For DCE. Goes to Tedesco. It's a 3-on-2. That is shelling rugby league peas. Yes! Okay. Let's go. That's going to be, what, 5-2? Like, I know that this game was already kind of won, but 5-2 record for us after ANZAC Day. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Really, like, this season's gone to plan for me. It really is. I said that we'd be 2-2 to start the season and then go on a winning streak. That's going to be 3 in a row, baby. It's going to be 3 in a row. Look at that. Beautiful work. Is there going to be contact on Reed? Yeah, no, this will be a no try. This will be a no try. This will be a no try, I think. I don't know if... Well, they changed the interpretation coming into this season, actually. But I think they'll take this offers. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Correct call. I don't think Reed was stopping him. However, it's the correct decision for sure. If Wong had just gone through, we still score. Yeah, fair enough. Would you ever become a lawyer in the ADF if there are no jobs elsewhere? I mean, it's interesting hypothetical. I don't particularly want to be a lawyer. So, if there's no lawyer jobs elsewhere, I would just not be a lawyer. Okay, here's the thing. I said this. I thought this coming to this stream. I have opinions on war, both in terms of morality and my religion. However, today's not the day. It's just not the day for me to be giving my thoughts on it all. There's a time and place. And I know today's about war, but I have very negative thoughts about it all. There's a reason why, very specifically in my pre-game speech and all that, I focus on the First and Second World Wars. I find them very justified, but I feel that lest we forget means lest we forget about the lessons learned in the past of sending our boys into wars that are realistically a bit pointless overseas, that we don't really have any business being involved in. And that's most modern wars, so yeah. All right. Oh, knock on there by Sloan and Crichton as well. Crichton, he could have got it potentially to Sammy Walker there. Anyway, one of you guys, it's at Did League Swears, well ahead of me because wrote that before I even saw it on my screen. Thoughts on Leeds United's current form and being in the FA Cup semi-final? I didn't know that they were in the FA Cup semi-final. Who are the other teams? Is it City and Chelsea? Are Chelsea in the FA Cup? There would have been a world in which I would have known that for sure. Yeah, City, Chelsea, Southampton, and Leeds. Well, given that the game's in 2 days, it's a good chance Leeds beat Chelsea. How random would it be if Chelsea just win the FA Cup this season? Like, the FA Cup isn't what it was. Do you think Manny will win? I do. Yes, I do. Legman, what about the both of us invading Denmark together? Is this going to be where I'm going to say, we never invaded Denmark together? And you're going to be like, don't you remember? You was there too. And then I'm suddenly going to be in Denmark and we realize, or in an episode of Meters Tall Tales. I think that's probably what's going to happen here. Angus Crichton threw away his Blues jersey with that knock on. There's many reasons why I disagree with that. One, I don't think that he had his Blues jersey before that knock on. Two, I think if he did have his Blues jersey, it's probably not off the back of a knock on like that. Another error there for the Dragons. And Dean Young is literally doing the... You know that meme? That's what he's doing. What did you just say? I don't know, Matt. Quite often you come into the chat and you say that I've said something diabolical, and I cannot remember. So, I don't know. Who do you think ends Fosball? That's a banger of a question. I love the fact that this game is so diabolically over that we are already talking about Fosball. Panthers the week after. Fosball has 1 week left. I'll call it. Juju says, I'm at Brookie Oval. I'll be honest, you are really, really early for that game. Like, it doesn't kick off for a whopping, what, nearly 24 hours? What about France? We did that too, as well as Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia, I remember, but France, there's no chance we were ever in France. I wouldn't unironically go to that country, for sure. Good run there from, nearly called him Stephen Crichton. Oh, my days. That's sacrilege. Savala for Sammy Walker. Now for Connor Watson. Short ball for, I think that's, yes, it's Nat Butcher. He ran on it very hard. I thought it might have been Spencer Lenu for a moment with the speed at which he hit it. Walker with a kick in behind. They've caught it there well by Valentine Holmes, and we're going to trap him in goal. Great work there for the Chookies. 30 points up, and we're putting in efforts like that. It's great. Granted, I still think this scoreboard flatters us a little. I think the Dragons haven't actually been that bad. A few moments of execution is just what's cost them there. Leaguie, should I study? Nah, not today. Look, the ANZAC didn't die so you could study, bro. Respectfully to them. They've gone shorts. Unfortunately for them, they've gone way too short. I want to see a fading. Are they already faded, the Dragons? I mean, look, it's 16 more points. You'd be bold to tip against a fading at this point. No, Dragons conceded 46, but haven't actually been faded. Well, the more you know. Hopefully we do fade them. That'd be kind of funny. Short ball. Oh, they've lost the ball backwards there, I think. Is this still play on? Yeah, it's all going to be backwards. Crichton, in fact, it's been touched now by the Dragons. Crichton close to the line. Crichton, I think it's dropped it. What the hell is that play? Okay. Is it going to be a double knock on? We're gonna review this. I don't know. Angus Crichton certainly doesn't think he scored. I thought maybe for a moment he might have got there. Okay, so it's going to be potentially a double knock on here. I thought that they were unlucky, the Dragons, not to get the call here. Let's see, was it a strip? Yeah, well, Atkinson's got his hands around the ball there. And there's a stripping motion from him. Yes, that's a strip. Forward. It's play on, for sure. It's play on regardless because it's in a try-scoring situation. However, it's a knock-on from Daniel Atkinson here. Who'll be the Dragons head coach for next year? I think Brad Arthur. I would say that the Roosters have taken advantage here. However, the interpretation they tend to go with is that we haven't. It's very dangerous if it's a double knock-on. We get a scrum here. We are dangerous off scrum plays. Crichton did well. He's certainly not confident that he scored. I thought for just a second. No, he's bounced it. He's bounced it. Leaguie, have you ever played aircraft carrier before? No, sir, I have not. Which Roosters players are you taking off once they hit 50? I don't know. Wouldn't mind seeing Cody Ramsey have a go at fullback for Teddy. Just makes sense. Get Teddy off. Cherry Evans, potentially. Put Watson in at 6. Wouldn't mind that, but I don't really see a huge need to take a lot of players off. Okay, no advantage. I again feel that we take an advantage there, but we're going to get a scrum. What are you playing cards? I'm going to be real. I just have no interest in cards, bro. No interest. Roosters are massively underperforming this half. It's been 7 minutes, dude. We've had no try. I think we've been all right, dude. I'm pretty content. I said we'd put away the attacking footy in the second half. So my dad disagreed. He thought we'd be playing tip footy instead. Why are there so many people there to watch a Roosters training session? That's diabolical. All right, Len, you can't quite get to the line. Good work, though. Loka Pacific Tonga on the field there with the tackle. Good work from him. Robson, former Dragon himself, gets it to Walker, puts a kick in behind. On the second, I never really liked that. But anyway, we forced Loco in goal there. Roosters are washed. They suck. Yeah, that's tragic.
He's trash.
He's trash, bro. He's trash. I'm hoping... I mean, I get to use this soundbite throughout the rest of today anyway, but if either Tedesco or Cherry Evans score a try, I am going to use the Age Shall Not Worry with them. Even Tupou, actually. Tupou would... He's older than a lot of them. Not Cherry Evans, but he's older than Tedesco. I hope to get to use that. Teddy with it now. To about the 20. Why are the Dragons there? Bloody good question. I feel that this is a really boring game. If I was not a Roosters fan, would not be enjoying this. It is a fundamentally unliked team beating a team that pretty much, I think, all fans of all other 16 teams would have wanted to win this game. And there's just no contest. So, yeah, I don't disagree. Watson absolutely dropped that ball. Watson absolutely dropped that ball. Robson has scored under the stakes. We have got the rub of the green so hard in this game. This is like, we're actually kind of entering like really questionable levels here. I can't celebrate that. It's going to be no try. I don't think it is, because they can't go back and review that earlier play unless they're going to rule. Hang on, I didn't even play the soundbite there. Because it's the last play. It's the play beforehand. They can't review it. Tries confirmed. That's a terrible, terrible call. That's a really, really bad call by Grant Atkins. I have to be honest, to have missed that. And actually, you know what? Terrible call by the touchies. As a former touchy, that's a call that you should be making. On each play, there's a touchy in charge with policing the ruck. For that touchy to miss that was really, really bad there. That's poor. That's one of the most poor calls I've seen in a long time, to be honest. That's really poor. I'm glad. I mean, okay, I'm glad for two reasons. One, obviously, it benefits my team. Also, though, the fact that it has happened in a moment that doesn't matter. In a game that doesn't matter. That was won. I'm so glad that didn't happen in a tight moment there. Was that East Tigers touch level bad? No. But it's still one of the worst I've seen in a long time. It is. As a fellow referee, me and the Leaguie are the only ones able to ridicule the refs. Have you refereed a game yet, NRL Vince? I know you're now accredited, which is very cool. My lord, the amount of missed knock-ons this weekend. It's not been great, has it? Leaguie, how do you get your live stream screen set up like this? It looks cool, and I was going to start streaming. I use OBS, which is an incredible software, and I can't believe that it's free. I just made a lot of the graphics on Canva. The whole... like, basically everything except for my camera. All of that, I made the base on Canva. Put the text there myself for the score. Put the two logos. It's just lots of different elements over the top of one another. It's not that difficult to do. It's just a fair bit of work. KO haven't even added the try in protest. Roosters are going to score 50. I'm here for it. Well, if they keep missing our knock-ons, then yeah, for sure. All right, Watson now. Gets it to Angus Crichton. Held well there by Hamish Stewart. And we lose the ball there. All right. All right. Better rugby league gods. I mean, it's not going to give the Dragons their 6 points back. But anyway, that was fortunate. The amount of tries Marky Marker scored since he joined the NRL makes me sick. It doesn't make me sick at all. Yeah, that's an incredibly poor play to pull from Gus. Doesn't really matter. Again, like we've kind of just decided we're going to play some footy. It's what we tend to do with the Roosters when we've won a game. Roosters to score 70, not the way that it's currently going. I said Atkins has a multi on the Roosters as a joke. Started to think it's true. It's absolutely not true. But anyway. What are your thoughts on 100% footy? I don't watch enough of it, really, to have much thoughts on it. I think it's maybe marginally better in terms of not as sensational as NRL 360, though. I officiated a soccer game last year and was chased off the field for an offside call. Sunday league officiating can be dangerous. Yep. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about defending referees, because that's a culture that stems from soccer's ref bashing culture, or indeed much of Australian sports ref bashing culture. So, yeah. Yeah. Cade Reed was supposed to be the savior. Yes and no. I warned quite a bit coming into this game that he was not going to be the silver bullet that a lot of Dragons fans are hoping for. And I think what's had made that claim, there weren't really many Dragons fans that disagreed, but I think a lot of them were getting way too excited. I don't think many knowers of ball actually thought Cade Reed was going to be the savior. So, yeah. Harry says, I tipped the Dragons to finally win, and this is how they repay me. Tipping this year just makes no sense, bro. It really doesn't. When do you think we'll sack Ho, by the way? Or Howe, actually. It's Eddie Howe, isn't it? No, Eddie Ho. I haven't followed Newcastle's season closely enough. I don't know. It depends who else is available, though, as well. Like, I don't think he's the coach that's going to win you the Premier League. That's the thing, and that is where your club should be headed. This season was a step backwards for Newcastle. No doubt about it. But then, who's going to come in? Get Pep. Thoughts on Politis paying local Sydney actors to cosplay as Roosters fans? Well, I mean, I know he's a very wealthy man, but he really has to be made of money, seeing as we average the second biggest crowds in Sydney. They're gone great this year with crowds. My stream has just died, by the way. And normally I just need to close the app and open it again, but it's not continuing. Legman, you got Pepsi today? Of course. All right, put a kick up there on the last. I saw the teams going up for it, and now I'm looking at a black screen. Foxtel Go, shout out to them. Their service is technically existent. Hello, NRL head. Okay, kind of hoped we might have scored there. Oh, wait, we've got the ball back, though. Let's go. Robson on the first. Gets it to Radley. Doesn't go the short pass to find Celessi Furchetti. Can I see, please? See the Pepsi? There you go. League, do you watch Fletch and Hindy? Every now and then when they upload it to YouTube, I do. Robson in a dummy half for Sammy Walker. Puts a kick behind. Trying to find Angus Crichton. It's there for him. He gets it. Angus Crichton. Oh, he does the baby celebration. Love that. Roosters bring up 44. Let's go. Yes. Oh, I'm happy, bro. This is such a good day. This is such a good day. Like, you have no idea how worried I was that we would lose this game in tight circumstances. And I would have to sit through 4 more hours of streaming. Pretending to be, like, you know, just alright and objective and, like, you know, okay. And having to be up and about for it. When I just would have been so utterly devastated. And yet, this has transformed it completely. I'm so happy about it. NRL Head says this is such a bad day. I mean, I assume yesterday would have been worse for you, bro, surely. Quite good cod. Well, I mean, he's just had a child, so he's doing these ones, which I love. Very soccer style. Dragons are going to be eliminated. I mean, they're going to win the premiership, bro. But yeah, I expect us to hit 50 now. Legman, please swap the last 2 leopards in Pepsi. Peppers. I do often call it like Bebsy or Beppis. I want to see Hugo Savala score. Roosters winning equals Rugby League world doesn't change. Oh, that's a specific comment. That's a very specific comment from you, Chico. But anyone else winning doesn't fundamentally change Rugby League either. It matters at the international level, not really at the club level so much. Kick from Sammy Walker. Oh, it's just about sneaks inside. Damn. Makes it 46. I will say this, though, Chico. It's actually an interesting point that you've raised there. Someone with my approach to Rugby League and my value beliefs in Rugby League, if I just came in as a completely neutral supporter and picked a club to follow, it wouldn't be the Roosters. It wouldn't. And I remember that there were some very sincere conversations had when I came out as a Roosters fan a year ago. There was I think a Rabbitohs fan. I can't remember who it was. But like who genuinely sent me like almost an essay about why everything that I believe in Rugby League, the Roosters are the antithesis of. And I disagreed with him on many, many fronts as we knock on there, the Roosters. I disagreed with him on many fronts, but he was not completely incorrect. Rugby League is thriving as a sport when the likes of Newcastle or the New Zealand Warriors or the West Tigers or even, you know, the Panthers, not in a dynasty, but the Panthers or Parramatta, when those teams are winning. The Roosters winning doesn't do much for the game. But I am this way, and I will always be this way. Savala misses Setu 2 again there. Offload back in field. Dragons are in. That's the second try there for the Dragons, and it's the second one off the back of Hugo Savala not being able to complete his tackle. Dragons are in. Good on them. Good stuff for them. Look, that was a good little set play out there to the right-hand side. Tyrell Sloan, cut out pass. That's a pill of a ball. Savala couldn't get past Setu 2, and then offload back in field. Yeah, Tedesco just caught flat-footed, unfortunately, there with a step back inside. They've done well. They've done very well. The game is good when the Bears are playing in it. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Yeah, Savala should have done better there. He had the sideline right there to try and get Setu 2 over, but went low instead of going high. Passes forward, but that probably makes up for the Robson knock-on earlier. I didn't see that. I'm sure that won't be part of the narrative, though. They're not going to talk about that. They're just going to talk about the Watson knock-on. So then surely under those same premises, you should back Australia over England. No, because I don't have an allegiance to the Australian Rugby League team. I've never felt that passion towards them. Good kick there from Valentine Holmes. 46 points to 10 it is. I don't think you can really properly compare them either. Because, like, okay, you see parades in the streets. You see international news when a side like Samoa or Tonga or whatever win a tournament. Not that Tonga have won a tournament. Have Samoa won a tournament? No, they haven't. But anyway, when they made the World Cup final, for instance, The Rock was getting about it, behind it. If you had Newcastle making an NRL grand final, respectively, it's not getting that kind of international attention. So it's different scales that it's existing on. You should throw your own jersey in the bin. Why? Penalty now, okay. So the Dragons, look, there's a world where they get 20 points in this game. There is, and at the moment we're giving them plenty of opportunity to. Leaguie, I'm hungry. Do you have any ideas on what I should usurp the space of into my stomach? Butter chicken. Who's the best retired rugby league personality? Matty Johns. He's the GOAT of rugby league media. What about Bulldogs, though? Yeah, they're in that conversation. I would rather a team like the Warriors or Newcastle win. I think that does more for the game than the Dogs. But the Dogs winning a premiership is good for the game, for sure. 6 more, okay. We've been a bit ill-disciplined now. League, my mom's making tacos. You want some? Absolutely, I want some. Taco would go hard right now. Was yesterday's butter chicken good? It went unfathomably hard. So hard that I had it for breakfast again this morning. And I know that might sound weird, but look, I don't subscribe to the societal norms of 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all right? I'm not a sheep, people. Food is food. Food tastes good. And when you wake up as late as I tend to during the day, it's basically lunch anyway, so yeah. Cook had a dummy half. Now for Hamish Stewart. Tackle there. Gets a good offload away, though. There's space in front of Daniel Atkinson here. Pins the ears back. On the 4th, Tedesco with a good tackle there. All right, here we go. There's one more to go in this set. Dragon's looking good. Can we defend our goal line? Butcher. He's in a dummy... not in a dummy half, sorry. He was in around the rock. This is absolute Harlem Globetrotter stuff. Tedesco's got it. Bro. Shut the gate. I think there's a bit to look at. I don't know if the Roosters have knocked it on at any point here, but I'm going to play it. Nor the years can damn. Roosters are in. 50! 50! The half century. The half century. We have scored as many points as years Daly Cherry Evans has lived. I still think there's a bit to look at here. No, that's all Dragons. And Teddy just, yeah, caught it easy. Valentine Holmes, maybe that wasn't a flattering angle, but immediately, as soon as Tedesco got it, Holmes just looked at the ref without trying to tackle him. Get the gay times, get him out. Get him out. The golden gay times for my little brother Simon, who's there at the game. Let's see Valentine Holmes here. Tedesco gets it. Oh, no, okay, he made a bit of a half effort. He didn't fully commit to it, though. But anyway. So the tradition is if we go in poster to a Roosters game and they win, we get 1 ice cream on the way home. My dad gets a golden gay time as his choice. If they score 50, we get 2. So Val's playing New South Wales Cup next week. Well, yeah. Off the back of that effort, maybe. Now I want butter chicken. Why would you say that? You are. Don't ask questions you don't want to answer to. Leaguie, is the game good when the Cowboys are winning? Yep, it is. It is. Given the growth areas up there in North Queensland, for sure. And fundamentally being one of the smaller clubs in the comp, it's good to see them doing well when they do. I mean, I made this case in a video last year when it looked like we were going to get another Penrith Storm Grand Final, which we very nearly did, like very nearly did, about how bad that would be for the sport. But yeah, the Roosters winning a premiership, I'll say this, isn't good for the game. It's just not. Look at the berets they're wearing. That's cool. But I do care more about the success of the Roosters than the missed benefit to the game of rugby league. It has also been now nearly, well, not nearly 10 years. It's been, what, 8 years? 7 or 8 years since we won a comp. I think that's knocked on by us again. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Hey, Leaguie, can you roast the Bulldogs again? Well, my next video is going to be every fan base roasted. I'm about halfway through writing it. It's just taking a long time. And the thumbnail, it's a good thumbnail concept, but my God, it's taken me a long time to do. So, yeah, that'll kind of involve roasting the Bulldogs. Chico says, what team do you support then? Roosters? Red, white, and Roosters. Is the game good if Titans win a comp? Yeah. I think the only teams who them winning doesn't benefit the game of rugby league is Melbourne, Penrith, Roosters. Even, well, maybe Broncos now, but Broncos last year I would have said them winning benefits the game. Really, it's just the Storm, Roosters, Panthers. But some teams would benefit the game more than others by winning. Sloan, that was forward anyway to our Valentine Holmes. Oof. Don't worry, I'll make the thumbnail myself. With all due respect, it's pretty challenging to do. I wouldn't want anyone else to have to go through that amount of work. All right. Thoughts on Mal Meninga drama? What's happening with Mal Meninga? So you care more about the missed benefit to rugby league if the Roosters win, but you don't extend that internationally when Australia wins? No, because, again, it's different scales. Massively different scales. The missed benefit is a lot smaller when the Roosters win than when Australia wins. And also, it's not that I don't care about Clubland. I evidently do. But it's not the future. The international stage is the battleground of which we're fighting the expansion of our sport. Or at least, which we should be. Crichton, good offload there for Savala. Oh, beautiful pass. Daniel Tupou. Infield. Oh, send it again. No, there he is, condemned. 56, baby. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Still 20 minutes to go nearly in this game. Yeah, well, oh, this is a famous ANZAC Day win. Let's go. I think we may have a period like the mid-2010s where we got a few droughts broken and a mix of unlikely premiers for a few years. I mean, I hope we do, given that the Roosters won... well, depending on your definition of the mid-2010s, at least one premiership then in 2013. So I would take that. But yeah, like that was a really good period. Cowboys winning, Sharks winning, obviously Souths winning as well. Although I didn't enjoy that very much. Let's go. What a pass from Savala. And then Tupou just change of angle back in field. Beat Setu 2, all ends up. If League wants to grow, they need to set up shop in South Africa. It would help. It would help for sure. But South Africa has a lot of, like, entrenched rugby union culture. Rugby union there is a class-based thing, much like it is in the UK. I think it could be a good battleground, but it's a very difficult one to manage. And then also you've got the distance. It's not close to any other nation that plays rugby league, or really even indeed rugby union. So it's difficult then to get players over to play in UK, play in Australia. Bro, don't remind me of 2014. I went to that game. How old would you have been? You were surely quite young. It was 12 years ago now. Are you high? No. No, Chico, I am not. Roosters can go for 70. Yeah, 2 more converted tries. I think you'd be bold to predict that we won't get 2 more tries in this. I'm so blown away by this. So blown away. Hello, League Man. I have arrived, and I just met SBW at his restaurant. Really? That's very cool. I didn't know SBW had a restaurant. Mark goes up. Again, doesn't catch it, but that one's back that time, so it doesn't matter too much. Toya stands in the tackle. Will just take it. Legman is talking to me, dog, and no, Chico, I'm not high. I'll be so real. Given that I can't read every comment, when you say, are you high or are you something, I'm going to assume that it applies to me. Oh, I love that Warriors jersey, bro. It's so hot. Leaguie, help me. What do you want help with? Crichton stepping in field. That's good work from him. He's had a better game. He's a bit more destructive than I think he's been in some time. So, all right. Robson, now for Walker. Back in field. Can't get an offload, though. It was potentially an opportunity there to get it to Daniel Tupou, but the interception was on as well, so I don't mind him holding that ball. Collins now up over the 30. South Africa has huge institutional barriers to RL. Rugby Union is the rugby there. Best we can hope for is recruiting a few players that miss out on their provincial teams who succeed in the NRL. Yep, exactly. Oh, Radley gets it straight to Luch Leilua. It's going to be penalty to St. George Illawarra. Yes, for offside. Fair enough. Yeah, these are the things where, like, I think it's easy for us to think, oh, a nation that plays rugby union or likes rugby union might like rugby league. And there's a logic to it, but when you have those institutional barriers, that entrenched culture, it can be very, very difficult. Leaguie, should I stream on Kick or Twitch? Twitch. Kick is not a platform I really ethically agree with, to be honest. Closeted Warriors fan? Not even that closeted, to be honest. I've spoken quite openly about how much I like the Warriors. Much as, for some reason, there's a bit of a... Whenever I talk about the Warriors in a video, there's always Warriors fans in the comments saying, why do you hate the Warriors so much? I'm like, what? Oh, congratulations, Magnetic. That's cool. Cough, cough, 5 million over the cap. Cough, cough. Shut up. Atkinson now. Offload back to find Damien Cook on the 4th. We still can't wrap them up there. Good offload away to find Tyrell Sloan. They're playing as if it's the last. It isn't. Reed will just take the tackle there. All right. Here we go. So George is already faded on RSH-NRL. The mods work quick. I haven't done my part recently, really, in the mod team. I'm technically in it, but I haven't done too well. Stu with a great take there. Gets it to Sully. Jeez. You know what? They've just kind of managed to get a few tries here and there, the Dragons. Credit to them. Credit to them. That's good effort.
We are the St. George boys. We've had a game today.
That's something that it gives us something to fix. Gives us something to chase. That we conceded 3 tries there. Setu beating Daniel Tupou aerially. Tupou didn't even go up for it. That's interesting. That's interesting. Tupou just didn't dive for it. Great offload. I mean, he absolutely nailed the execution there, Setu. Couldn't have done much better. But yeah, bizarre. Chico says, tonight Latrell Mitchell will have a generational game. Dufty will play like prime Jai Gray. Johnston will score triple, and we will score 100. I was kind of with you with Latrell. Dufty playing like Jai Gray, I could believe. Johnston scoring a triple. We've seen it done. Scoring 100. All right, chill, bro. Okay, Sleep Elite. Woo, dogs. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long game. It's been a long game. Holmes, that one holds its line. So 58 points to 16 it is. Not that it matters, but I do kind of... Okay, I'm not happy to see us concede by any means. Of course, I would love 58 points to 0. However, gives us something to chase for next week. It does. This is the least 13 try game ever. Is it? Oh yeah, it is 13 tries. Damn. We will score high, I promise. Well, I was asked yesterday who I want to win that game, and I don't know. I'll be happy either way, because I'd like to see both teams lose. But I think I am going for Melbourne. Relegate Dragons and Bulldogs and bring back Cumberland and Chargers. Bring back University, bro. They're at University. Should be angry Roosters conceded 14. Ah, well, it's 60 now. I don't agree with that, though. I'm not angry. Can't be angry after a game like this. I'm never really angry at the Roosters. Very, very rarely have I been angry. All right, Cook now. With a run from Jacob Halangahu out there on the field now. I love Halangahu so much. So much. Cookie. Gets it out to Hamish Stewart to find Atkinson. They're spreading it here. Moses Sully running it. Sammy Walker does want to wrap up the ball there. Bring back Glebe, damn it. Bring him back, bro. Bring him back. That's what we need. We need the dirty Reds. Dragons get 16. Pretty good game until you realize they conceded 58. Still a good game. I mean, I was going to say there's stuff to take out for both sides. They're like very, very vaguely is for St. George Illawarra, but not really. You can't concede 58 and take many positives. Okay. On the last hit, Cookie's staying down. They're just over the halfway line. Atkinson gets it to Cade Reed. Not a lot of pressure on him. Just is able to put up a bomb. Hasn't really got a long kicking game there, Cade Reed. But no one need to stay underneath that one. Gets it up to about the 20. Oh, beautiful offload there for Rob Toyer. Another offload now for Daly Cherry Evans. Teddy, here we go. Danger, danger. Gets it to beyond where Cade Reed kicked that ball from. Love that. Love that. Lashinsky, I am, yes. Granted, it's very much more an honorary position, given how little that I actually do. But yes, I am. All right, Watson's in a dummy half. Picks it up. Robson picks it up with one hand. On the second, we've kicked for Angus Crichton here. The bounce beats them all. I mean, look. Playing a bit of footy, but kicking on the second. We had a fair bit of momentum there. I don't know if that was really on there from Sammy, but anyway. Legman, hear me out. The PNG team's a bad idea. Instead, we should be making another Melbourne team. You don't really need to convince me that PNG is not a good idea. I don't know about bad idea. I feel that we've got a rare opportunity to get federal funding for what is a gamble by the NRL. So I'm pretty happy that we took that opportunity. However, I don't think it does much for the game. We've already got the Papua New Guinean audience, so I don't think it does heaps. But I would not be putting another team in Melbourne just yet. I think that there's... If Melbourne Storm had made more inroads in terms of local junior development, I could understand it. But we would benefit way more from a second New Zealand team. I reckon even an Ipswich team. I reckon potentially an Adelaide team before going the second team in Melbourne. Leaguie, we should bring back the cherry pickers. Young cherry pickers? Is that team? Adelaide or a Geelong side needs to come in. I mean, needs is a strong term. Like I said, I think it would be third or fourth priority. I am a big, big believer in a second New Zealand team. I'd love a top-level game of rugby league played in New Zealand every week. All right, Radley now to find Sammy Walker. There's numbers. Tedesco gets it to Savala. Now Tupou, shelling Peas, brings up 60. Yes! The Eastern Suburbs team. That's it, baby. 62. Well, my dad did say at halftime that we would crack his age, him being 61 years of age, and that brings us to that margin. He knows rugby league. I said we'd only get 54, so there we go. Evidently, Leaguie Senior beats Leaguie Junior. Look at that. We hitting 80 again? I don't know about that. There's a fair way to go before that happens, but have really, really liked this. Look, 34-4 at halftime. So if we get this kick, it will be a 30-12 second half. I'd take that. Take that. Let's go. I hope we get 64, because then I can make a Beatles reference. Could we get... If we kick this, we could get 70. We could get 70. I can't believe I'm saying that. Sorry, I've just caught myself there. I can't believe I am saying on ANZAC Day, we could get 70. It's ANZAC Day. How do you not show up defensively for ANZAC Day, bro? Lest we forget how to defend. That's what the Dragons are at the moment. My God. Who scored for Roosters? I was AFK. Take a guess. Take a guess. Ever reliable.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Thank you, Mort. Sorry, I thought it was going to read out a text-to-speech, but then there was no text-to-speech. Thank you for the 22 bits. I hope... Will you be around for the South Stream? Would love to get your contributions when your team's playing. Dean Young gone? Sack him. Right, sack him. Did I play Age Shall Not Weary Them? I don't think I did.
Well, age shall not weary them.
This is fundamentally absolute rugby league, and I'm here for it. So, okay. That means we shall not forget how to defend. Look, Lorenzo, I'm spitballing, bro. Evidently, they have forgotten. So, oh, that's all good. That's all good. Well, I understand completely. Look at that. Sammy Walker breaking the record for most points in a match on Anzac Day, breaking a record that he held himself. That's amazing. Yeah, drop in at halftime or let us know what you think at halftime. Here we go. Sammy Walker starts it way out to the right. That's a poor kick from him. So that will probably rule out 70, unfortunately, for the Roosters. As we get a big old close-up of Daniel Tupou. But God, that's good stuff. Christchurch has the best union team of all the land, though. Again, I feel that those institutional barriers are being broken down in New Zealand, though, with the, is it Takaha Stadium that they've built there? That excites me. That's infrastructure that I feel we could tap into. It was a pretty horrible kick, but granted, it was a very tough one as well. Bring back Andrew Farrar. Is he a politician? I know that name. No, he's a coach. Who am I thinking of? Yeah, wow, that was poor for me. Do you mean actually on so you can see me, or just in the comments? So sorry, I mean just in the comments. Yeah, I haven't got the infrastructure to put you on the stream. Scorigami? That's not exactly how you would spell that out of our head. I don't know. I don't think so. We rarely get Scorigamis with even numbers, but I'm not sure. Do you think Panthers will drop 70 on the Dragons? When do they play? I can feel that from Sammy Walker to find Angus Crichton. Panthers have been a bit wobbly in recent weeks. I'm not going that far. Walker with the kick. Oh my lord, haven't been able to watch the game because I've been out, but what a scoreline. I know. What a scoreline. Sam Walker has kicked 9 out of 11 conversions. And on a day that's about war, I've got to say I respect their hustle. Magic round. Oh, right. Well, that's cool. I'll be there. Yeah, I don't think so. You can never tip a team to score 70. Like, it can happen, but it's a pretty exceptional circumstance. Even cracking 50 is an exceptional circumstance. Takaha's going to have a capacity of 30k, which can have a great atmosphere for especially NZ versus new team. Yep, and that's exactly the kind of size that I think you want for a new team. It's not so big that you're not going to get the atmosphere, but then it's also not small to be limiting. 30k is perfect. It's perfect. All right, Sloaney with it. Gets it to Moses Suli. Savala has had a tough time of it defensively for a couple of tackles, but other than that, up against a physical Moses Suli, he's handled the day quite well. Or Atkinson tackled there on the last. Ends up with Tauchman. Now Cade Reed is going to get around Savala. He will. There's an opportunity here down the edge. That's a wild kick. Spread it, boys. Spread it to the right-hand side. Yes. Let's go. There's going to be space out there. Mark, can he get it to Robert Toya? No, not quite, but we get up to the attacking 40. Love that for them. They better not add another Queensland team. There'd be a benefit to adding an Ipswich team. But no, I'd be going New Zealand first, for sure. Roosters want 70. I don't think we'll get 70 now. Not that kick was missed. Unless we hit it to DC for a 2-point field goal right at the very end. Radley for Angus Crichton. Had Savala outside. Doesn't find him. But again, goes right over Dan Atkinson. And that's not something he's been doing this season much. I know Atkinson's not necessarily the biggest of halves. But he's not had that destructive sense that we're seeing from him today. Early on in the year. Walker gets it to Cherry Evans. There's a bit of space around him. Caught in two minds there. How long do you think a team in America would last? A team in America should be aligned with the Super League, not with the NRL. Oh, Wong's just knocked that on. Yeah. Good work there from St. George. Illawarra. We're going to challenge? Maybe challenge that was backwards. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. There was a New York team that was rumored. They wanted to sign Jared Hayne for a while. This is when the Toronto Wolfpack were at the peak of their powers, but it kind of fizzled out. Once the NARL came along. And tragically, I don't think many of you guys would know what the NARL is, which is one of the great missed opportunities that our game's ever had. Loki, no hate, but I hate that Roosters jersey. No hate, but you hate. That's interesting. Do you know the story of it? Roosters are third top... Bro, we're playing like a top 4 team at the moment. I think this is going to be an unsuccessful challenge. I'm going to be back in just a sec.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Papa Leaguie got it right.
I was away, right? And I thought, wouldn't it be so funny if we win this challenge and then we score a try while I'm gone? And I pictured what you guys would be saying in the chat. Like, oh my God, he's missed a try. That's so funny. And it actually happened. Banging. Let's go. Oh, no. Stop it. Stop it. We've got a review here. We've got a review. Let's see. I wasn't quite finished with what I was doing. Nah, Radley's knocked it on. Damn. I missed Dean's donation? Ah, yeah.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Thank you, Dean. He says, Papa Leaguie got it right. That he did. To the point. To the point. All right, I'm going to go grab what I was doing. Ow, that's hot. Ow. My hand really hurts. I just warmed up some of the nation's finest ANZAC Day cookies, baby. I wanted to save them. I was like, I'm only going to have them if the Roosters win. Now that's content. Am I going to get in trouble for looking that up? What is it? Good take there from Teddy. Oh, he's in space here. Cottonamanga need to sit there and support. Toya outside him. He's pinning the ears back here, Mark. Over the sideline, though. Yeah, it's good work from the Dragons. Nice. It's a landmark. Good work in the end. Wow, that is an actually outstanding route. My God. I've seen some good routes in my time, but that route is... It's got to be the biggest route I've ever seen. So much going on there. Oh, Luciano Leilua and Nafahu wide into it. 2.5 minutes left to go in the game. Check the scoreboard, Luch. Context? Yes, I chose my words intentionally. Penalty to the Dragons. Let's see what happened here. Oi. Oi. I think that's all Luch, to be honest. It's actually, context. There's a fair bit. There's a fair bit there. I'll clip that one up. Because that could go on the rewind at the end of the year. ANZAC cookies are outstanding. Roosters are just the too good and the better opposition today. Yeah, we were the better team. We deserved to win. Dragons, again, I think, could have got potentially more than 16, but... What's the meaning behind the jersey? So I said this before, but in World War II, blue dye was rationed. As Dragons get a penalty here. Blue dye was rationed because they needed it for Navy uniforms. And so we had a lower amount of dye, so it was naturally spread out a bit more across the jersey, so thinner, and it came out as a lighter blue. So during the Second World War, we played in jerseys that were these colors. So it's a callback to that time back then. I've had ANZAC cookies every day for the last month, but not today. Well, that's interesting. Leaguie, I have a rugby game tomorrow against Hunters Hill, and I'll be kicking conversions. Well, good luck. Are you any good at kicking conversions? Who was on report there? One of the Roosters was on report. I missed it. All right, Sloan with the run there into the attacking area for the Dragons. Nearly inside 10 there. Cook gets it to Stewart. I would be disappointed to concede here. I would. Voss has called a set restart. It hasn't been indicated on the scoreboard or anything, but I thought I heard it as well. Okay, it is going to be 6 more. Reed! That's a good moment for him. There's Roosters players pointing all around him. We've got a no try. Yeah, no, he's saying no. Would have been a great moment for him, but unfortunately, no. It did look way too easy, to be honest. If it says thumbnail made, send it to me. Last try wins. It's going to still be the Roosters. Someone said... it looked like they asked me a question, but I couldn't... I can't see it anymore. Petition for the NRL to add 5 points to the Roosters. Just, you know, for being this good. For being this good. Oh, it was Mr. Duck. Is that also why they wear the light blue jersey sometimes? We only wear it on ANZAC Day. Oh, in training, you mean? In training, we do have light blue jerseys. I don't actually know the reason behind that. This is the teams that I would make 20th team. Christchurch, 21st team. Bendigo, 22nd. Wellington, 23rd. Adelaide, 24th. Samoa, 25th. Oh, 24th Samoa. Sorry. And then 25th Melbourne. Samoa should never get a team. There's not the population there for it. I do have a Discord, Mr. SV. If you go to the About section of my channel, you'll be able to see it. Oh, that's a famous ANZAC Day win. That's a famous ANZAC Day win. Oh, yes. East know how to play the game, baby. And we know how to play on ANZAC Day. What a win. What a great, great win. I love that. I love this club very much. This brings me joy. This does bring me joy. Nearly as much joy as this mildly warm ANZAC cookie brings me. Please show the ANZAC ceremony for the next game. I think you know I can't show it, Tiger. Close game. Yeah, I said before, I would have taken a 1-point victory in this game. Genuinely. So proud of our boys. I'm really, really happy. Look, you look at the sides, and I think you can fall into the trap of thinking, yeah, this makes sense. Dragons had no wins. You know, new coach. We've just got a much better team than they do. 100%. We still smashed them, though. And there's a lot that could have gone wrong with all the narrative around this game, and we managed to get through that professionally, and I'm incredibly happy about that. All right. The ceremony's starting over in New Zealand, so I'm going to be quiet now throughout it. All right, there's a fair bit for me to do here. I'm still in the Roosters jersey. I might just stay in it, honestly. That was such a famous win. I might hang around in it. We do have to call my dad. However, just before we get to that... Oh, no. The ceremony's not finished yet. Okay, I think it is over, is it? I don't know. Matty Russell's talking over it. I'll talk over it then. Big change. Trey Fuller in to start at 5'8" for the Dolphins. That's quite a big one. I didn't notice that. Here's a player who's obviously excelled at fullback. I wonder if he could do the same kind of thing in that role. He could be very, very effective if so. Thomas Flagler starts at the front row for them, shifting Tommy Gilbert to lock, excuse me. Lewis Simons, an Englishman, is named to make his debut off the bench for the Dolphins. Warriors side is unchanged, except for Lukey Hansen coming onto the bench, as well as Eddie Irame Toeava. I always get his name wrong. Jacob Taliban, shout out to him. Brian Punu and John Finianganofo as well onto the bench for the Dolphins. I will call my dad now. We will quickly just review that game before we get into this one.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
We'll keep this one more brief because the next game's about to kick off. But yes, you predicted that brilliantly, to the point. That's amazing.
Yes, I know. Well, 50 years following the team. I'll be a couple of quick observations. The scoreline's very interesting to me, 16-62, because I think that was the last time Saints had a good football team. I grew up hating St. George because I lived in the area and everyone went for them and I didn't. So I'm loving this, and this is classic. This is a bit of lesson about life for your audience. In a classic example of how your bar of happiness and your expectation goes up and down to enable you to survive life, it was a part of me disappointed that we didn't hit 70.
Yeah, I know.
We 2 tries in the last, I think we had about 13 minutes, would have made us hit 70. But yeah, I won't keep you because you're a busy man doing so many important things. Good performance. I'll take the for and against. Let's see what we throw up against the battered Broncos next week.
Yes. Well, 5-2 coming out of ANZAC Day, we would have absolutely both taken that. So
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I actually think one of the... one quick observation as well. I noticed, okay, you always see on a team, you might see a more older, experienced player blast his own teammate who's done something wrong. And occasionally you'll see teammates, not nice to each other. I saw a bit more of that with St. George Illawarra than there should have been. They're not liking each other. They're doing so many mistakes and blaming each other. That's not the sign of a footy team that's working together. So I'll get on with the delicious curry that I've made for myself for dinner, which if you were up in Sydney, you could be sharing with me, but you can have your, I don't know, what do they have food down in Canberra?
Apparently, yes. Just not very good.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You can go give it to the homeless people. That's what you do.
Well, I bought some ANZAC cookies today, tried to find a homeless guy that's always outside of Coles to give him some, but he wasn't in his normal position. I don't know, maybe because it's a public holiday, he took the day off.
Do you get days off when you're homeless?
I don't know.
How do you tell?
He's always there, and he wasn't there today. So
maybe it's the opposite. Maybe on public holidays, that's when you work.
Yeah, maybe.
You actually go to work. All right, enjoy your next 2 games.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
Alrighty, we do have kickoff. I did not see that Dolphins jersey looked like that. Very grey. Interesting. New Zealand does have the best anthem. I agree. It's so good. I sort of had to catch myself there because I was bopping out. They have names on the back of their jerseys? Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that. I guess it's because they have a gambling sponsor there normally, and it's over in NZ. What phone is that? Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, I think. Did Walker deserve man of the match in your opinion? Probably. Rabbitohs was very good as well. Teddy was good. I need to look at the stats, though, more specifically. Roosters could have broken the modern record for points scored. Really? We got 72 a few years ago against the Tigers. I don't think we were ever going to beat that. Leaguie, you know how Brazilians say 7-1 was their version of 9/11? I think it's kind of insensitive to compare them. One was a devastating attack, here we go, that shook a country to its very core, and the other just destroyed some towers. Love a 9/11 joke, bro. I do. Not because it's not a tragedy or anything like that, but because it's incredibly funny how pressed Americans get about it. The one bad thing that has ever happened to the colonial population in America. And the world should it should be a no-go for talking about it. You know the amount of 9/11s that the US military has caused? Anyway. Broncos were the first to do names on jersey in place of a gambling sponsor. That's good. Should I get into the suit? I feel I should get into the suit. I will have to give you guys some chair content for a bit. But I feel that we should. Back in a sec. Bang. Okay. Just changed on camera? Well, I don't think you could see me. Can't forever scored a rugby league try, by the way. Like, I know I'm in a weird old headspace right now. I feel that we didn't have enough time between games 1 and 2, but still, I should be a bit more across that. That's Paul from me. It's a matter of faith, baby. I love Fiata Pereira. It's one of my favorite players to watch in the league. I'm so glad that he's getting opportunity now at the New Zealand Warriors. He is a try scorer, and he's scored a beautiful one there. Shout out to him. Eligible for Pakistan. Not many people know that. Not that Pakistan have a team. But if they did, Fiata Pereira would be the man for them. Thoughts on 80% of Gen Z not willing to fight for Australia? Okay, again, I don't feel this is the appropriate day for me to be getting into this debate, but I would not fight for Australia. Which is why, a big reason why, I respect the ANZAC so much, because they were willing to make a sacrifice that I know I would not be able to make. And there's multiple reasons for that. Good work from the Wires. Oh, I take them in this game. Oh, wait, I should put up a new poll on YouTube, actually. And that poll. Friday says, I don't blame you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's nothing to do with the nation of Australia. It's to do with me, personally. Would you fight for Mauritius? No, I wouldn't fight a war. ANZAC cookies or Subway cookies? Subway cookies take some beating, bro. They do take some beating. The main reason, before, you know, we get asked and it gets into a whole big thing. Tanner's hit that beautifully. There's two main reasons. One, I would sooner keep my life but live under an alternate government, for instance, than lose my life but live under the current system. So when wars are fought over political ideology, I don't deep it that much. But then also as a Catholic, and also just as a person with a moral compass, I couldn't kill. I know I would not be capable of that. In a moment where I was one-on-one with an enemy soldier, our guns are facing one another, one of us is going to die, I couldn't pull that trigger. I would sooner die than kill. So I'd be completely pointless in a war. So, yeah. Yeah. Hello, I am a big dot. As you send a bunch of big dots, please don't do that too much. Hello, Hassan. Good to see you. How can I watch the game? This one you need Foxtel or KO for. Sorry. I would fight for Iran, but not Australia. Well, that's... Okay, I find that a little bit difficult to rationalize. Alright, so Flegler, you tackled Roger there. Warriors haven't done too much with their jersey. They've got a poppy on it, but not exactly a revolutionary. If Albo's in charge, then I'd be happy to not protect our country. Well, I think it's a shame one man defines your allegiance to your nation. We could have the greatest politician of all time in charge, and I still wouldn't. For the reasons I outlined. It was excuse me, a bit of an elbow to Conley Lemuelu. Nothing, I think, nothing illegal, but could be a bit of a look at here for Conley Lemuelu. Should the Dolphins have a home? So should it be called Redcliffe Dolphins or Moreton Bay Dolphins? I liked Redcliffe. I also like Moreton Bay. I wouldn't have minded, like, you know, East Brisbane. Does that make sense? Geographically. I wanted something, and I still, although I don't think they will make the change, I still hope one day they will give themselves a place name. All right. Underneath this one is The Hammer. The poll over on YouTube. We've got 14 of you having voted so far. Now 15. 73% of you think it will be Dawaz. Which is, yeah, about what I would have expected. Be a medic like Andrew Garfield was in that one movie that definitely wasn't racist towards Japanese people. That's probably the only role in a war that I think I could possibly justify. But even then, I would find some moral culpability in patching up a soldier, setting him out again, and he then kills. That's not something I would be able to ignore. Maybe Redcliffe is more north. I don't know. I don't know the geography. North Brisbane? Go for it. That's cool, Hasman. Let's go with 12. What do you think the NRL ladder will be at the end of the season? I made my ladder predictions, and I'm pretty happy with them, mostly. Warriors I predict a lot higher now. Probably Finns and Dogs a little bit lower. But other than that, pretty much bang on. Yeah, I apologize for not knowing the exact geography of Brisbane. I have been there twice in my life. So, South Queensland, yeah, South Queensland would have been good. I would have loved South Queensland Dolphins. Again, just something. It's just weird that they don't have a place name. Tigers High, yeah, Tigers High I would have gone as well, true. Penalty now given away by the Warriors to the Dolphins. 8 minutes gone so far in this game. Solomon Copper, I think he was just re-signed for another year as well there at the Dolphins. Interesting one. I'm going to be on Monday on a podcast with Big Les League, SC Experience, and probably Random Stats Guy, I think, picking teams for State of Origin. And I don't know who I'm picking as my Queensland wingers, because I don't know if Coates will be ready yet. Visited St. Mary's Cathedral as a Protestant today as a tribute to you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to do. Very nice of you to do. So let's say, who do Panthers play? They play with Knights tomorrow. A lot of people are saying that that's going to be a good game. I don't see it. I really don't see it. But anyway. You got Chris Hinton, 201 games for Tigers, 116 for Sharks, 21 for Knights, most games off the bench, scored 42 tries throughout his career from 03 to 2012. He played longer than 2012. Did he just not score any more tries? Because he was in the 2016 Sharks Premiership winning team. He won 2 comps. Oh, there we go. Yeah. All good. He has corrected himself. All right. Plath is in a dummy half here. I'm going to commentate this game. I feel that I'm still thinking about the last game that's just gone. Legman trivia question. What was the trigger point at the start of World War I? The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I think he was in Austro-Hungary at the time and assassinated by a Serb. Who are you betting tomorrow? Panthers or Knights? Well, I'm not betting, but Panthers for sure. If the Titans flogged the Roosters, would you cry? No. I'm not a crier. I was going to be a penalty here for the Dolphins. Halasim on report. I'm not really a crier. I don't know. I guess it's a good thing, but I've cried, I think, actually like once in the last 5 years, which is good. Like I haven't had anything to cry about, but yeah, I don't know. Where in Austria-Hungary? I couldn't confidently say. I guess it'd be Vienna, but I really don't know. If there was a war between every NRL club's fan bases, who would win? That's an interesting question. I guess I'm naturally inclined to say Dogs, although I feel that the reasons I believe that are somewhat problematic. So, happened in Bosnia. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, it was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I think by a Serb. I heard it was because a man named Archie Duke shot an ostrich because he was hungry. I understood that reference. What did you cry about? I cried about the passing of my grandfather. I didn't cry until I actually saw him in the hospital on his deathbed. But it was like, years and years ago now. It's fine. All right. Katoa goes for a dummy. Can't get it to Francis Molo, unfortunately for him. But Dolphins looking good here. 6-0 down. Avarillo back to find Herbie Farnworth. Kicks for himself in the middle of the field. Oh, that's a beautiful try. He is so good. He's actually such a special player. Banging. Someone's been watching Blackadder Goes Forth. You know what? Speaking of crying, excuse me, I don't think the ending of that has actually made me cry before, but it's got me damn close. Damn close. It is so sad. Anyway, yeah. The only time I've cried about footy was for the 2021 Doggies when I was 12 and the elimination final loss for Manly. That would have been a tough one to take, I'll give you that. It was a Bosnian with Serb descent who was supplied by Serbian military. Okay, that's why I would think it was a Serb. It's only legendary if your friends are there to see it. Well, that's a How I Met Your Mother reference. We are just not like, I thought it was just me, but we are not into the footy today, are we, folks? We're talking about Blackadder. We're talking about World War I. We're talking about How I Met Your Mother. Like, no one is commenting about Herbie Farnworth having to score a try. Anyway. Please, can you put on live? Nope. Illegal. Do you reckon signing Drinkwater was a good decision? I do. Respectfully for the Dragons, they kind of need to take who they can get. But you can have a bit of a circuit breaker of a signing. I don't know if he'll necessarily be that, but he could be a solid player who gets a bit more talent to the club. So, yeah. All right, Isako with a kick. The man who is he officially Melbourne Storm banned next year? Has that been confirmed? Okay, so you know World War I. What about World War II? What triggered that? Well, I know obviously the rise of the Nazi Party in Weimar Germany. It's not necessarily exactly what triggered the war, though. I would say that it was the invasion of Poland by Germany. That then led to... I can't remember if that was the point at which war was declared. I think it was, though. War was declared by England on Germany. Yes, he's 100% Stormbound. Okay, there we go. Well, yeah, it's a good signing for them. I love that for them. It replaces Nick Meaney's goal kicking, and I think it'll be just solid as hell. Correct, you smart guy. Thank you. Thank you. Now, so I mentioned at the start of this stream that I went to Germany a few years ago. I went to the Auschwitz concentration camp. I went to Munich for a few reasons. One, I had tickets to a Bayern game. But I wanted to go around and see I guess the Nazi history out of a morbid fascination, to be very clear, but it's historically significant. And so I walked around all these places where they had rallies and stuff like that while listening to historical podcasts about it. So a lot of my interest comes from that trip. Actually, it was the Japanese invasion of China, predates Germany into Poland by almost 12 months. Was that what triggered the Second World War, though? The real cause was the unfair terms of the Second Treaty of Versailles. Certainly. Certainly was. Germany had no hope of financially recovering from that, really. Anyway. Boyd now to find Kurt Kate. Well, why are we talking about the Second World War, folks? I know it's ANZAC Day, but... All right. Egan finding Shania Savita. Kicks for himself. The hammer, I think, has knocked it on there. It's going to be Warriors' ball. Yeah, Warriors' ball. The Germans annexed Austria, took Sudetenland, invaded Czechoslovakia, then invaded Poland. When UK and France declared war on Germany. Yes. I remember that. Did you know Will Warbrick's going to NZ? Yeah. Another player who, I don't know about. Like, I think he's a good player at his best, but I think he's a bit patchy. So, how do you think Cade Reed went today in the game? As good as I would have expected. Had good moments. I think mostly, though, Daniel Atkinson had control of the kicking game. I think that people who expected much more from him weren't being a bit unreasonable. Let's talk about the game. Yeah, I think a lot of people would want me to be talking about the game, not the First World War. Warriors, this attack is a little bit suspect. Anyway, it ends up in the hands of Tanwar Boyd. It's going to be 6-more here for the New Zealand Warriors. So 15 minutes gone in this game so far, just about. Aaron Clark now running it up. On the 0, very close to the line. We'll play it quickly. Gilbert is out of the defensive line here. Tanwar Boyd, dummies, goes himself. Can't quite get through the line. It was rushing defense out there. Wide from the Dolphins on their left-hand side. What should the Christchurch team be called? The South Island Kia. Or Kia, I think it actually is. All right. They've got hella numbers there. Team Topiki bounces away from a few. Gets an offload away in the end. Out to Alofiana Camperera. The corner was there for him, but he can't get there in time. So just backs out of it. It's about 10 meters away now. All right, now with Shania Savita. I don't know about that work from him anyway. Kind of stagnated the play. James Fisher-Harris into the line himself. That's a good play there from the New Zealand Warriors captain. Just calming things down a little bit. Now in the hands of Egan. Gets it to Tanner Boyd. To find Torpiki. They go through their hands. Dallin's there. Dallin's got it. Easy as you like. Warriors in for yet another. It's a matter of faith, baby. And that's exactly what the Warriors had. Doing that offload there for that late try. Late in the play anyway, not late in the game. It was a bit of a push pass, to say the least. Through Tanner Boyd's hands. Got to Tane Torpiki. Look at this. It was, yeah. The ball found the ground. I think it was lucky that they didn't knock it on. Could have gone a lot worse there for them. Let's see this here. End up in the hands of Ali Leitawa. Yeah, just got away quickly. And it wasn't a pass that connected by any means, but nor did it need to. How's Sheck going so far? Solid. Someone asked, does Reed have a big future in the NRL? I think with halves, especially half backs, it's a unique position where you really can't tell. You really can't tell. Oh, we're going to look at this. So, Leaguie, what impact did the October Revolution have on the results of World War I and the subsequent rise of Nazism? I don't know. That's above my pay grade. It was a Bosnian Serb natalist who thought that the death of Archduke Franz Ferdinand would start a civil war. That I do remember. I remember the intention behind it. I guess it's going to be ruled an obstruction play. Yeah, King. You may have been joking there, but we don't really like them kind of jokes here. Calm that one right down. Thoughts on Kingsley's? What's Kingsley's? I've heard of Kingsley's. Oh, it's the chicken place. I've never actually had it. I ain't reading about train stations. I'm getting narrow focused on this game now. All right, penalty in favor of the Dolphins. Off the back of a obstruction play. I want to see someone Cobbo have a banger of a game. He's overdue. It's weird that he came along with such a bang, and I know he was never the complete player, but oh, it's again another penalty here. It's given away again by Halasima. He was a player who was always inconsistent, but had the big moments, and you kind of thought that the more his career would go on, they're going to challenge this here. The more his career would go on, he'd be able to keep the big output while just reducing the errors and getting better decision making. Instead, it's just kind of, I don't know. He doesn't make the same stupid errors, but he also just doesn't do anything that's that impressive anymore. Oh, wait. No, try. How did the rise of the Constantines affect Alex Troll being the GOAT? It didn't impact it whatsoever. Alex Troll being the GOAT was fundamentally inevitable. Leaguie, if you get your third match prediction wrong, you put the South shirt on. Deal? Unfortunately, no, for many reasons. The main one being that I don't own a South Sydney jersey. I bought one for one video, and I returned it the day after. Challenge successful. All right, good work. I mean, that's bold to challenge that early, but they got the chockies from it. Good challenge in the end. Interesting, Lorenzo. I won't read it out because I want to steer the focus of the stream back to the footy, but interesting. Who's playing better right now, Waz or Finns? Waz are. They are on top. I think that a 10-6 scoreline would have been a better reflection at the start of this game, but we might be about to get that anyway, so... Why you not give to me the South jersey? Because I wanted my money back. Alright, Egan now. Finding Aaron Clark. It has always amused me that there's someone in Canberra that owns a South Sydney jersey who has no idea that one of the biggest moments in one of the biggest rugby league YouTubers' careers was about that jersey and involved that jersey. And, you know, thousands of people have seen that jersey. All right, knock on their Halasima. He's been in everything right now. Giving away penalties, challenging things, and now knocking on. Weird. Today's the 1-year anniversary of his potential's higher than that. Is it really? There we go. I can play that clip maybe at halftime of this game because I still have it on my laptop. Legman, how did World War II impact rugby league in France? Well, if only there was a video on my channel about that. We need to annex New Zealand. They can't be trusted with voting rights. Everyone knows little brothers aren't capable of governing themselves. So true, King. There should be another Tasmania. All right. Good work there. Lembuelu gets an offload to Max Plath. Through the line. He had an arm free for an offload, but Gilbert wasn't there in support for him. Now out to find Isaiah Katoa in the hands of the hammer. They go out to the wing of Jamina Sarkor now. Steps inside. Dolphins are going to be leading out of absolutely nothing. And in fact, I mean, he beats a few more in the in-goal, gets it to behind the post. It was a little bit risky, but Jamina Sarkor gets one for the Finns. Dolphins. We are the mighty, mighty Dolphins. That was a weird little moment. I'll be real. They just had numbers out there. Yeah, big numbers. That you got to say Tains or Picky's a little bit responsible for that, for not ordering more players out there. And then the tackle, yeah, just missed all ends up there. Then Osaka really taking them on to get to closer to the goalpost. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the being in grey. It is weird. It is weird. I assume that there's some sort of reasoning behind it. Obviously, well, ANZAC, but like, there's some reason why it's grey specifically. But yeah. If New Zealand wasn't a country, we would have had the greatest national anthem of all time. I don't agree with that. I like the Papua New Guinean one. Fiji has a good one as well. France is solid. Which was used as the intro of a Beatles song randomly. Bro, is it just me or does NRL not make sense sometimes, like with the new rule? Which new rule? Sometimes it is hard to understand. And it's something that's is a big barrier to growth of our sport worldwide because it kind of... When you look at the biggest sport in the world, soccer, that's easy. You have goal, 2 ends, use your feet. Whereas we've got all these complicated rules, and I know that soccer as well has some complicated rules, but you can fundamentally play it with just basically those 2 things. Rugby league, you can't. So... Leaky suggests me, was Panthers v Dolphins game really similar to Panthers v Titans game, the trainer last year? I did not watch Panthers and Dolphins this year. I think I was coming back from a Roosters game? Or, no, I was coming back from a Raiders game, actually. So I didn't watch it, so I can't really comment. Jeez, Watson. You should definitely have gone to attend that and not comment. That's all good. What's your least favorite country, Italy or France? Neither. What would my least favorite country be? I do wish Turkey just decided whether it's in Europe or Asia. Like that kind of upsets me. Mauritania? Shout out Mauritania. So many people think I'm Mauritanian, so that kind of makes me resent that country. Another fun fact about Heineken. Oh, we've got a warrior down here. Oh, it's Wade Egan. Oh, he's injury-prone, Wade Egan. Fun fact about Heineken. Of his 351 first-grade games, he played 144 off the bench, and of those bench games, he played 108 of them wearing the 15 jersey. Great. That's so good. Healy might be about to come on the field here. Wade Egan is in dire straits. Try explaining the offside rule to a non-fan with soccer, though. Sure, but that's the only one. And I would argue that there are substantially more difficult rules to explain in rugby league. Bad round for team starting with C. Canterbury, Cronulla, Canberra. Yeah, is there any others? I think it's just those three. FYI, both games Penrith held the other team to 0 in the first half, then they conceded way too many points in the second half and Penrith winning golden point. That I did actually know. Yeah, I should have probably cottoned onto that as being the similarity between the two. 6 more here in favor of the Dolphins. Dire Straits mentioned WTF is not saying the F slur. I think I only know Sultans to Swing from Dire Straits, which is like a massive gap in my musical knowledge for sure. They're going to be in again here. Bro, how are the Dolphins just randomly getting tries in this game? What is going on? Like it, where's the wires? Respectfully, like what? Warriors bad? Warriors supposed to be good. Like, huh? It was beautiful work. Katoa found the hammer. Then Fuller lining up at sort of center there. Oh wait, is Fuller playing center and Avarillo's playing 5'8"? That kind of makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That makes way more sense. That's definitely what's happening. Would you consider yourself happy with the last game's result? No. I'm absolutely devastated. I think we won by too many. I think we're going to get cocky now. I'm actually really, really upset about it. That is the guy who will join the Excellence in Melbourne. It is. As I say, I think it's a really, really solid signing for them. He's a player who really reinvented himself since coming to the Finns. He was a guy who was very much a fringy, bit of an inconsistent winger. He's truly now regarded as, I think, one of the most solid players in the comp, and that's a hell of a turnaround from him. In Money for Nothing, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to know Money for Nothing. They say the F word 3 times in one verse. That is impressive. Is Metcalf playing? No. Would you consider yourself a Belmore boy? Well, given that I've never been to Belmore, no. This game's making me happy. It makes me feel like Penrith's 2 bad games are because of the other team playing well, not Penrith playing bad. Yeah, a bit of both. Legman, please put rewards back. No. I will put him back tomorrow. Jeez, that just about had the length. That's a great kick from Jermaine Asako. 18 sinks all of a sudden. 18 minutes left in this first half. Where, respectfully, has this come from? Rewards will be back tomorrow. As I say, I don't feel that today is an appropriate day for speed dealer sunnies and head dent checks. Thoughts on Eurovision? I could not care less. Could not care. Like, on a scale of caring, if 0 is not caring whatsoever, I have somehow managed to break the scale and actually go beyond, go below where we're at. Leaguie added soundbite reward. Yes, it's a good call. I think people have suggested that to me before, but I just never really got around to it. Would you consider yourself family friendly? Yes, I would. Definitely for the most part. Did you see the Dragons come back in the Ages? No way. Really? They actually managed to get back and win 63-62? Who's your favorite rapper? Nem. Alright. Plath, that was a very flat pass. Anyway, found Conley Lemuelu. Tackle there by 3 Warriors. Still standing in that tackle there. Not bad work from him. Alrighty. Weird guy from What I Like to You reference. It's weird. I didn't actually quote him. But I was thinking of him. David Mitchell when I said it. Kick there from Isaiah Katoa. Underneath that one is Pereira. I think he was tackled without the ball there. Fuller is through. I think this is going to be a no try. But yeah, okay, they're gonna review this. I think Pereira was tackled before he caught the ball. Anyway. Maybe your videos are family friendly, but your streams are not. I would definitely agree that my streams are less family friendly. However, I don't think that they're not family friendly. We very, very rarely swear. And even when we get to like joking topics, I always present them in a way where you'd only get it if you already know the reference. A child would not be able to pick up on other stuff, so yeah. Yeah, tackled Alafiana Capoeira before the catch had been made. It was close. Fine margins. That's what this game is all about. That's a big moment in this game because if Dolphins went up 24-6, that's very difficult to chase back down. Thoughts on fishing? I don't like it. I did it once and completely screwed up the like reeling in process. And there was this little like rainbowy fish. It was a beautiful fish. And I caught it and started reeling it in, did something wrong, and I tore off half of its head. So like its head split in 2. So like half of it was still attached to its body, but the other half like was up on the surface of the water, and it just started panicking, swimming around in circles. And I looked down at this absolutely beautiful creature that I'd torn its head in 2 pieces, and that made me never want to fish again. So I never will. This was like 10 years ago, by the way. Evidently, it still scars me. Tate Tuapiki has made a solid break there. Herbie's trying to steal the ball away from him. Can't quite. Still 2 more to go here. Now in the hands of Wade Egan. Into Tanner Boyd. Through Aaron Clark. Now Barnett will take a tackle there. Hello, Toby. You did, Richard. You did. All right, Tanner Boyd. Won't kick it on the last. Throws an intercept. Herbie can't hold it, so it's going to be 6 more. But, yeah, geez, that wasn't the option. Herbie could have gone the length. Look at the Mount Smart Joker. I love the Mount Smart Joker. Even though this game's been played at Wellington, the Mount Smart Joker is there. Thoughts on express trains from Waterfall to Cronulla? I don't think you'd need an express train from Waterfall to Cronulla. Leaguie, if Waz win, can you make a vid about how good Penrith is? No. Unfortunately. It is a huge deal to make a video. We're talking 20 plus hours of work, conservatively. So I've got some very good video ideas coming up, but it's just, yeah, it's difficult to make them with my current schedule. Mr. Duck, I do not care about the AFL. It is entirely indifferent to me whoever wins a game in the AFL, so. Clark very close to the line. Halfway through this set. Warriors, it's important that they hit back, get the next try. It doesn't happen for them there. I think it's tapped by the Dolphins. Yes, so it's going to be 6-4 here for the Warriors. They'll set a scrum. All right. Leaguey, if Waz win, will you make a video on how Richard Matthews is not smelling? Yeah, sure. No dramas at all. I can do that easily. Thank you for understanding of my question and giving me an answer. No question. No question. No problem. No problem. If the Dolphins win, you have to react West Tigers versus the Sharks May 3. I will maybe be doing that anyway. Dallin has scored a rugby league try. And I apologize, folks. I do. Because I feel that I am not on my game. We're talking about all sorts of random bollocks, which, like, the best streams do come about when we talk about the most random of bollocks. However, I do think I should be a bit more on topic. What position would you play if you played rugby league? Probably these days, I'd be a back rower. I'm either like a big center or a small back rower. Mason says, hey, Leaguey, what are your opinions on Jermaine leaving the Finns? As a Finns fan myself, it's quite upsetting. I actually sort of just spoke about that earlier. He's become an incredibly solid player there at the Dolphins and is a very, very good winger. Important goal kicker for you guys as well, although Kato is capable of that. I think it's a brilliant pickup for the Melbourne Storm. And he'll be missed by the Finns, but it's just an area where you are so stacked for depth. You've got Jack Bostock, Tavita Nafar, who I think you can afford to let a cycle go, and it will balance out your cap just that little bit better than maybe it currently is. Didn't you play in the middle in the charity game? No, I play back row. Or center. Did I play center? I think I played center, actually, not in the middle, no. All right. Tanwa Boyd with a kick to convert and put the Warriors back within 1 score. I said it was very important they got that next try, and I think that this has really made an interesting game of it. Yeah, it was second row. Boyd, he misses that kick. So it remains 8 points the gap. 13 minutes left. If they can get 18-16 halftime, beautiful. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Wars. Who am I going for in this? I am going for Warriors, I think, just because I like them more. But from a Roosters perspective, it would be better, I think, if Warriors lost. Tiger, I think you know the answer to that question. That's reliving some trauma. Next charity match, will you throw a punch? I want to do something silly. I'm quite inspired, actually, by Max Fosh. But the Sidemen charity match is taken a lot less seriously, I think, than Sportshed. I think Sportshed need to come out and say, let's just put on a bit of a show. Let's not go hard. So I'd be going with something silly like that. And I think there's potential to stage a fight with someone. Penalty Warriors. If there's a close enough friend of mine on the opposition team, we could stage a fake fight. I'm doing well, Keto. Please don't use capital letters too much, just because then everyone will. But I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you in the stream. All right. Ali Tower taps it, gets it to Taintor Peaky, then Jackson Ford. The man who was, I think, like a lot of the Warriors, in incredible form to start the season. It sort of tapered off a little bit, but it could also just be that our expectations are a little bit higher, so then it seems a bit less surprising. Boyd to find Barnett up over the halfway line. Leaguie, can you please play NRL so I can get a second row forward / centre wing dual players since I miss out on Simi Sasangi? You would not want me in your fantasy team anyway. Clark right through the middle, taking on the hammer. Tries to fend away from him, can't quite, but is within 10 off the back of a 6 again. They should spread it out to the left. They held him down on the tackle pretty long there, but anyway, they're going to go the short side. Halasima can't get over. Dude, if you had a fight, you would get flattened. Well, that's just rude. It would be a fake fight, you silly Billy. Tanwa Boyd, now to fire Jackson Ford. Thoughts on my beloved Bulldogs fully announced 12th place? You guys are bad and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Barnett is close, but can't quite get there. So still on the 4th here, they haven't cracked the line. Egan goes at the back for Tanner Boyd. There was a kick on there. They get it to Capoeira. Bang. Oh. I don't know. It's given a try. This would be pretty miraculous if he's got this. I am not convinced. He was well over that sideline. Well over that sideline. This would be a bit of a rugby league miracle if he's managed to get this one down. Let's see here. Boyd gets it to, I think, yeah, Chanel has to feed. I thought it would have been Roger there, but oh, great work from Chanel. Let's see here. Oh, no, he's got that easy. What a put down. That's beautiful, and he knows it. He knows how beautiful it is. Damn, that's Hot Boy season from Alofiana Camperera. What a put down. Again, look, I don't need to say this, but the athleticism we see in this sport, unlike anything else, bro. Unlike anything else. Thoughts on Cade Reid? I'll answer this question just for the last time because a few people have asked it, but he played as well as you could reasonably expect from a kid on debut in a pretty terrible team against one of the form teams in the competition on an occasion like ANZAC Day. For it to be anything more than an unmitigated disaster, I think has to be a pass mark. So, yeah, fundamentally, okay stuff. He had some good moments. I think Atkinson controlled the game a lot more, though. Yeah, could have been better, but could have been a lot worse. Alofiana Capoeira, get ready to learn Queensland Maroonese. I wouldn't. I wouldn't have him there just yet. Not just yet. I think, to be honest, in Origin, he's a player that could be a bit dominated. Boyd misses again. So 3 tries all, but they're down by 4 points. I just think you need more physicality, which is why, in my mind, see, I would, for the Blues, have put Turbo on the wing. With Ryan Toto, obviously. Oh, but you can't pick Turbo because he's bloody injured. So maybe Karaz. But then isn't Karaz also injured? So then, like, Mark? But Mark just is a bit of a fundamentalist celebelly at times. So I don't know if I am that keen on Mark. I don't think they will do this. But honestly, I would be having a serious thought about putting James Tedesco at fullback and putting Dylan Edwards on the wing. Edwards played wing for Australia and did very well. Granted, it was against poor opposition, but he did well. And I think that you would then have a really good threat against the Maroons, where pretty much whoever you pick on that wing, if you have Tedesco, Toto, or Edwards, Toto, they're going to be kicking to that other winger. Whereas you can negate that by having both Tedesco and Edwards. If your choice is kick to Tedesco, kick to Edwards, or kick to Toto, none of those are good options. So I think that's kind of useful. I'm not putting Jenkins on the wing. No, I am not putting Jenkins on the wing. He is a good player. And he's good in his own right, but he does benefit from his real estate. He's not that guy. Remember this, Flanagan's the last halfback to win a World Club Challenge for an Australian side, yes. Leaguie, you should hide ice cream in your sock, like Ben and Jerry's asking for the charity match, and sit right in front of the kicker before a conversion and eat your ice cream. That's very, very specific. I could hide something in this song. Didn't Edwards play wing in the 30-0 game? Did he? In that case, that might change things. Cool, Mr. SV. Welcome to the Discord. Adokar, you know what? Adokar wouldn't mind. All right. Plath in a dummy half for a charging Fitafuyaki. That's a great run there by Kulikefa Fitafuyaki over the halfway line. In behind the ruck. I love that angle. Plath now for these Kofusi. Cut out pass. Find Herbie Farnworth. Stands in the tackle. Well, falls a bit awkwardly there. He's not happy about it. They don't like it. Now in the hands of Plath on the last. Gets it to Katoa, who's doing all the kicking in this one. So far, underneath this one is going to be Tain Torpiki. Taken in the air, potentially. Yes, that is going to be a penalty for the New Zealand Warriors. Knowing Laurie Daly coaching, you'd get Scott Drinkwater on the wing. Yeah, and it's not going to be Edwards because he literally came out and said Teddy and Edwards are out and out fullbacks. But anyway. Leaky, thoughts on the impact the fall of Singapore had on the Australasian identity? What? Huh? I don't know. Check as a prop. I wouldn't put it past Laurie. That is the extent to which Laurie Daly will go to not pick Terrell May. Highlander says, proud of your boys, sir. Hope me boys can get back into second. I hope so as well. Although it does seem that both my team and your team are at the pointy end this season. I love seeing the Warriors doing well. Here we go. Leaguey said this wouldn't become a Roosters fan channel, but here we are. He's advocating for his 33-year-old captain to play Origin. Come on, mate. Don't start this again. Not a Roosters-based pick. As an objective analyst of the game, I think Tedesco's a better player than Dylan Edwards. Kick it behind from Harris Vita. Also, he won the Dally M, so that's a bit difficult to argue. Leaky thoughts on how the fall of Constantinople affected LeBron's legacy. I understand that reference. I've seen that video. That's good stuff. Alrighty. In the dummy half there, Katoa gets it to the hammer. Dolphins have put it away a little bit. Maybe they're just trying to see out the half. But honestly, I feel with their tries, they didn't necessarily come with balance of play. So, Warriors have dominated in that department. Leaguey, at halftime, can you please sing Phantom Happy Birthday? Yes, I can. Remind me to do that at halftime, and I will. Kick from Katoa. To be clear, though, I'm only doing it for Phantom. That was a loud noise. Goers, thank you for following over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Alrighty. I'm just glad that we learned today that obviously Shane Flanagan was the problem. Like, the fact that that has now been established is good. I swear, if Teammate doesn't make Origin, I'll be so pissed if they pick Stefano. Oh my god. Well, I don't think Teammate is actually the best Tigers prop at the moment. It's 12. Leitawa, with a bit of a half break there, he's scraping across the field. Does get tackled there eventually by Funafuiaki. One more to go here. Oh, there was no dummy half. What's happening on the 8th of May? Up the milk. Okay. Barnett. Oh, no, sorry, I'm just enjoying a succulent ANZAC biscuit. Alright, kick way up in the air. 5 minutes left to go in this half. Oh, potentially a worry taken out there. Tuivasa gets an offload away. Yeah, we're going to get a penalty here for the Waz. Yeah. There were players falling left, right, and center in the chase of that kick. And the fans love it. I'll think about it at the mill. Just for you, actually, yeah. Just for you, I won't stream. To everyone listening to this is not up the milk. I will be streaming, but I don't want him to know that I'm going to be streaming. That way I can have my cake and eat it too. Or in this case, have my ANZAC Day biscuit and eat it too. It's a Roosters game night, by the way. Well, probably going to be streaming that one then. Although not if it's Magic Round. Is that Magic Round? That kind of feels around Magic Round time. No, it's not. It's Titans. In Gossie Ford. Alrighty. Played there by the Warriors. Now in the hands of Vaimonga. Gets an offload away. Fortana Boyd stepping around the middle of the field. Can't get an offload away himself. They're throwing a lot at the Dolphins here, but the defense is well and truly standing up to it. Egan. Ball finds the ground there. Chanel Harris to Vitar. Stepping. Burn a few tackles there. One more to go. Alright. Egan gets it to Tamwa Boyd. Puts a kick up in the air. Underneath it is going to be Halasima. Goes up for it. Comes down with it. Yeah, he's got that down. He's got that down. Folks, we are level. Matter of faith, and that's what like Halasima had, folks. Jumping up for that ball. Managed to hold it coming down. The grounding was a little questionable. However, I think he's got it down. I do think he's got it down. Liam Murphy, they will come back at least in the off-season, but more likely during the Origin period when we have fewer games on. Kind of depends how much I've got going on in my personal life around that time. I might need the extra bit of time that I'm not streaming. But I do have some good ideas for it. I want to do a stream where I play GTA 5 in its entirety. In one go. Oh, I think he's lost it here. Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost it. It's a matter of faith, and he had none. They haven't actually taken it off, but I'm taking it off. Why so many ads? Ads are set to moderate. Just the middle level of ads. I'm also unironically keen to see if I can do a cookie clicker stream. I genuinely am. So funny you say that because I'm playing GTA 5 while watching. Well, there we go. Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost it. Are you going to any Origin games? Unfortunately, no. Normally, I'll go to the Sydney one, but we'll be here for exam season, unfortunately. So, hello, Leaguie. I was just at Dolphins versus Devils Queensland Cup game at Nunda in Brisbane. The Finns beat the Devils 22-10. That's cool. Did I say that, Chico? I've definitely said that no one really likes the Roosters. Can't wait for Cars 3 Driven to win. I actually bought it the other day because I have a disc version, but the disc wasn't working. What happened to the chair stream? We'll get more chair streams this year. Don't worry. There's just haven't been an opportunity for it yet. That would have been the video I said it in, yeah, Chico. That makes sense. Excuse me. Dear League West says, I once did a referee education session in the same class as former Jillaroo Cody House. It never ended up refereeing the game as it was early 2020. Yeah, that's a shame. I hope you can, maybe go back and pursue that. Because it's very cool. You can stream game 1, but not 2 or 3. Can't be here for 2 or 3. Oh, you can't be. Well, okay. I'll probably be streaming them anyway. But yeah. Alright. Tackled there is Herbie Farnworth. Maybe a second effort on him. Anyway, they get away with it. Now, I think that's the debutant. Yes, it is. Lewis Simon. So, it says he's born in England. I wonder if that's potentially that... he just happened to have been born there. Yeah, he's listed as a Queensland Rugby League player. Can't see info about it, but he has played for Queensland under 19, so I guess he's not an Englishman. Alrighty, Osaka's in a bit of strife here. I mean, it seems to be okay, but grabbing at his face. Thank you, Richard. That's nice of you to say. Checks it forward with the ball in his hands. Hitting it up to just shy of the 40. Will he get an offload away? He will not. Alright, played now. Barnett. In behind. Beats Felice Kofusi. Guts it offload away. Oh, I think it's been knocked on by the Finns. Should be 6 more. Will be 6 more. That could be big. If they can march down the field here and potentially level this up before halftime, that's big for them. He's an Englishman, but also a Queenslander. Well, being born in England, yes, that would literally be true. What would you say your second sport is other than League and Union, or do you not really have one? I do not really like Rugby Union very much, so it's definitely not my second sport. My second sport's Formula 1, by far. So yeah. Like, Rugby League, Formula 1, daylight. Absolute daylight. Beautiful bit of ball playing there. Jackson Ford is through. Has got support outside him. I don't think he's going to need it. Gets close to the line. Can't quite get over the line, though. They're going to play it. Warriors with Shania Stavita. He goes the crash play with a 5/8. Really? I don't know about that. Fabe Circuit. For me personally, driving, I love China in the F1 game. And they just go crash play out of dummy half. That's poor play from the Warriors. That really is poor play. But to watch it would be Brazil. Interlagos is just... If you made up a circuit, it would be that. Do you like driving Australia? Kind of. I struggle a bit with the chicane, but around the back of the track, but it is one of the better ones to drive. Third favorite would be soccer. All right. Farnworth now. Beautiful run from him in behind the rock. Loses the ball backwards. It's going to be ruled forwards. Well, it doesn't really matter. They're going to pack the scrum very quickly here. They might get a shot here, the Warriors. Might get a shot. The chicane you can cut through without getting a penalty. It's high. Well, okay, but I don't do that. I actually do drive to the rules of the game. So, I had a friend in high school called Chicane. That's cool. Where was Chicane from? So 19 seconds left in this first half. Look at that. Twice as many tackles in the opposition half for the Wars. Like, the metrics are very much in favor of New Zealand. It's just not the points. In your honest opinion, did Albo save the Rabbitohs? Probably not by himself, but he certainly helped. Do you have a wheel? My little brother has a wheel. I prefer using a controller. Just more used to it. Barnett gets an offload away here. They're being called back to play. I don't know. I feel that they're kind of being punished there for the Dolphins holding on, taking time. Anyway, one more to go here. Tamar Boyd will hoist the kick up for Alofiana Camperera. I used the word hoist before Matt Russell did. That's interesting. Anyway, finds Kurt Capewa, gets an offload, and that will be it. Finds the ground, finds the Dolphin. 18 points to 14 it will be. Have we got anything doing here? I think that's the half. Yeah, that's the half. Leaguie, I was scrolling on TikTok and I saw your video, and then I changed my scrolling app to YouTube to consume some AR brain rot, and I got your video there as well. I am infecting algorithms left, right, and center. He's an Australian, not sure why he was called that. He goes by Shaq now. Big Shaq, shout out to him. Can we see his potential is higher than that? Yes, we can. Oh, and also the fact that it's Steve Hannah's happy birthday. Okay. Righto. So, for any of you who don't know who Sea Phantom is, because you've been living under a proverbial rugby league rock, Sea Phantom is one of my most loyal, dedicated viewers. He's also a moderator, I believe, on Twitch, and also in my Discord server. So, with it being his birthday today, I'm going to sing happy birthday to him. In Dutch. Because that is kind of the way I roll. Lang zal ze leven, lang zal ze leven, lang zal ze leven in de gloria, in de gloria, in de gloria. Hyper de piep, hoera! Hyper de piep, hoera! Hyper de piep, hoera! Shout out to him. Alrighty. His potential is higher than that. Let me find that video. At 20. Okay, here we go. That sounded very, very loud. Let me turn that down. So, this is another one I'm probably going to have to explain. This was in... Wait, what? Where is it? Media player. Am I blind? It looks like I can't show it. I'm confused. Yes, smart guy, I get it. I'm trying to figure it out. Shut up. Sorry, I'm just laughing at Brandon Smith and Jared Hargraves. Bro, why is Brandon Smith playing second row for South tonight? It's a very good question. I don't actually really know. Okay, that's definitely not the one. I don't know why it's not letting me put this up. Okay, wait. Let me reset things here. The beauty of live television, folks. I think I can figure this out. At 20 is low. Your potential is so much higher than that. Okay, this works. So, I don't know. I've completely messed up the entire chronology of it, but we're back to the start. Okay, this kind of has taken a long time to get here, but let me fix that. There we go. This was from last year. We had a stream, and I had at halftime noticed that one of my viewers was streaming as well. I think that's the context of it, and someone asked like, if they... What was the context? Because someone remind me. Yeah, sorry, I know that was really loud. Sorry, I'm turning it down. Someone asked if like they could get any better at streaming. And I think that's where I said his potential is higher than that. And then we noticed that I was streaming myself. I think that brings us to this point. So I'm going to play it. 20 is low. Your potential is so much higher than that. So, I don't know. Let's watch Cobra's stream. This is it. Yes. I can commentate on... See, sorry, can I just say something? I want to say something here. You know, everyone's been asking me, why do you not have the background anymore with all the pictures? And the main thing I say is that it's because I'm so low on the camera. Look at the difference that it makes. Look at the difference that it makes in terms of my own positioning. Look how low I had to be on the camera back then. And now I could be so central. This is better. Fundamentally, this is better. Anyway, sorry, I'll continue. On this stream if you like. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. I agree. Your potential is so much higher than that. Its potential is higher than that. Its potential is higher than that. I don't know. Let's watch Cobra's stream. Oh my god, this is gonna be it. This is gonna just continue. I can commentate on this stream if you like. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. I agree. Your potential is so much higher than that. Its potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. Let's watch Cobra's stream. Oh my god, this is gonna be it. This is gonna just continue. I can commentate on this stream if you like. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. I agree. Your potential is so much higher than that. Its potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. Oh my god, this is gonna be it. This is gonna just continue. I can commentate on this stream if you like. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. I agree. Your potential is so much higher than that. Its potential is higher than that. His 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 potential is higher than that. This is gonna just continue. This is so funny to me. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. Oh, I love this. This is an all-time moment.
Potential is higher than that. His 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 potential is higher than that.
His potential is higher than
This is
that.
so funny to me. Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. I agree. This is an all-time moment. Okay, one more. His potential is higher. We're going one more.
We went longer than one more.
His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than
His
that.
potential is higher than that.
Let's watch my stream. I feel like you shouldn't. At 20 is low. This has to be clipped. This is an all-time moment. Can someone please screen record and send this to me? We're going one more. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that.
It still has a little bit to go, by the way.
Is higher than that. His potential is higher than that.
His potential is higher than
It's
that.
higher, I'm telling
It's
you.
so much higher than that.
This has to be clipped. This is an all-time moment. Can someone please screen record and send this to me? We're going one more.
Look how long it went.
Potential
Look
is
how long it
His
went.
potential is higher than that. His potential is
Oh.
higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. I'm telling you. It's higher.
Is his potential higher than that?
This has to be clipped. This is an all-time moment. Can someone please screen record and send this to me? We're going one more. I know. You guys might not be finding this funny. I'm finding this so funny. Is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that. I'm telling you. It's higher. His potential is higher than that.
His potential is higher than that.
I've got to stop it. I've got to stop it at some point. It got too powerful.
That's just fundamentally funny stuff. I have an idea though. I have an idea. Funny stuff. No, wait. That's too long ago. That's too long ago. Actually,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
just laughing at Brandon Smith and Jared Hargraves. Bro, why is Brandon Smith placed second? Not the one. Figure this out.
So, I don't know.
I've completely messed up the entire that was very loud.
chronology of it, but we're back to the start. Okay.
That was very loud.
This kind of says take a look.
Hassan says, no, we are not doing this again. I think we are doing this again. We are doing this again. It has to be a 1 year, heritage, tradition.
I had, at halftime,
Mhm.
noticed that one of my viewers was streaming as well. I
Yeah.
think that's the context of it.
Interesting.
And someone asked, like, if they... what was
I'm
the
going to skip
context?
forward,
Just
actually. I'm
remind
going to
me.
skip forward.
His potential is higher than that.
His potential is higher than that.
higher.
His potential is higher than that.
This has to be clipped. This is an all-time moment. Can someone please screen record and send this to me? We're going one more.
Look how long it went. Look how long it went.
Potential is higher than that.
Look at that number of windows that are open. Like, look how deep that goes.
Is higher than that. I'm telling you. It's higher.
Is his potential higher than that?
This has to be clipped. This is an all-time moment. Can someone please screen record and send
I think I don't know. I think I might have waited too long. It might not loop around well. This is the definition of insanity. I think the more insane thing is that there's currently 29 people watching this take place.
potential is higher than that.
His potential is higher than that. His potential is higher than that.
I've got to stop it. I've got to stop it at some point. It got too powerful.
Yeah, I've got to skip forward. Okay, here we go.
Look how long it went.
It's so
Look at that number
small.
of windows that are open. Like, look how deep
That's
that
the
goes.
actual screen there. That's amazing.
Is his potential higher than that?
I think I don't know. I think I might have waited too long. It might not loop around well. That's all right. We're there now. His potential.
Definition of insanity. I think the more insane thing is that there's currently 29 people watching this take place.
His potential will be higher than that.
His potential is higher
Only 23 watching. Your potential is so much higher than that. Yeah, I've got to skip forward. Okay, here we go. It's just taking too long to come around, though. It is. There's too many of me. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That's amazing.
We're on the 13th iteration. Magnetic, sorry, what are you saying? Leaguie, your potential is higher than that. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think I might have waited too long. It might not loop around well. That's all right. We're there now. Yeah, I think I've got to call it. It's taking too long to come back around. That was fun, though. That's a lot of me. That's way more me than I think anyone should be reasonably comfortable with looking at it at any one given amount of time. Oh, dear. Do you think he has more potential? Absolutely. Although I think Green Cobra stopped streaming, so we'll try it again tomorrow. I could get it going with just modern me. Like, I could recreate it, but it's difficult when you get the old one. Can you show us the big Mally route on stream? Okay. When's the second day? Monday. It was gonna be yesterday, actually. Which was one of the reasons why I didn't wait yesterday? No. Thursday. Which is one of the reasons why I didn't stream. There was a while back, we would just at halftime look up big things, like the big banana or big swoop. That's the big old route. Like I said, it's one of the fundamentally biggest routes I think I've ever seen. Do we have time for an NRL grid? I feel like we've used up most of this halftime break, so I don't know. Chico says, "Oh, I remember that nostalgia." Yeah, it's weird to think that was like so long ago. You know, doesn't feel like it's been all that long. I'm getting an ad that I haven't seen before with Josh Kerr in it as a giant. That's weird. What am I looking at? Have any of you guys got this ad before? Oh, it's for NRL cards. Got it. Leaguie, you must look at the big prawn in Ballina. I think we might have to save that for after this game because they're about to come out onto the field again, these two sides. We've got a genuinely really intriguing game happening at the moment. Oh, the Joker's out on the field. That's cool stuff. I'm going to make myself some tea. Back in but a moment. Bang! Okay. You know, I was wary of the fact that the Roosters might lose today, purely because I was worried that I would then have to stream the next two games and like just be fundamentally annoyed, right? However, I think the opposite effect has happened, where because we won by such an utterly bombastic quantity of points, I don't want to move on from that game. I actually want to go back and watch the press conference. I watched the highlights. Could we just stop, like, pause for a sec and just analyze the performance that we put in? So I'm like, Warriors, Dolphins, Roosters, bruh. Like, Shookies is where it's at. So, yeah. But this is a really good game of footy. It is. It's a rare one where the side who is, for all intents and purposes, on top, is not winning the game. Could run their Jermaine cycle. Leaguie, you had the entire population of Mauritius in this stream. That is quite a lot of people. Oi, let the Finns have their moment. I mean, I hope they don't have their moment. As much as I like the Finns. That's great, Magnetic. I'm very happy for you. Cat's not happy about the Warriors. Are you a Dolphins fan, Katrina? Okay. Camperera now. Solid catch there. Tackled by Stone and Lemuelu. Ray Stone had to pull Lemuelu off him because he couldn't find his feet. Interesting one there. Anyway, Tama Boy is in at dummy half. Gets it to a charging Alile Tower. Guy who has very, very positive modes. I was looking, sorry, at the NRL letter, and the fact that the West Tigers are in second is incredible. Roosters in third. Oh, that's gorgeous, bruh. That's so nice. Warriors will, I think, win this still. I would tip them to. And overtake us, but that's fine. That's fine. Even Rabbitohs, if they win, might not necessarily overtake us. Alrighty. In the hands of Chanel Harris Tavita. Beautiful kick from him. It landed quite nicely. Isako's got it. Gets it to the hammer. Bit of a nothingy pass, but solid run there from the hammer in the end. I like the Finns. I love the Wires more. Yeah, I think that's a good way of summing it up. Leaguie, can you show us the New South Wales Cup ladder? Is that because Bears are on top? Is that why you want me? Yes, it is. It's because Bears are on top. Are you aligned with Storm this year? No, you're not, because Storm have their own side. Who are Bears aligned with? That's nice. You are alone. Damn. To be alone and be top, that seems impressive. Leaguie, I've been to this stadium before. It's a great stadium, despite being round. I am curious about it. Why would you have a oval stadium in New Zealand? That just seems unusual to me. I guess just for more capacity? But they play on rectangular fields. Alrighty. Good work there from Simons, pulling back Cartine to a peaky. I know he's not a very big player, but anyway. I think my mental, like, desire will be back in this next game. Because Storm and South, like, that harpens back to me to the 18-19 era where, like, it was us, South, Melbourne, as the top teams. Even actually, in some respects, back to 2013-ish, where it was Melbourne, Manly, Roosters, Storm. So, it's this thing called cricket. I don't know if you've heard of it. They get crowds that big to cricket in New Zealand? Really? Because it doesn't even look big enough to me to be a cricket ground. It's somewhere between, like, SCG and ANZ Stadium. ANZ, wow, that's Accor Stadium. Because Accor Stadium is also a bit of a of an oval. A couple of Warriors down in back play here. Two of them. There is, like, they've got a massive advantage, and they don't spread the ball there, the Dolphins. They do finally stop the game now. It's between Barnett and, I think, Chanel. Cricket's huge across the ditch. I knew, like, they had a team and all that. I didn't know it was that big. Yikes. That is a bad head clash. They're both going to have to go for HIs. Yeah, Barnett is split here. Hello, my day's been good. I mean, with the Roosters winning like that, can't have been a bad day. Can't have been a bad day at all. Bro, why aren't Wires winning? I think you should probably go out and let them know that they're behind on the scoreboard, and then they'll start actually playing well. NZ just hosted the T20 World Cup. What? But, like, there's a very finite number of nations where cricket is actually, like, any reasonable amount of bigness. I didn't know it was big enough for... I mean, how big is this stadium? It'd be 40K? Henry Stadium. Ah, 34k. Okay, that's not actually as big as I thought. Let Dolphins win. I don't feel like they're going to be doing that. Thoughts on NFL? Not as into it as you might expect. It's stop-start. I've tried to get into it before, and I like Madden, kind of. Vaguely, but yeah. At Leaguie, can I start with the war quotes, please? I'd rather you didn't. Thank you for asking, but just because it gets quite a lot. We've had our ANZAC celebrations, and of course, you're free to do it yourself, but it takes up a lot of the chat, so. All right, Fisher Harris, fresh onto the field to replace Barnett. Now for Tuivasa-Sheck, good offload there. Tackled there by Avarillo. And Ray Stone. I always hear Ray Stone in Michael Ennis's voice after he scored late for Parramatta against the Melbourne Storm. It's big in relation to their population. That makes sense then, yeah. Hey, Leaguie, remember the scuff stream you watched on my YouTube channel? I def said weird things. I don't think I actually heard you say anything, but I do remember very briefly watching, yes, one of your streams. It's true. All right, Asako now. Dummies tackled there by Camperero. The sideline's there for him. Camperero nearly has the ball there anyway. They do survive there, the Finns. Fuller doesn't go away from the sideline exactly. He might live to regret that. They go again, but still can't get him over. Thoughts on shower interviews? Well, yeah, that's the other context in which I remember Ray Stone. Get ready for war. Bring out your spears. West Tigers are ready for guns, ready for war. And the Panther. Katarina, are you okay? That was words. Like, words were said. No doubt about that. However, did they mean anything? Is the question. All right. Kick there from Isaiah Katoa. Caught there by Tane Torpiki. So good work from the fullback. He was replaced last week, I think, at fullback by Chance. Chance not playing in this one. He must have got injured again. Again, I feel that I've missed a lot of games this year. Yeah, because Chance is out as well as Niokore. Anyway. Low-key want to do an RL26 career mode only if it was good. Well, I would have been doing content on that game. I don't know how I would have found the time, but I would have been streaming it at least once a week. But yeah, anyway. Did Jean-Claude say that, Chico, or are you just guessing? All right, pass there from... In fact, no, it just dummies. Shania Savita doesn't pass. In the hands of Wade Egan now, this will be the last. Tamar Boyd will kick from about 30 out. Hits it in the air, tackled by Katoa, but got the kick away. Underneath it, they've tapped it back there, the Warriors. Dolphins end up with it. Yeah, in reference to what Tiger Walker has just said, if you are remotely interested in Rugby League 26 or even sports gaming as a whole, I highly recommend watching Matt Galaxy's video that he released today. I got the privilege of watching it before it came out. He wanted to know my thoughts on it, so I had a little, very, very minor role to play in it. But it's very good work. It's genuinely good investigation content. So he did well. He did very well. Genuinely, why couldn't they get EA? Too expensive. Too expensive. It's just, we need... I feel that there's ability for the game to grow through having a good video game. Barnett failed HIA. That's big. But... it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing where, like, you have to have a big enough player base for an EA game to have its effect. Then again, it's not like EA sports games are great. I was playing FC25 yesterday, a player career mode. My God, the transfer systems that in that game, for you to be able to choose what club you go to next, they are terrible. I was an 18-year-old Dutch striker, 76 overall, scored about 50 goals in the Eredivisie because my difficulty was quite low because I just wanted to chill and have fun. And the club I wanted to go to, Borussia Mönchengladbach, weren't interested in me because I had only had 148 shots on target, not 160. So I couldn't go to them. Ignore the fact that I just shattered the all-time goal-scoring record. Didn't want me because I didn't have enough shots on target. Knock on Finafuiaki. That was tough because it was 6 more. Yeah, but it's way better than Big Ant. It is. Yes, no doubt about that. Are they going to challenge this? The Finns, I believe it is. No, Warriors are. Did you say shattered or shattered? That's actually a very important question. I said the R. The R. But yeah, stupid. It honestly, like, I was so annoyed last night. It had me saying... This game is fundamentally stupid. It had me saying that game was fundamentally stupid. And I really want to enjoy a player career mode. But... yeah, they won't win this challenge. I think it's hit his head and then his hand. Yeah. They won't win this challenge. Low-key, FIFA 22 was way easier to transfer. I don't have FIFA 22. I have FIFA 20. But then there's certain characteristics of the modern FIFAs, like being able to play at your team's highlights, that I prefer, rather than having to play all of the old games. Do you think RL26 is worth buying? No, I very strongly think it's not worth buying. Admittedly, I am someone that has not played it for quite a while, but I haven't heard very good things. Let's put it that way. Okay. Leaguie, have you watched the Avatar franchise? I have not watched the most recent one, just because I've heard kind of good things about it, but just, I don't know, the branding put me off. Like, okay, they had Avatar, and then they were like, oh, let's have Avatar but water. And then like, oh, let's have Avatar but fire. And it's like, okay, well, like, we're pushing things here, aren't we? All right, Katoa. So they do get the ball back here at the Dolphins. In attacking field position, Hammer gets away from once, tries to step inside Boyd, does. We'll get tackled there. I'll talk about my thoughts on it, Expat Ollie, after this attacking sets. All right, Plath gets it to Gilbert. Now in the hands of Isaiah Katoa. Now for Trey Fuller. Straightens. Can't quite break through the line, but does well. Oh, but he's lost the ball, actually. Like Alasima with it in his hand. So 30 minutes left in this game. 4 points the margin. Warriors did well to survive that. It's been a very cagey first 10 minutes here to this second half. So, yeah, the thoughts on that video that Matt Galaxy made. I don't have many, to be honest, because I don't know anything beyond what he said. I am very curious as to there always being two sides to a story. And obviously, I think that a platform like Glassdoor will inherently be slightly biased, because it's like the same principle as someone more likely to leave a negative review than a positive review on anything. If you like your job, I don't think you're inclined to necessarily go on the internet and write about it. Whereas I think you probably are if you don't like your job. So there's maybe a bit of bias there. But you can't deny the stories that are said there. Whoa! Wow!
For the highs, for the lows, for the left, for the right, for the lovers, for the fighters, we all stand as one. That is, one sport, one nation, one people, all loving rugby league, journalism that we didn't ask for, and refs.
That really, I don't know if you meant for that to come out like an absolute bot, but for the highs, for the lows, for the left, for the right, that bang, that was brilliant. Thank you so much for that. $31 from you, Dean. 31. That's insane. How many are we up to now in terms of dollary doodahs? 72, and I think they're pretty much all from Dean. Brunchy donated 10, but other than that, it is Mr. Roaming to Rome, and that's not even including the bits that he cheered. Penalty for the Fiends here is, have we got a bleeding face here from Trey Fuller, or is it just that he's got that red chalk on his head? It's going to be a penalty, I think, for trying to force him over the sideline here. I donate, but, you know, I don't want to. That's all right. I don't want your money anyway. I don't want Lancaster's blood money. Leaguie, the game's been out for almost 2 years now. They still don't have New South Wales Cup or the Special Cowboys jersey, citing licensing issues. It's been out for less than 1 year. I'm almost certain of that, because I remember where I was. Yeah, it's been out for less than 1 year. But them not having New South Wales Cup is diabolical. Oh, knock on there. Two of us checkers got it. Can't quite find Lofiana Camperera, but that'll be a double knock on, I think. Yes. Feels good to get a 10-stream streak on ANZAC Day. Really? 10 streams? That's good stuff. What blood money? It's not blood money when it's obtained by Redacted. I'm glad that you followed on with that, that line of joking. Or were we joking? Legman, I had ChatGPT make me a speech for the Storm based on Winston Churchill never surrender. That was a whole thing we used to do as well. We used to have, it was sort of the Trump impersonations before the Trump impersonations were cool. Where we would have ChatGPT say, come up with like a pre-game intro for the next game, but in the style of a historical figure. The go-to would be Senor Trump because he just has a unique way of speaking. Why are the ANZAC and Indigenous jerseys not on Rugby League 26? Probably because it is a decent amount of work, I'm assuming, for not a lot of return. All right. Tanner Boyd, I think, is... no, it was a forward pass. I was going to say, has he forced an error? Anyway, an error's happened here for the Dolphins. That is for sure. That cannot be denied. And Tanner Boyd was up and about it. That's all I saw. I was instead reading chat. So I fundamentally don't know what's happened here. Let's see. Yeah, that's just a forward pass. SV says, it's been good. A good game. I left and came back 30 minutes later, and it's the same score. That is a good sign. LM, thank you for following on Twitch. How many followers are you up to now on Twitch? 1255. That is big numbers. Bring back the Buzz impression. Well, I mean, it feels insensitive now that Buzz, you know, rest in peace to him. He's not dead. He's just, you know, retired. So, I don't know. When will we get that kiwi fruit? Probably never. I just don't. I get weird about fruit that's hairy. And I know that you don't eat the hair on the kiwi fruit. So, like, that's kind of fine. But I get weird about holding it even. What's your earliest rugby league memory? A Nesta 2010 field goal versus West Tigers. Prelim? I'm pretty sure it was the prelim. Bro, they genuinely need to put the little effort in, such as the New South Wales Cup, the jerseys, and having players' pictures, because I find it so annoying submitting my team list and seeing only names. That's a good point. That's actually a very good point. Look at that knock on by Herbie Farnworth. Dolphins are inviting the Wires back into this, has to be said. I don't see them not scoring next. I just feel like they will. They're going to challenge us, though. Bang. I haven't eaten kiwi fruit skin, but apparently Lorenzo says you can. At the Leaguie, quote of the day is real is rare, fake is everywhere. That's a pretty grim quote. Leaguie, I donated $5 during Storm versus Wires. I told you to buy kiwi fruit, so where is it? I did something that I think you would have appreciated, WTF. Unsuccessful challenge, by the way. I went to Coles, like, immediately after that stream. Like fully. And I was like, I'm going to buy a kiwi fruit. Sat down and on a park bench on the way there and thought to myself, what would WTF want me to do? Spend the $5 on a single kiwi fruit, or potentially have double the amount of kiwi fruit that I would otherwise have. So I instead took a slight detour and went to Canberra Casino on my way. Went to the roulette wheel and put it all on black. Put a whopping $5 on black. All or nothing. Unfortunately, we did not win. So I ended up kiwi fruitless. But I went for glory. I aimed for the stars. And I don't think that that's something you could really criticize me for having done. Okay. Egan. Now to find Jace Fisher-Harris. I miss Ezio and Connor Kenway. Are they game characters? I think I know Ezio. Is Connor Kenway Detroit Become Human? I think there's a Connor in that game. Or are they both Assassin's Creed? There we go. Dead League Square thinks it's Assassin's Creed. All right, now in the hands of James Fisher-Harris. Close to the line. Egan. Go out the back to find Tamar Boyd. Kicks for Kurt Katewar, but it's not dead. I've actually, speaking of Assassin's Creed, I really want to go back and play the DLCs of Assassin's Creed Origins. Assassin's Creed Origins is just such a good game. I'm going to stop donating so you stop wasting my money on gambling. NRL Head, I will be real, I don't remember the last time you donated, so I don't think that's going to be a massive hit on my bank account. Should I get a Porto, Subway, or nothing to eat at all? You should get Zambrero, because it's supreme. Hey, it's this song! I like this song. It always plays in the second game. Telegraph Hill it's called. I don't know why. This one always stands out to me. I made a bit of money playing 2-Up today. Oh, yeah, 2-Up. I've never actually played it, but I obviously know it's the ANZAC tradition. All right. It was Dallin who went up for this. Yeah, missed it completely. Came off Selwyn Throbo. Selwyn Cobloaf, actually, as Coach Carrigan used to call him. When was the last time I donated? Don't know. SV says, I've just got Zambreros. What's the order? What's the order from Zambrero? I've given myself, by the way, handcuffs. Elastic band handcuffs. We need a Waluigi wah for the Warriors. Wah! Is that what he sounds like? That's going to get clipped. Catewell, off the back of a forward pass. Damn. Warriors have had their opportunities, but are just a little bit smelly, to be honest. Did you know BJ Novak is in a Spider-Man movie? What? Who's BJ Novak? And what is that short for? At the Leaguie, surely you didn't waste my money on Please Say Bella is Special on a Barbie doll called Bella. Believe it or not inclined to buy Barbie dolls. No, that's not my style. That was more SpongeBob. That's true. That's a weird-ass thing to say, Katrina. Anyway. Have you ever eaten fried duck head, organs included? It's honestly excellent. No. Have you ever eaten unseasoned bull testicle? It is not excellent. Or is it wah? Is that what he sounds like? I think it more sounds like wah. I don't know. The only game I've played that includes Waluigi's Mario Kart. And I never play as Waluigi because I'm a Toad enthusiast. All right. Now in the hands of Jake Avarillo. Gets it to Isaiah Katoa. Out the back to find the hammer. Oh, all ends up there on Trey Fuller. Beautiful hit by the Warriors defense. Okay. That would be really funny, Hassan. That's going to be so good. All right. Now in the hands of Teensel Pinky. They kicked it on the Finns. It's been a weird old start to this second half. I know that we're a solid 19 minutes into it, but both sides just not really doing anything. All good, Eli. No worries. Bull testicle, no, but other testicles, yes. I am not going to ask any further questions.
That's why you get the big bucks.
I better see that kiwi fruit soon.
Fine. I will do my best to remember. Doubt it's going to be for tomorrow, though. So then that, I think will have to be next week. Benjamin Joseph Novak, The Office. Benjamin Joseph. I type in Benjamin and Netanyahu comes up. What an algorithm I have. Novak. Oh, that guy. I know that guy. He's got a weird face. Yeah, I mean, I've seen him. Leaguie, do you think I'll beat Smart Guy in the Sim League today? Who do you play as and who does he play as? Alright. Google pushing Big Yahoo for you. I thought Google and Yahoo were two competing things. But apparently so. Alright. 6 more there for the Warriors. I think they score here. Come on, surely. Let's get some points. I want to see Rugby League points. I'm used to 15 tries a game now. This isn't acceptable. Egan at dummy half. On the second. They go to the left-hand side. Now in the hands of Boyd. Short ball for Laban. Jacob Taliban can't get there. Quote, I know that guy. He has a weird face. That's the quote of the day now. Fisher Harris. Ooh, picked up a little bit there by Stone. Anyway, didn't go beyond horizontal. Nothing wrong with that. 2 more to go here in this set. Egan will go to the right-hand side. Now in the hands of Tanner Boyd. Short ball for Alasima. Can't get an offload away. All right. 1 more now. Egan goes to the short side. Torpiki. Dummies. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Tane Torpiki. Dummies absolutely beat them all ends up. They had the numbers there, but they couldn't handle Tane Torpiki. Beautiful work. Warriors are level. It's a matter of faith, baby. A matter of faith. There's a warrior down, though. There is a warrior down, down, down. Oh, and there's a bit of RG going on here. I wonder if we could potentially have an 8-point try. Close game in PVL ball and or oxymorons. That's not true. Low scoring game in PVL ball, but not close game. That's very true, WTF, yeah. Although the game has only gone for an hour. Yeah, Flegler playing center somehow. Yeah, he regretted it immediately, but tackle off the ball completely. Yeah, and it was a little bit high as well. The tower's still down. Wrong score? Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you, Tiger. I think it's going to be an 8-pointer. Yeah, they're getting into it again here. Look, Flegler immediately was sorry about it, the banana farmer. Shout out to him. I think that's an 8-point try, though. Yeah, the dummy beat him, all ends up. Yeah, Fleggy was then shouting at Dallin. For the winger going for the big front row. Damn. I truly believe we're going to see a game with 100-plus total points this year. I don't, although we've got very close. We've got 2 80s this round. I don't think we get 100 still. Or 2 near 80s. I don't know if it would be a sin bin. Oh, he's still down here, though. Maybe because Leitao is staying down, it has to be a bin. It'll be an 8-pointer. Big moment in this game. I cannot find my yellow line. I pressed the animation, could not find the yellow line. Bang. Yeah, Avarillo was beat all ends up there. It's a head clash, sure. I could have heard penalty sufficient, to be honest. I could wear that argument. But yeah. It's a reasonable call. Given that that's the try to put them level, potentially put them ahead. You don't have to will put them ahead, because it'll be an 8-pointer. It'll be a try, an 8-point try, and a sin bin. It's rare you see that. Will it not be an 8-point try? It should be an 8-point try, I would think. Oh, actually, I don't know the exact rule. Maybe when it's a sin bin, it's not an 8-point try. I get into this every single week, so I'm not even gonna start. I'm not even gonna start. Tamar Boyd with a kick. He's not kicked very well so far today, but it's 18 all, 17 minutes left. Warriors in prime position. He hits it. That does hold its line. Beautiful work. 20 points to 18. That is not the right animation. Will be unfathomably real. It is a goal. It is not a field goal. They have not also scored 129 points. Want to be clear about that. I just fat-fingered the the button. 20. Look. We're close to the end of game 2. All right, that's my excuse. I'm so sleepy still so late yellow square emoji. It is quite a late yellow square emoji. From you. You should go a bit quicker than that. Thoughts on all the trips from the Bulldogs last night? It's weird that it happened twice. I don't know. It kind of makes me think that maybe we missed some. Aaron Clark is through the middle. And it said Ellie Katoa. Where has that come from? Anyway, awesome work there. Tamar Boyd now. Dummies. And they've knocked it on there. Yeah, Clark. Not Clark. Boyd. Tanwar Boyd. Whose name is not Aaron Clark. Was caught in 2 minds there. decided to pass way too late, way too low, and that was a really wasted opportunity there. I don't know why that wasn't an 8-point try. Anyway. Work of the farm and being on an overnight before, that means I'm real sleepy. I work on the farm. That I can understand. I have no reason for being sleepy other than sitting in a dimly lit room with a light on my face for the last few hours. It might have been that, Eli, to be honest. Might have been. 8-point try is when the try scorer gets hit high in the act of scoring the try. I was under the impression, and the ruling in this would evidently show that I was incorrect, but when it's just a penalty conceded on a play in which a try was also scored. Especially for something that's sin bin worthy. I didn't think... there's no logical reason why it should have to happen to the ball carrier. Oh, Avarillo's in trouble here. Avarillo's in some Barney rubble. He's coming from the field. I think he's dislocated something on his hand. I can see blood. I can see a lot of blood coming out of that finger. I woke up halfway through the Roosters game. Well, the second half was much like the first. Or any foul play, but it has to be the try scorer. Well, okay, I will absolutely concede to not knowing the rule, and evidently you do, but that seems quite illogical to me. I get that it's a very specific circumstance that we just saw take place, but why should it have to happen to the person carrying the ball when you can rightly give away a penalty to someone that's not carrying a ball in normal circumstances? Leaguie, did you see my order? If you didn't, it's a chicken burrito with no onion or tomato and a little bit of lettuce with rice and black beans, guacamole and cheese and barbecue sauce. That's a banger of an order. That's a banger of an order. Actually, I haven't got Zambrero as much as I should have this year. But mine is always a vegetarian one because you get double beans and double rice. Give me them beans. Give me lettuce, tomato, onion, corn. Do they have corn? Yeah, they have corn. No sour cream. Guac you get for free as well in the vegetarian, and garlic sauce. Oh, it's hot. JC posted another rant vid. Yeah, I'm not surprised given the scoreline. I'm not going to Roosters Broncos next round, no, but I will be going to Roosters. Is it Cowboys? We play a Magic Round. I'm going to Magic Round anyway. That's cool. Happy birthday to your cousin, VGT. VGT. Yeah, I know what the difference is. A penalty try is and an 8-point try. Yeah. All right. If you get the loyalty card, Toby, you get 10% off effectively every time. That tends to be an okay price. Gilbert now for Katoa. Gets it to the hammer. They've stripped them for numbers a little bit out there. Asako one-on-one with Campanella. Sideline beckoning, but it will be held there. If they concede while a man up, that is like fold the club. That would never happen to any self-respecting rugby league team to concede a try when the opposition have a player in the sin bin. Great work on that take there from Tentor Picky. Did Leaguie swear? No, I am going up on the Friday morning. Then going back on Monday. Not going to Origin 1. No. Oh, all good, nickname. All good. All right, Jackson Ford now with a run. Does well. Gets up over the 20, but that's going to be the 4th. So they're up against it here, the Waz. Healy in a dummy half. Gets it across the fine by Monga. Who I feel that lately I've been identifying and separating from how the seamer a bit better. Not going to Origin 1. No, I've got exams, unfortunately, around then. Good catch there from the hammer. Actually, well, what's the date of Origin 1? I still probably won't go, but I do now have my exam schedule. '27th of May. I actually think I might be alright with that. Could I go to Origin 1? Sorry, I know that this isn't great commentary from me or anything like that. Low-key looks like I maybe could. But I would like to stream it as well here, so. Unlikely I'll go. Unlikely I'll go. But anyway. All right, offload there. I think Waz have got it. That's poor from Herbie. He has had some great moments in this game, but has had some pretty poor ones as well, unfortunately for him. What about Women's Origin 2, as it's on the same week as Magic Round? Unfortunately, no. I would have loved to have been up there for that. That's the Thursday night. And I have gone to it before in years that I've been at Magic Round, but couldn't get the extra day off to go up for it. All good, Keto. See you later. Thoughts on Wild sponsorship with Wendy's? It's I just something about Wendy's I like. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that it's a not Australian thing, and I just think it's therefore a bit more exotic. And they've got a good social media team as well. Fisher Harris gets it now to Shana Harris Savita. Underneath this one will be Dallin with Tenny Selesniak. They don't catch it. I think it was Gilbert who ended up with it in the end. What's he doing there, Tommy Gilbert? Legman, do you have a job? This is my job. And believe me, it takes up enough time to be a job. It really does. Sold out is, I don't know, maybe Origin 1 is sold out. I have no idea. The Fahu is staying down here. For him to be out in the field probably means that someone has gone. Oh, yeah, right. Avarillo, of course, has gone down. See here, Nafahu. It was Dallin who was around him. It's not a traditional hip drop. He doesn't land on the back of the legs. Which year did you go to Women's Origin at Suncorp? Maybe I didn't go to Women's Origin at Suncorp. I don't know. I've been up there twice. Which year did I go to Match Ground up there? No, actually, I'm thinking I didn't. I've been to Women's Origin in Canberra. I don't think I actually did it at Suncorp. Is that game sold out? Which game? No matter what game, I don't know. I don't know if games are sold out or not. Which Wendy's is it? I think it's the same as the American ones. This is a good watch, Magnetic. Granted, I have been a little bit disassociated for the vast majority of it, but I hope that the next game following this is a bit like it. All right. 3.5 minutes left in the sin bin period for the Dolphins. If they can get a try against the run of play here, it'd be huge for them. Fuller holds the ball. Oh, the game I'm watching, this one. No, this one's not sold out. All right. Finifuyaki over horizontal there. No, it's ruled to be okay. Now in the hands of Platt in a dummy half. Gets it to Gilbert. Still some more to go here. Kartoa for the Herbie. Tackled there. One more to go here in this set. 9.5 minutes left to go in this game. All good, Mandic. See you later. Plath for the last. Gets it to Gilbert. Now Kartoa. We'll put a kick in behind. It's weighted beautifully well. Ball's live there. Did Kartoa ground this? He's claiming a try. We're going to look at this. I don't think he's got it. I think it's been grounded by a Warrior. But the Dolphins have brilliantly managed this sin bin period. Let's see here. It's Pereira versus Trey Fuller, two of the fastest players in the game. Is Pereira potentially tackled before he got the ball there? I think he does. I think you have to say he does. I think Trey Fuller has contacted Pereira before the catch has occurred, yeah. Penalty was... I agree with that call. I do. What sport you want to remove so that League can grow? Unfortunately, because it's not a terrible sport or anything, but the biggest barrier to rugby league growing is rugby union. It's unique in that I don't think there are two major sports in the world that have to contend with their direct rival like that so much. So yeah, it would be rugby union. What exams you got to do? Conflict of law is one of them, and I think litigation and dispute management is another one. All right. Vaimonga into the line there. Close to the halfway line, a little bit shy of it. Now steps just about over it. Still 2 minutes left to go in the sin-bin period, but this will be the last possession that the Warriors get while a man up. I just realized that was a poppy on the overlay and not a cartoonish gunshot wound. Wow. After how long, Nick Dave, have you been in the street for? Knock on there by Jace Fisher-Harris. That's poor execution there from the Warriors. Look, they lead, but it's not been a good second half from them. It really hasn't been. Should I get ChatGPT to generate some notes? Nah, that's all right. I've got some notes. So I heated up some ANZAC cookies, right? To put them in this bowl. They have now congealed. They are the singular ANZAC cookie. The entity of ANZAC bickies. Ow! That's really tough. That hurt. Why are they so small? I don't know. Ask Coles. Bring back the Magic Round scoreboard. You mean like the bright green? I do actually have the overlay still, but I won't be using it this year because I'll be at Magic Round. Those are overbaked? Well, probably because I heated them in the microwave beforehand. Alrighty. Katoa at the back to find Fuller. Beautiful pass to Jermaine Asako. Will he go back in field? He won't. Got a double Bondi Burger, chips, and unfortunately Pepsi. What do you mean unfortunately? That's rage bait, bro. You are rage baiting me, and I'm not going to buy into it, Dean. I'm not going to buy into it. Kick from Katoa. I think there were a few Dolphins offside there. Hammer's got it. Hammer just tackled with it. Good work from the Wires. Look, it's weird. I kind of feel like the Dolphins might score again. But time is well and truly running out. I don't think either of these teams have been very good. At all. Jaden Barrel won today. Congratulations to Jaden Barrel. That's good stuff, SV. You're a man of taste. Heating too much of the microwave will make the weirdest texture. Well, yeah, evidently that's what I've done. They knocked it on? Oh, gee. This game is so odd. Like, there's 6 minutes to go. 2 points in it. They've just knocked it on. And they're not, and commentators aren't saying anything. Crowd's not really necessarily that into it. I don't know. This is a weird old one. Will Angus play this year's World Cup? I don't think so. I think he'll be off to Union as early as he can be. This game is weak. I know. It's an odd one considering the crowd out there. I guess probably because it was the home team making that error and there wouldn't be a lot of Dolphins fans there. This is a huge set. And yet it doesn't really feel like it. You know? Doesn't feel like it. Is it just me? It might just be me. Okay. Here we go. Flegular into the defensive line there. Up over the 20. That'll be the second. 5.5 minutes left in this one. Max Plath goes to the right-hand side in the hands of Isaiah Katoa. Underneath him finds Francis Molo wearing the number 10 jersey. Max Plath is at a dummy half again. He's calling plays off to the left. Instead goes to the right. Katoa. Short ball to find Lemuelu. In fact, it's Fina Fuyaki. Tackled there by a bunch of Warriors. It was a good effort there in the end by the defensive line because that play was absolutely on. Fuller's in a dummy half, going to the left-hand side. Katoa now, out the back to find Tommy Gilbert. They've got an overlap here. Plath finds Farnworth. The rushing defensive Dylan Botanis and Lesniak does shut down that play down the hands off the Hammer. Trey Fuller stepping back in field now, in and around the middle of the park. Tackled there by Jacob Laban and James Fisher-Harris. This will be the fourth now. Gilbert, short ball to Thomas Flegler. Crash play. Not quite there, but my God, he's close. One more to go, and that will be the changeover. It's not one more to go. I miscounted there. Wow. Wow. Ezra Mann played well yesterday. That he did. Ezra Mann was brilliant yesterday. Clark onto the field. Again, maybe it's the commentators not giving us enough energy, but that's a huge moment in this game. Like, for the Warriors to have survived that defensively is great. Yeah, WCF, that's a bit diabolical. I won't lie. All right, up over the 30 now. Forward. is tackled. Healy will be in at dummy half now. 4 minutes left to go. Healy running out of dummy half. That's good work from him. Solid 10-meter play. Solid 10-meter play. One more to go here. Clark gets it to Tamwar Boyd. Big long kick is what's needed, and that's exactly what he does. Down the throat, though, of the Hammer, who will take this up to about the 30. It's not a terrible place to start. You set there for the Finns. Could Katoa hit a 2-point field goal? Could it happen? Lorenzo, that won't happen because I'm not a Dutch citizen. I'm an Australian citizen. Plath now play. Gets it to Trey Fuller. Gets a late offload away to Max Platt. That's very, very good work. Back in field for the Hammer. Oh, there was danger there. Big danger. They will be too close, I think, for the 2-point field goal. And Flegler knocks it on, goes back and shouts at Max Plath. Katoa's not happy about it at all. That little loss of field position, that could well be what forces them to maybe take the 2-point field goal later on. Breaking news, Tedesco died. Oh no! Anyway. They were really kind of having a go at each other there. Flegler and Plath and Katoa after that. Not a great moment. Plath is on report for what? Alright, 2.5 minutes left. This is kind of tense now. Warriors with the ball. I expect they put in a decent set here. Dolphins are sort of first forced to work out of their own end. They might get in range vaguely for a 2-point field goal and they'll miss it. Have you got Storm or South winning? Storm, but not confidently. Indian or Chinese food? I prefer Chinese, I think. But they're the top two. Like, they are. They are the top two. Japanese is good as well, actually. Glad Turkey's back on the F1 schedule. I don't really know much about Turkey. In the years I've followed Formula 1, Turkey hasn't been one of the races. I'm not familiar with the track at all, but I have heard good things. Okay, here we go. Tamwar Boyd now. Getting it underneath to Jackson Ford Focus. Playing this one on the 30-meter line. Healy's in a dummy half. Gets it to Taintor Piki. 2 more to go here. In fact, this will be the last. Healy will be in a dummy half. 1 more to go. Goes to Tamwar Boyd. He's going to put a kick up. It's going to be very, very good work from the Warriors, regardless of where this lands. Gets it to the Hammer. Gets away from 1. And this will be knock on Warriors, are they saying? And in fact, descent. That's huge. That's huge from Dallin. Giving away a penalty. The situation was Dolphins coming out of their own end. Now, that's 20 meters that is just given away. That's a big 20 meters. Big 20 meters. Who's going to win the World Cup for League? My tip would unfortunately be Australia, but I hope it will be anyone else. Alrighty. Wow. I can't tell which team wants to lose more. So true. So true. Gilbert finds Katoa. Now the Hammer. Fuller gets it to Isako. Beware the sideline. Alright, so they've made the halfway line. Again, I think that this is going to be 2-point field goal territory rather than try territory. Hammer gets it to Katoa. Oh, that was a risky pass for Herbie. Hits it up to the halfway line. That's where they started that. They need better than that. They need better. Okay, you got a few PCMs there. Good work. Just run it hard and straight. That's exactly what they do. 2-point field goal is the play. It's absolutely the play. Although Flegler has worked them well off to the edge there. That is not what they needed to do. Katoa. Well, in fact, it will be Isako. Hits it. And he's missed. He's missed. That's it. That's going to be all she wrote for that one, folks. They went very, very deep. Way deeper than they had to go. It was, I think, pretty stuffed up, to be honest, by Tommy Flegler. He came up with the error on that last play, but then there was the one... Sorry, the last set. But there was that one there where, yes, he got post-contact meters. Yes, that was useful in terms of distance to the goal, but he just worked it so far into a corner. That was pretty terrible work, I'll be honest, from Thomas Flegler. Wow. Would you do Super League Magic Round, New Everton Stadium? If you mean going to it, I've been to Super League Magic Round before. At St. James Park in Newcastle. That's all she wrote, folks. 20 points to 18. It was one of the games of all time. Truly one of the matches of Rugby League I've seen in my life. We have, I think, 2 minutes until the next game kicks off. And there's going to be the ANZAC ceremony. I am going to actually play you guys a little clip here We have had 2 ANZAC ceremonies, so I'm going to get into this one as fast as I can so I don't miss too much of the third. But there's a brilliant little reel that came out yesterday by Matty the Waterboy from Bloke in a Bar about Tallis Duncan and his sort of ANZAC history in his family. So I'm going to play that for you guys. I normally would not play anyone's content on my stream. However, I know Matt personally, and I'm sure he'd be completely fine with me doing this.
I'm feasting at Penrith dominance right now. I would like to tell you.
That is not the right reel. This one.
I was with a couple of South players yesterday, and we were talking about the game this week. And we were talking about how Tallis Duncan comes from a military family. And they were like, yeah, he is full on, so proud of his military family. He gets really, really up for this ANZAC Day game. I've done a bit of research on kind of Tallis's family. So his dad is a chief Navy diver and has been for, I think, 2 decades. So is his uncle, so his dad's brother. And apparently they've, worked together quite a lot. His mum's in the army. His older brother's in the army. His sister was also in the Navy. So full military family, the Duncans. And just like I looked at all the interviews that he's done the last few years, he speaks with so much pride and passion. He doesn't speak very much to the media, Tallis Duncan, and when he does, he doesn't give a lot away. But when he speaks about this specifically, he just gets really up and about. So it doesn't matter what edge he plays on. I think he's scoring no matter what. He's just going to have that extra leg with everything I just said about his family that he's so proud of, and just the ANZAC weekend is so special to him. And they're going to. They do have the full, for those who don't know, I'm sure you do, but they do have the full last post and the whole ceremony there. So, yeah, I think just all those reasons, I just reckon he's crashing over.
That's Matty the Waterboy from Bloke in a Bar with a brilliant little piece on Tallis Duncan. A son from a military family. And of course, today holds a lot of weight to anyone in the nation of Australia. Naturally, it does. We all care about this country and the things that our military has fought for. But when you have an even more specific link like that, it's quite special. So, yeah. They're doing the last post now at Amy Park. I'm going to be quiet throughout this.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
GG nervous at times, but we will take that win.
The third game for today. Melbourne Storm, South Sydney Rabbitohs, ANZAC Day footy. That was a pretty special intro, as it always is. Let's get into the teams for today, because we do have some changes. The Melbourne Storm do the exact same thing as they did last week against the Canberra Raiders, making the late change between Manaia Waitere and Nick Meaney, swapping them around from centre and wing. Into the forwards, there's no changes, but on the bench, we do have some. We've got Hugo Peel. He was named, sorry, initially, but Joseph Pahulu was not and comes on, as well as Ed Corsi coming to that final spot. Any South fans know potentially why Keon Koloamatangi's on the bench? Is he coming back from injury? No, he's not. It's interesting that Sean Kepi, the Cappuccino, shout out to him, is starting over Keon. Should have been Storm and Wise today. Well, I don't mind the fact that it's 3 games on ANZAC Day. That's kind of nice. It was on the bench last week. That's interesting. I don't get that. Oh, geez, look at that. Fireworks coming out of that guitar. He's on the bench because he will cook in an impact role. He will cook in an impact role. However, a South Sydney, a team with the luxury of giving away potentially a bit of a start. Leaguie, who do you think will win? I think Melbourne Storm will win. But I'm not making that prediction confidently. I'll end the poll and put up a new one, because I'm very, very curious to see who you guys think is going to win. I think potentially this could be the day that a record is broken, because the Bunnies have never won in Melbourne, but also the Melbourne Storm have never been so vulnerable. If Storm lose, title gone? Oh, no, I don't think we're at that stage. Look at Penrith last year. You can't rule out a team like this. Lauren Brown liked my comment. That's nice. What was your comment? I was the only person in the server tipping copy tipped Dolphins. At first, I thought it was elite ball knowledge, but now I look like an idiot. That is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. George, I do not think Storm will lose. No, I do not. Which is, you know, it's odd for a competition like this in round 8 to be tipping the 15th place side over the 5th place side. But this is a really good game of footy. This is a really good game of footy. I'm still in the camp of people who are just, this Melbourne decline does not make any sense, and so I'm going to keep tipping them. Sorry, yes, Highlanders. I in fact noticed it, and then I thought I'd go back to it. Said GG, nervous at times, but we'll take that win. You take the 2 points whenever you can get them. Yeah, it was very, very far from a polished performance by your New Zealand Warriors, but as you know, when you're a Warriors fan, you take the wins when you can get them. You're cementing your spot in the top 4. It's very good stuff. Can Storm unironically play well this year? Absolutely they can. They can turn it on, beat South by 20 in this game, and it will make sense. You will look at their roster and go, yeah, hang on. They've got Hughes and Munster in the halves, Harry Grant at hooker, probably one of the most attacking threats at fullback in Suafa-Alongo, Warbrick and Howarth on one edge. That's destructive. They've got the likes of Stefano and Josh King. Like, yeah, duh, of course they won by 20. Or they could lose this game and God knows. All right, I'll get the clock going. This will be a more high-energy stream, I think, from me. This game. Because the last one, I'll be honest, I didn't really, like, I didn't have much skin in it. This one, I just think is a really high-profile game. Who stays up, Spurs or Hammers? Hammers, I hope. All right, we've got a whistle here. Yeah, Trenton Air Force, just go back and play the ball a little bit more shallow than what he did. Josh King now. Up to just shy of the 40. That'll be the last. They get it to Jerome Hughes, who'll kick from inside the 40. It's angled beautifully. Bounces in the field of play. That's a 40-20. On the first set of the game, Jerome Hughes hits a 40-20. When was the last time you saw a 40-20 kicked on the opening set of the game? That's unreal work from Hughesy. Dufty wasn't across it. I mean, look, the ball was potentially threatened out on the full, but I'm very confident. I'm very confident that's a 40-20. Yeah, and in fact it is. Look at that. Lorenzo's happy. Lorenzo's very happy. I commented a JT gif on the post of her being given VC for Queensland. Oh, that's nice. All right. So now in the hands of Surfer Alongo. Stormses. I did say I didn't know who I wanted to win this game, but normally with a game like that, you start watching it and you realize very quickly whether you want a player to break a tackle or not. And I absolutely want the Melbourne Storm to be breaking tackles in this. Error by Josh King. He's saying no chance. Harry Grant, I think, is thinking of challenging this. I don't think they are going to challenge. No, they weren't confident enough in the end. Thoughts on me having a domain? You have a domain? I have a domain. I think I technically own, like, the Leaguie.com, but I haven't put anything on it yet. Because that's a whole different thing. Do I have that? Oh, yeah, I did have it. Website expired, though. The account has expired. I didn't know that it could expire. Why did you put hearts next to the bunnies? I put hearts next to everyone. Except teams that play against the Roosters. Dean, I am trying. They are interested, potentially. They didn't say no. Put it that way. Alright. However, if I am on the Channel 7 commentary team for the Rugby League World Cup, I should not be eating ANZAC biscuits throughout it. Sorry, I'm a hungry hippo. Mitchell kicks from inside the 40. Doesn't angle it for a 40-20 though. So far longer now. On the wraparound, gets it to Nicholas Meaney. They look so hot with the collars, bro. The white collars. Oh! WTF says, how long before Dean Young starts feeling the heat? Dragons are 0-8 in the season, yet he escapes a lot of criticism. I know he has mates in the media, but surely it can't be radio silence forever. That's good stuff. Thoughts on the game City Skylines? I tried to get into it a few years ago. Couldn't really. But then I started playing a game recently. Anno 117, I think it's called, Pax Romana, with some mates, which feels like exactly the same thing, except Roman. And I'm really enjoying it. So maybe I would enjoy City Skylines now. Alrighty. So now in the hands of Hughes again on the last. Hits it. Late hit, potentially? No, it won't be. So Dufty now will go into the defense of Joe Chan and Jack Howarth. Curious to see how Sir Cheezel, the Cheezosaurus Rex, goes in the back row today. He's obviously a player who's not necessarily accustomed to playing in that role. I've never known him as a back rower, but that hit on Jerome Hughes, given that it wasn't deemed to be illegal, proved to be quite good. Can we get a door reveal? No. Because it has on it a fire evacuation plan, which would reveal the building I live in and where I live in it. It's crazy to see the contrast between Foran and Young as interim coaches. They couldn't have had more opposite starts. Sure. However, it's an incredibly small sample size for Dean Young. If they come out of the bye and win their next couple games, although granted, I don't know who they were against. Did someone say, I think it was Panthers, actually. Is Panthers on it? Yeah, Knights, Panthers, Warriors. Oh, dear. They come out of the bye. Knights, Panthers, Warriors, Dragons. Sorry, Knights, Panthers, Warriors, Broncos. That's tough. However, then we're talking in a completely different light and say, oh, yeah, they're largely the same thing. 6 more. Bang. When is the chair giveaway? I quite like this chair. I spend, like, honestly, at the moment, about 80% of my day sitting in this chair, which is not a good thing. However, it is true. So I am not inclined to give it away very soon. Who do you think will win between Eels and Manly? Manly. Could go either way, but I think Manly at Brookvale. Foran's first game coaching at Brookvale as well. Yeah. Even though they're without Turbo. Oh, was that a knock-on in the tackle by Trent Loiero? I think it was. Adam G rules that. I saw Adam G actually coming out of the Roosters Knights game the other day. And I was in half a mind to go talk to him, but I just feel that probably when a referee's leaving a stadium and a fan comes up to talk to them, their first thought is probably going to be, oh, there's going to be some abuse here. And I didn't want him to have that initial thought. And then I even thought, okay, I can praise him here. I can say, you know, love your work, all this stuff. And it would sound sarcastic. So I thought, I'm just not going to say anything. Alrighty. So it was a knock on by Trent Loiero. They're blaming Brandon Smith here, who in the scrum is lining up at lock. Cameron Murray's obviously going to be playing lock, surely. I think they just want Murray to not be involved in the scrum so he can be in the play. Alrighty. Garlick's in a dummy half here. Gets it now to find Jackie White, and 6 more there, intentionally given away there by the Melbourne Storm. Off the back of the scrum. You see a lot of sides to it. Garlo gets it now to find Tallis Duncan. That's a good run from him. Quite physical from the young Maltese eligible back rower. Now in the hands of Jamie Humphries. At the back to find Junior Totola. Up over the halfway line. You can see the marking of the centre circle. I'm assuming Melbourne City or Melbourne Victory who played at that ground recently. Walker, it's a risky pass. Finds the child now. Alex Johnston. Fa'alongo came across, and with the help of Jerome Hughes, tackles him. In fact, it's the help of Harry Grant tackles him. Now Latrell gets it to Cody Walker on the 4th, and the hands of Tavita Totola. Tackled there by Stefano, Trent Loiero, and Cooper Clark. What is that, WTF? Alrighty. Walker with a kick in behind. Oh, that wasn't exactly diffused properly there by the Storm. But Harry Grant, he's picked up by Latrell by the jersey there. Yeah, Harry Grant wasn't happy about that. He has a bit of a nun look at the moment with the jersey up over the head. 100% of the players whose last names start with X are Maltese. Isn't that just Sherry? Is there another one? All right. Grant, look at that. That's so hot with the collar up, bro. It really is. Loiero now. Into the line. Holds the ball nicely. Fa'alongo, I'm glad, is okay after last week. He was in a very, very bad way throughout that game. All right, Clark, that's a good run from the young back row. He's finding his own now. Cooper Clark, how old is he? He is so low profile, he doesn't even have a page on NRL.com. Dufty's done very well on that set to start. Yeah, broke pretty much 2 tackles there. That's brilliant work there from Matt Dufty. Bellamy's not happy with it at all. Dragons officially can't win the premiership with 50 put on them. Did not expect that. I know, I would have tipped them for the comp until today, for sure. Would have tipped them for sure. I do remember you, Stacey. You're Stacey, who's not actually named Stacey. 6 more there, halfway through the set as well. That's a terrible time to concede that. Latrell, tap on for Alex Johnson. That is silky as you like. South Sydney are in for their opening try of this game. I want to see this try assist by Latrell Mitchell. I don't know if it touched him, bro. It came from Matt Dufty. He did really, really well there. That's poor defense from Josh King. Clark had a bit of a go at him, but couldn't quite actually hold him. And look at this play. It's off the back of the 6 again. Walker. Oh, that's a beautiful tap on by Latrell. That's beautiful work. Beautiful work. He's broken the record, storm the field. I love it. I love it. So looking at the poll, this is a very even game. 28 votes so far. 54% of you reckon the Melbourne Storm will win this one. I know they're favourites coming into this game, and I did tip them. But as I've said, I think this is a really genuinely 50-50 game. Speak for yourself. If anyone can break the curse, it's the 2026 Georgia Illawarra Dragons under the leadership of superstar halfback Carl Flanagan. We're talking first grade, not cup. No. Bro forgot Anthony Zouereb. I did. However, I thought we were talking about current players. All right, Latrell. To put them in front by a converted try. Hits it. Oh, no. Sprays it out to the right. So 4 points to 0. This one remains. Well done to AJ. Never thought he was going to do it. I mean, generational achievement from him. The troll wasn't happy about that kick. You could tell how angry he was with the expression on his face as he left there. Look at the sad Melbourne Storm faces in the background of that. Holy. Yes, Sherry's the only current first grade player. There we go. Balker knowledge, folks. Balker knowledge. Speaking of Balker knowledge, we haven't done the NRL grid today, which is amazing. But we haven't had any time between the games. Just like, as an aside, how much better is it having a Saturday where we don't have 45 minutes to kill between games 1 and 2? I'm back. How did the Roosters do? Let's not talk about it. I'm so sick of this club, man. Sometimes. I know, like, I wouldn't trade being a Roosters fan to anyone, but you take such a lead at halftime and then just can't put it together for 80 minutes. Let the opposition come back in like that. It's kind of really upset me throughout the last game especially, but I'm going to not try and bring it into this one. I'm just kidding. We scored 62 points. On the 4th now, in fact, this will be the last, South Sydney, through Garlic, gets it to Latrell Mitchell from just outside the 40, so he won't go for a 40-20. Puts a bomb up. Under this one, we will war brick. Tackled there by Brandon Smith. Yes, but Leaguie, we haven't done grid today. Yes, that's what I said. We'll do it at halftime of this one, probably, though. I'm so sick of this club. What do you mean you could score 70? Disgraceful performance. I know, bro. Conceding points, unironically, to the Dragons? What is this? Okay. It has genuinely been a struggle trying to get my American friend to understand that just having the try record doesn't make AJ an immortal. Yeah. It doesn't even make him one of the better wingers of this generation. I'm sorry. And like I know that South Sydney fans will hard disagree, but there is just more to being a winger in the modern game than scoring tries. And again, I would argue that a lot of the tries he's scored, although he's brilliant in terms of his positioning and all that, most wingers could have scored. I believe that wholeheartedly. Maybe Hall of Famer with the record, but I think of this, let's say of his career, To'o's a better winger. Brett Morris is a better winger. I think those two objectively are definitely better wingers. I think you could make a solid case for Daniel Tupou being a better winger. From the perspective that I think, well, people call out that bias, but the physicality of him in his yardage meters, brilliant. His aerial ability, brilliant. And I don't think there's been many years, if you take the record out of it, there's been many years that have gone by where you would say, oh yeah, Alex Johnson was a better winger this season than Daniel Tupou was. Addo Carr, also definitely a better winger with what he's been able to achieve. Probably other guys I'm forgetting. Raj Raja didn't have the longevity, but certainly in his time was a better winger. So, can you really say that then AJ is a Hall of Fame player? I don't know. So you're saying LeBron has the most points in the NBA, yet still does not rank him above MJ? Not what I said, no. I said it doesn't necessarily make him a Hall of Famer. Also probably, like, I don't have the basketball knowledge to rate LeBron or Michael Jordan, but yeah. AJ is just a good finisher. Yeah, there's not a hell of a lot more to his game, and that's incredibly impressive. There's a reason why he achieved the record he did, but I think that there are more complete packages in the wing, even just in this era. Yeah, but Liam, again, okay, so you're putting all of those other players in the Hall of Fame as well? I don't know. How much do we value the record? I personally, when I look at a Hall of Fame player, I view that as a how good was the player, not necessarily what the player achieved. Who are your top 5 wingers ever or currently? Dufty or dangerous? Dangerous. Bit of a half break. All right. Walking now to find Alex Johnson, the man I'm openly slandering. Now, Brian To'o. Probably Kiraz would be in my top 5 as well. I'm probably blanking on guys here. I keep thinking of players and I'm like, nah, surely he's not top 5. Like, Mark at it, I wouldn't have his top 5. Who would you guys have? Give me some suggestions here. Kick from Humphreys there on the last. Underneath this one's going to be sort of for Alongo. Maybe we're in a bit of a lull when it comes to elite wingers. We're in an elite fullback era, that's for sure. Man, don't know if he's a winger, mate. Not sure. When you look at, like, the Premiership winning team having one with a wing pairing of Mariner and Karapani, like, yeah, I don't know. Penalty Melbourne. Coming out of their own end as well. That's tough. Let me think. Talangi would probably be somewhere around in and around there. No Manly players, no Knights. Eels, Adokar, I don't think is there anymore. Jenkins on form. Yeah, you give it to Jenkins. Talius Taruva is a solid shout. Roosters, I think Tupou and Ngani Tawase could well be in that conversation. Mulatalo's good at the Sharks. Yeah. We got a little bit of a stinky period of wingers, I'll be real. They're just kind of all as good as each other. Hughes, short ball to find Trent Loiero, sorry, Joe Chan. Bizzard, Fox, Coates. Oh, Coates. Yes, Coates is there. Coates is there for sure. I'm forgetting Coates. Kraz, Milky. I think Milky is not as good as for similar reasons as AJ. But Milky's very, very good in his own right. I can hear it. I can definitely hear it. Taruva is in with a shout as well. All right, Grant now finds Munster. Puts a kick up over the top. Underneath this one is going to be Meany. Campbell Graham, though, gets that one very nicely. Do you think Man's foot was on the line last night, Legman? No. I think that there was the angle from the top that showed green in between the boot and the line. Just about. Teo says, Tupou is clearly an all-time great. Well, I don't know the extent to which this is me actually holding this opinion or me being biased, but I would say that Daniel Tupou is a better winger than Alex Johnston throughout his career. He's going to retire probably as the second all-time top-scoring winger. Not the first, I get that. Different things. However, Tupou is by far a more complete package. Has contributed more to his team's successes than Alex Johnston has. Okay, surely AJ gets a run at winger once before his retirement. What? AJ plays on the wing. What do you mean? Then Johnson, rage bait. Nope. He is more physical. He is better aerially, which, like, the physicality of a modern winger is an incredibly important thing. And I'd argue as well he finishes more difficult tries, even being a bigger man. Oh, is that going to be another 40-20? Dufty's tapped it back in field. Geez, Dufty's done well there. When Tupou and Johnston were both in their prime, Tupou was playing State of Origin and Johnston wasn't. Yeah, I don't think he does get Origin, Hasman. I mean, I'm thinking of players to put on the wing for New South Wales this year, and HA didn't enter my mind. Happy ANZAC Day, buddy. Have you seen JC's rant after that Dragons performance? No, I have not. Knock on there by South. Maybe we'll look at that at halftime. George, I cannot show a clip from Castleford versus Wigan. Although I know the clip that you want me to show. I can play it if you want. It's this one. Oh, why is it not playing? Is my sound not working? Yeah, my sound isn't working. What the hell? You guys haven't been able to hear music, have you? I don't know what's going on. There we go. Now it's working. Anyway, Melbourne are on the attack here. Meany for the corner. Oh, sets back in field. Close, but not there. Let's see it. I can't show you, but I can play it. Get him off the field. Hughes stepping around the middle of the field. This will be the fourth tackle. Grant will be in a dummy half. Going to the right-hand side. Doesn't find Chan. Instead goes out to Howe with cut-out pass. Stepping inside a few. Gets an offload away to find Stuart for Alongo. The space in front of him, but he can't quite take it. Damn, you fixed this. That breaks you. A very unusable code. Not a coding thing. That was purely because my wire for my headphones is a bit shoddy. Knock on there by the Melbourne Storm. Damn. Damn. He's walking around. He's getting his steps in. Strava loves Craig Bellamy at the moment. The pass from Munster, well, it wasn't a bad pass, but Meany just wasn't quite there. Meany, welcome to New South Wales Cup. I think that's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh. Look at the South fans. They love it. They love it down there in Melbourne. Hello, Mr. SV. Good to see you. Okay, that's pretty far, Lorenzo. I know you don't like me You think I'm not passionate enough with my club, but at least my passion's positive. That's not positive at all from you. ANZAC cookies are so freaking good. I'm sorry, but I am addicted. I'm absolutely addicted. Because you're winning games. I've supported us in a season where we finished second last, and I still was not calling my players that. You can say what you want, but I think, and it's just my opinion, being a supporter means you support. You don't say stuff like that. What would you do if your dad robbed you right now? Probably ask for it back, because he's a nice guy and would give it back to me. Oh, knock on their sewer far longer. Oh, dear. Oh, dear sewer. Yikes. That is giving a golden opportunity here to the South Sydney Rabbitohs to make this game 10-0. The League's Big Toe says, not a South or Rooster fan, but Tupou is the better winger and more cute. He is more cute. However, I think that my Big Toe would be a Sydney Roosters fan. Oh, no. Brandon Smith, Sir Cheezel. He's out injured for the rest of this game, redone his calf. That is devastating for Cheezel. I'm so sorry. All right. Humphreys. Now to find Cody Walker. There's numbers. Latrell, 2-on-1. Gets it to Johnston. Brilliant try there from AJ. Again, though, I think it's that kind of try that's just, like, that's all the tries AJ scores. When you picture Alex Johnson scoring a try, you picture him going over untouched. And he's done it again there. Dude, that sound once again didn't work, did it? Or did it? I couldn't hear it. Okay, anyway. Yeah, you guys can hear it. I can't hear it. Now I can hear it. You know what it is? So I bought this headphone cable from Big W the other day because my old one broke. It's terrible. It's so bad. Brand new. Doesn't work. Just inconsistent, right? It connects and then reconnects all the time. Now, that normally wouldn't be the biggest of problems, except these headphones are pretty flashy. And so when you connect them via an aux cable, there's a Canadian woman who says in my ears, aux. So literally just then, right? I heard it go, aux, 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 aux. Because it just kept going in and out and in and out. Who are you going for? Melbourne the Stormsers. Trell hits it. And that one works a lot better. 10 points to 0 it is. South Sydney on top down there in Melbourne. They've never done it before. Could this be the day? Could this be the day? Yeah, it's okay, Lorenzo. Look, again, like, just don't be too vulgar, I suppose. But, well, yeah, I'm mostly just saying, say what you want to say. How very ox of you. So true. SOS, SOS, save our storm, save our storm. I don't know why you're calling for Sean O'Sullivan to save your storm. I'll be real. He's not going to make much of an impact. Eli says the storm are not particularly good. It's just because you're not playing Eli Katoa. Okay, it's said orcs to me 4 times. I'm binning off this headphone jack. My OBS is struggling. Leaguie, how do you get the live chat like it is? Go to Streamlabs. Very good website. Alright. Now in the 4th here, Garlic plays it. Humphreys gave it to Keon Kalamatangi. Let's see the impact he can have off the bench. I was critical of that decision to start this game, but it's proven to be a bit of a masterstroke now in hindsight. Humphreys hits it from the halfway line. Underneath this one will be Nick Meaney, who knocks it on. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Dearie, dearie me. Bellamy's not happy. Un-Melbourne-like errors. You know what? Maybe Nick Meaney, welcome to New South Wales Cup. He says up the Perth Bears there, Tiger Walker. Future Perth Bear, Nick Meaney. That's a poor error. I did say that, Eli. However, I said it intentionally because I knew it would get a bit of a reaction from you. Storm put 50 on South in flag with Bill Fraser as 18th man. Not a good sign. Who is Bill Fraser? What's the significance of that? Please let Storm lose, as it would be so funny. It would be. I said coming into this game, I wish both sides could lose. And I won't really care either way. Like, there's positives to take out from both these sides losing. Welcome to the Dragons, because you're playing like them, mate. I don't think even he would go there. That's one of the things of all time to have said at the Leaguie's big toe. I love that your profile picture is just my LinkedIn profile picture. Mr. SV, I mean, I wouldn't like you to completely copy it. You should come up with your own anyway. You should have a point of difference. Otherwise, you need to give people a reason to watch you. South Sydney fans don't need a reason to watch their team right now because they are absolutely killing the Melbourne Storm. They are in yet again. What, respectfully, is going on? Like, huh? Come again? Hang on, to be clear, SV, like, you can use this same layout, but, like, come up with your own graphics and stuff. You should. AJ hat-trick? No, that was Campbell Graham. That was Campbell Graham. Yeah, Storm don't make the 8. I'm still not at a point where I'm believing that. I'm not there. I ain't there yet. They've got a lot of quality still to come back into the side. Now, they need to improve a hell of a lot, but I think they can and will. Trell, please kick this. I mean, is there a particular reason why he shouldn't? What if he doesn't want to? This Storm downfall has been a long time coming. We've had to wait a bloody long time for it, yeah. At the League, I can't help but notice ever since the Storm joined New South Wales Cup, they've been crap. Is this perhaps a sign that New South Wales just doesn't get a rugby league? No, it's actually the complete opposite. When they were in Queensland Cup up against Queensland opposition, they were able to thrive because Queenslanders don't get rugby league. Oh, that's off the post. So they were able to compete very, very easily against them. In fact, they thrived. Now that they're in New South Wales Cup against actual opposition that understand rugby league, they are terrible. They are just struggling all ends up. So evidently, you've been lawyered. Kick missed. Still, 14-0, that's not bad. Holy Apparoni, I'd say wholly owned. Rugby League is a fundamentally stupid game in the best way that it is.
This game is fundamentally stupid.
Fundamentally stupid. Wait, so what websites do you use? Streamlabs. Just Streamlabs. Everything else is my own stuff that I have personally made on Canva. Oh, and some of the animations are made by Smart Guy, who I don't think is currently watching, but he's a member of the community. You can't own me. Slavery is outlawed in Australia. Yeah, I can't own you legally. But when has that ever stopped me? Walker now. Oh, beautiful pass to Latrell Mitchell. Standing in the tackle. Gets an offload for Cody. He's got support inside and out. Sets outside for Alongo. Is taken there eventually by Harry Grant. They should spread it now to the left. Sorry, to the right. And they do. Keon now. To find Cameron Murray. Humphrey stands in the tackle. Can't get an offload away. Could have gone better there. Could have gone better. All right. One more to go here. Latrell, he's popping up on the other side of the field. Puts a kick in. I think surely that's too big. No, it's been knocked dead, in fact, by Sofa Alongo. Great result. Souths are all over them right now. Oh, the 14-0 curse. That's why you wanted him to kick it. Who should be the 20th team in your opinion? Good job on the France video, by the way. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed that video. It's one of the best I've made, in my opinion. For me, the 20th team should absolutely be a South Island of New Zealand team. I think there's a revolution of rugby league over there right now, and it's an opportune moment for us to capitalize on it. They also have a brand new stadium that's being built in Christchurch, which would be awesome. The size is perfect for a new rugby league team there. Slavery is legal in Australia if your paramilitary organization possesses enough firearms. Not the basis upon which I have personally done it, but sure. But sure. Do you think Roosters get the win next week against the Baby Broncos? It's not exactly the Baby Broncos. I know they've got a lot of outs, but there's still a hell of a lot of quality there. But yes, I would be tipping us in that game. Quietly confident. Dufty's in. It's 20-0. It's actually going to be 20-0. Huh? What? Come again? Squeeze me? Not that I want to promote betting odds, but look, I just was curious at the odds for Roosters Broncos next week. Roosters $1.50, Broncos $2.59. I would have it closer than that. However, I'll take that, mate. If we can beat Brisbane and be 6-2, oh, that's gorgeous stuff, man. That's gorgeous stuff. Manly or Eels? Manly. 50-point curse is real. That you can't win the comp after conceding 50, yeah. Oh, but yeah, Melbourne conceded 50 to Penny Panthers. Yeah, it's true. 14-0 curse is deactivated. That's good. For Souths. I'm now, you know, like, okay, I've basically accepted that Souths are going to win this game. So I'm now at a point where I just kind of want to see them put on a cricket score on Melbourne and just absolutely break them. You guys are not beating the Broncos next week? Okay. Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? Kick here from Latrell. Oh, that's again off the post. He's hit the post in back-to-back kicks. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. It's 4 tries to 0. But he can't quite kick him at the moment. Poor little Latrelli. He's not little, is he? Yeah, damn. Matty Duffy. Matty Duffy. Do you agree that tonight was the loss the Dragons needed to have? No, I do not agree with that. Is that a... I don't know if you mean that sincerely. I think any of the previous 7 losses could have qualified as that as well. Excuse me. Can Rabbitohs score against the Storm? Well, with the scoreline being 18-0, I'm inclined to say probably. Leaguie, the Fassiphone Bombers beat Brothers today in the opening match of the ANZAC Day A-grade triple header at North Tigers. I am so enriched mentally for knowing this information. Thank you for sharing it with me. This has truly transformed my outlook on the global economy. Blood is not Reece Walsh. Matt Duffy? No, of course he's not. But he's got a rugby league try there. League, if you move to England, would you do Super League live stream or still NRL? I would still do NRL. However, I'd try, I guess, to do a bit of Super League content. I have often thought, what's the feasibility of me not living in Australia but still doing this content? In the end of the day, I couldn't collaborate with people as well, so... Egg says, I turned down tickets to this game. I fully thought it would be a Storm trouncing and not worth it. I regret everything. Do you live in Melbourne? I guess I just always assumed you were a filthy Queensland resident. Assume you're a Queenslander, but yeah. Oh, not Matt Duffy. Lachoff, Eddie, the poster missing. True. However, is Reece Walsh really the metric for elite goal kicker? All right. One more here. Ewan Aikens bang for a penalty. They play it. They get it out to Cody Walker. Puts a chip in behind, and it goes over the sideline. I think that was probably intended. Interesting. Country Vic Queensland expert. There we go. I don't blame you. You know, being from Queensland and just wanting to get the ever-living hell out of there. I would do the same if I was that way origined, for want of a better term. There's a penalty there for the Melbourne Storm, so that's going to help them. 7.5 minutes left in this first half. If they can get 1 try before halftime and go in 18-6, that's a sniff. That's a rugby league sniff. 18-0. There's going to be soul searching that has to be done. Oh, that's a shame, NRL head. Sorry to hear that. Hey, so what the hell is this game? Yeah, it's a good question. This game is fundamentally stupid. Fundamentally stupid. All right, Liera now to find the chin Alec McDonald. I don't think he should be allowed to play rugby league personally, because when you have that, like, oh, excuse me. When you have a chin like that running at you, like, it's like if I was carrying a pike or a spear or something. I ain't going near that. I'm danger. Like, I'm aware of the danger of lacerations as a result of that chin. I don't think it should be legal. Anyway, Hughes. Now to find Howarth. In fact, it bounces past him and Warbrick knocks it on. Jeez. He's gone. Craig Bellamy's gone again. They could have just shown that same footage from last time. If anything I've been trying to get back. Came here as a teenager when dad joined the RAAF, did uni, met the wife and had mini egg. Harder to go back up with that set down. Sure, buddy. No, of course, of course. Hashtag Nathan Cleary's chin was offside. I read that as Nathan Cleary's shin, and I was like, hang on, that's not how you spell shin. Where have I gone wrong here? Low-key, what is happening with Stork? I know, I've never seen the Melbourne Stork so bad. The Storks are actually, there is a sporting club in the world that is the Storks. Might be more than one, I don't know, but ADO Den Haag, the soccer team from The Hague, are Storks, because the stork is the bird, the animal of The Hague. George, the Melbourne Storm coach often kind of goes walkabout, but he did it because Will Warbrick knocked it on. I think they should rename them to the Melbourne Stork if they miss the 8. Latrell's having a good game out here. He's having a very good game. Bro, if they get another before half-time, oh, lordy me. Murray, underneath for Keon, there's space. There's space. He doesn't have support, though, not quite. Hubner was there, but probably wasn't going to make the line anyway. They don't go for the Latrell side of the field. Humphries, short ball. Duncan's over. He holds it. He gets there. Tallis Duncan, Matty the Waterboy, is going to be celebrated right now. He's the one that called it. Tallis Duncan makes it 22-0. I hate hearing that sound. But anyway, I don't mind it at the moment because I'm unironically wishing them an absolute drubbing here. Is he going for a walk because he's going to kill Warbrick in the sheds? Quite possibly. I don't know if he's back in time to see the fact that they've conceded yet again. I thought it was a mistake that they didn't go Latrell's side of the field, but it was a bit of a juggle there from Tallis Duncan. Holds it, scores it. He's got something in his jersey. It looks like he's kind of carrying a ball underneath his shirt. I don't know. Anyway, gets it over. Beautiful work. Sol might need to turn their Instagram comments off. Yeah. Has it hit Munster at all, the ball there? I don't think it has. Like, man, I need someone to settle a dispute with my friends. I'm a Queensland supporter, but I was born in Canberra. They say I must go for New South Wales, but I always tell them that the ACT is not in New South Wales, so I can go for whoever I want. What are your thoughts? In rugby league terms, the ACT is actually New South Wales territory. True story. If you are a player from Canberra, you are eligible for New South Wales. I'm 90% sure of that. So, you should go for New South Wales. We haven't got try confirmed just yet here. The 167 podcast has released its last episode. Really? Is that... Are you joking? Or is that a thing? Jeez. Penny for Cameron Monster's thoughts right now. Try confirmed. Okay. Let's go. He's happy about that. He's happy about that. Then we need to make Northern Territory eligible for Queensland. Well, the Northern Territory is not encased in Queensland, though. Hit that from the trail. There's a goal. South Sydney 24. Melbourne 0. Oh, Bellamy's head's in his hands. Look, if it's any consolation to Queensland fans, I don't think that Canberra really contributes too many players. But I think one thing that makes it quite complicated is that the vast majority, I would say, of Canberran players do at some point live in and around the New South Wales area. Queanbeyan and maybe Jarrah Bombera kind of areas. I'm actually looking at a map right now of the ACT, but Queanbeyan obviously I knew. So, yeah. I think that's what makes it a bit more difficult. But then again, wasn't Will Chambers from Northern Territory? He played for Queensland. I recognise your logic, Leaguie. However, many Queenslanders have been part of the Green Machine. I don't doubt that. However, there's many New South Welshmen have been part of it as well. No doubt about it. It's going to be a penalty to South Sydney. For a strip. Although I said strip or trip. Yeah, there's been heaps of Blues players. Hudson Young. I was actually, like, that was difficult. I didn't think I'd struggle that much to think of a Blues player that's played for Canberra. Thoughts on Family Guy? One of my favorite shows of all time. Potentially my favorite show of all time. I love it. Watching the first few seasons of Family Guy, even extend it to first 10 seasons of Family Guy, there were times where I thought this show is actually made for me. With all the references that it makes, I'm like, this is a perfectly tailor-made show for me right now. Knock on there from South. Hughes knocks on as well. So Melbourne will have an opportunity here. Bronx yesterday winning. Bunny's doing this tonight. Funniest timeline. I know. You know, Roosters getting a win as well. All things that we should be equally happy about. NRL better post Bellamy highlights after the game. I think he'd sue. Leaguie, I found a bird watching me through my window at night for like a week straight. It was a stalker. Oh, never talk again. Thank you, Leaky. I put a bet on Duncan on your recommendation. Well, it wasn't mine. It was Matty the Water Boys, but I'm glad that worked out for you. If the child was in with the boot, this would be 30-0. That's true, actually. It's been very, very close. You know, getting off the post a few times there. Leaky, I think you forget something. Queensland is everywhere, therefore Canberra is in Queensland. Oh, where is Canberra? That's in Queensland. All right. Hughesy back in field for Stefano Usoekomanu. Played there. Harry Grant gets it halfway through this set, holding the ball into the line. Tackled there by Murray and Keon Kolomatangi. Black or red? Oh, we bet on black. Now in the hands of Hughes. Knocked on there by Sofa Alongo. Latrell dives on that ball. I want to look at the error stats in this game here for the Melbourne Storm, because it has been grim. Ooh, 17 missed tackles was that's it, really. 6 errors up to 2. 6 errors to 2. When was the last time? Well, actually, last time Melbourne made 6 errors and a half was probably only last week. But in years gone by, when would you ever see that? Like actually, when would you ever see that? You wouldn't. That's the thing. Like, and that is fundamentally the stuff that's so confusing right now about this Melbourne Storm team. Damn. Storm was 16th. That is all. Bro, who's... Oh, Dragons are last. Yeah, but Dragons don't count, so they're basically last. Oh, Hughes kicks it on the last. Warbrick is chasing through. Johnson... Oh, it's going to beat them both anyway. Wow. More cheered 24 bits, and I can't imagine why specifically he chose the number 24 to cheer. Although it's just cheered 22, so that kind of ruined my theory on that. Kick Melbourne out the comp, says Sea Phantom. Honestly, let's do it. What do they bring? Respectfully, what do they bring? Lorenzo says, I don't give a S-word if Pappenhausen don't want to play no more. Get him in the sheds. Put the kid on and get him on the field right now. I love that. That's so funny. Ah. Jesus. What? Bruh. This game is fundamentally stupid. Stupid. This game is fundamentally stupid. NRL grid? Someone say grid? How have I never, in all the times I have brought up the NRL grid, described it as hitting the gritty? I feel that that should be a thing. Let's hit the NRL gritty. Oh, dear. Oh, that's not very good, is it? It's gridding time. That it is. Dean says, I know a Secret Rabbit supporter who has a YouTube channel. Who says who? Not a Secret Rabbit supporter, by the way. Just in case you were suggesting that was me. Alrighty. Will Chambers was born in Brisbane but lived in Nullannwee, aged 2 to 13 before returning to Brisbane. Okay. Just saying. Alright. Petro 7 to 7 team, man. I might struggle there. Oh, and DB 5 to 22, I might struggle there as well. So we need a Penrith player, a player who's played 250 plus games, and a Broncos player with petrol 70 cents a litre. Did Chris Heinsohn play for Canberra? No. He did not. So, for those of you who are new, this is the NRL grid. I would like from you guys recommendations of players. The nicher, the better, because then we'll score less points, and you're trying to score as low points as possible, that fit one of these categories. Just give me a player and give me a position, and then I will put it in. Did Blake Austin play 250? I really doubt it, unfortunately. I really doubt it. Only 7 Raiders have ever played 250. Excuse me. Panthers, Raiders, Corey Harawira-Nara. I've got a better one. Aikens. Oh, brilliant pull. I know ball. I am Manoa of ball. Tiger said Caleb Aikens. Well, there we go. I want to be clear. I said Caleb Aikens before he said it. Broncos and Raiders, Zach Hosking. That works. Is a current player. Can we go any better than that? If not, I'll send in Zach Hosking. Did Dynamis Louis ever play for Broncos? I don't think he did. Luke Prittis, Broncos Raiders. I've heard of Luke Prittis. Yeah, okay, we'll go with Luke Prittis. I think it's just better to go with an ex-player. Yeah, it's not a low score. And anyway. Wendell Saylor for Bronx and Petro. Would be correct, but can we do any nicher than that? Surely we can. I'm trying to think of the jerseys he played in and who else have I seen wearing those jerseys. I think Dell would be quite high profile. Alwyn Simpson, Petro Broncos. I'm not actually going to put that in, WTF, because I said this yesterday. I think you're looking up the answers. That was one yesterday where I'm like, there's no way you know that. There's no way you know that. So, Denon for Petro teammate. Yeah, maybe. Maybe? Like right at the... we can use a refresh. Oh, yes! I love you. I love when I can use Denon Kemp. Oh, that's great work. I love that that didn't occur to me as well. Oh, that's funny stuff. Leaguie, where would you put Manly on your favorite team list? Probably around the middle, if I rank them all out. That's great stuff. That is great stuff. Alrighty. Could have gone him as well as a Bronco who debuted 05 to 2010. Craig Frawley, bottom middle. Unfortunately, we already have a bottom middle there. Simon Wolford played 250 games and for Canberra. Did he play 250 NRL games? Are you sure? Like NRL era games? Okay. I've confirmed it. Apparently not. No, he played close to 250, but not 250. Oh, well, maybe before 1998 he played more. But unfortunately, no. Leaky Big Toe says, don't kick the desk that hurt. Wise ass. That is a great spelling from you. Jack Whiten for Raiders 250. Yes. Oh, that's a high score. Anyway, this is correct. Karen Walters, no, it's just NRL era. Just NRL era. Daniel Penesse, Riff, and Petro. Okay. Who said that? Oh, WTF said that. Wow. Who would have thought that WTF has the lowest score, again, of a particular slot? Wow. Sorry, WTF. I'm going to have to rule you out of these. I think it's pretty clear what you're doing, bro. I don't think you know a player that played 2 games in 2008. So, hello, Joe Ante. Feels like it's been a while since I've seen your name in the chat. Top comment on the Storm's Instagram I saw was, can we just quit the comp for the rest of the comp? Oh, sorry, for the rest of the year to make us happy. I think they probably should. No, we just knows ball, bro. Don't disclude. I don't think anyone knows that much ball. I don't think Rugby League guru himself would know that ball. So, no, I don't believe it, unfortunately. Hello, Mandenic. How's it going? Hey, Joe, I'm doing well. Luke Lewis for Panthers debut between 05 and 10. Yeah, let's do it. Luke Lewis. Oh. God damn, that dude played a long time. Wow. Okay, well, that's kind of ruined it, unfortunately. However, we will keep going. I'll probably just try and answer these ones, obviously, and then we'll get to a different one. Played 05 to 2010, played 250 games. Or debuted. Let's go Pierce. Pissy. Bronx debuted 05 to 2010. Boyd. Yeah, we actually scored average, which is not great considering we got one wrong. Barra, thank you for the follow. Good stuff. John Rugby League, inventor of Rugby League, would know that. Only John Rugby League would know that. And you are not John Rugby League. I'm pretty sure you're just looking up the answers. So, we did yesterday, so we'll have to go back again. Damn, we've got some stinky ones recently. Yeah, you had Sinbad Cali yesterday. No. No. It's clear. It's clear. Clear. Daniel Redacted. What? Huh? I don't get it. Okay. This I think I could do. Michael Jennings. Okay, hang on. Sammy Sonny Langi. Yes! That's not me looking up the answer. See, that's actual ball knowledge. I did you, Doppy, Dora, I know. What? Huh? 909, that's my bus. 909 is a reference to a Beatles song. Actually, no, one after 909 is a Beatles song. Jamin Salmon, Jennings' teammate at Para. Oh, yeah, true. Wait, hang on. That was 2018. Who else is in the 2018 team? Davey? I'm not confident enough about that. Mr. X Bro, thank you for following over on Twitch. What's this? Bernadette says, hey dude, can you share your TV so we can all watch, asshole? Since you asked so nicely, maybe just for you, I can do that. Just like since you were so kind about it. But I understand. It's very reasonable for you to think I'm an asshole for not committing crime and live streaming it on YouTube as well. That's so selfish of me. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? Or because you don't want to pay to watch a game that takes a lot of money to produce. And because you think that you should have that for free. And I'm not giving it to you, committing a crime by giving it to you for free. I'm the asshole. Have a think about that, Bernadette. Have a think about that. All right. By the way, mods, please ban Bernadette. I've not seen JC's rant. No, I thought we might watch it at halftime, but I don't want to show his it's not that I don't want to show his specific content, but I feel that you guys should go and watch his content on his account. Josh Hoffman would also be a shout. Yeah, let's do that. Josh Hoffman. Yeah. I think that probably would have been slightly better than Salmon. Jenny's teammate scored 15 plus tries in a season. You could have Roger, Tupou, Skidsy. I don't think Maloney would have ever got it. Minicello? This is a very Italian style song. Joel Reddy, Eels in 33. Okay. Oh, no, that is not how you spell that. Red. No, why must you lie to me? Broncos, Eels, maybe Offa Hingawe. Offa Hingawe would be correct. Is there anyone else who would be correct? Corey Norman. I think Offa Hingawe is better, though. Is there a winger? I'm feeling a winger. Leaguie, who did Jennings play for? Panthers, Roosters, Eels. And Roosters again. Leaguie, what's your Origin Game 1 score prediction? Queens, probably. I just don't trust Laurie Daly. I probably think Queensland win, to be honest. I don't know. Legman being the sport version of Friendly Shorties makes me feel better. I don't think I deserve those comparisons. However, I'm very flattered by them. He does infinitely more than I do. Anyway. Eels Broncos, Tom Opicic. That's what I was thinking. It wasn't a winger, it was a center. Opicic. Yes. How is that such a high score? Okay, anyway. Shibasaki for Broncos has scored 15 plus. Is there any ex-player? Corey Oates? I think going an ex-player is better than a current player. I feel. Yeah. WTF. What? I'm sorry, but you've randomly accused me of that so many times in the past, and it's just the opposite of the opinion I hold. I don't know where you get it from. I'm assuming you're joking because he definitely doesn't defend it. And that is not appropriate for you to joke about, bro. Please stop accusing me of defending freaking genocide. What are you talking about? What is What is wrong with you, respectfully? You can't just throw that accusation around. Okay. Kemp never played for Para, unfortunately, Kempy. Definitely not Danny Asada following. That's pretty funny. Opacic is low-key part Serbian. Either that or Croat. I can't remember. Did Tim Manor play age 33 or older? Sorry, to be honest, I'm kind of caught off guard by the WTF thing, because it's not the first time he's said it, and it's just, I really resent that quite a lot. So, yeah. Anyway, 15 tries over 33, Matty Bowen. Let's send it. Bowen. The bow and arrow. Why must you lie to me? Okay. Leaguie, did Jamal Idris only play for Dogs? No, he played Panthers, Tigers, I think, and also Titans. Lama Tarsi, Roosters, Broncos. Did the big Lama play for Broncos? I know he played for Roosters. Oh, what a pull. That's great stuff. I don't know if Norman played 33 plus. I don't know if he did. I think we can do better. Mitch Rain? He was a bit of an oldie when he retired. He stuck around a bit. I'm going to go with Rain. No! Really? Well, anyway, we'd already got it wrong. Game's about to start again. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, well, that was smelly. I'll just finish this one off. Michael Jennings, 15 plus. Let's go Tupou. Broncos and 15 plus tries in the season. Yeah, super. Oh, wow, that's a good one. I thought that would be a lot higher. Age 33 or older in Roosters. O'Donnell. You know what? I'm actually gonna send one a bit more niche. It might be wrong. I don't know. No, it was wrong. Damn. Ian Henderson. Thought Ian Henderson might have. Anyway. Here we go. Final half of today. Makasi Makatoa, bottom middle. Would have worked. True story. Would have worked. Yeah, Josh Morris was 33 or older, and I'm sure would have got 15 plus. All right, there's the kickoff to the second half. Here we go. Melbourne with a mountain of work to do. An absolute mountain of work to do. Magnetic says, I think Bellamy will be sacked this year. I think you are a silly Billy. I'm surprised Salmon is lower than Josh Hoffman, really? He's a premiership winner. Anyway. Oh, well. All right. So, Mitch Rain turns 36 tomorrow. I think he's playing Gold Coast A-grade comp right now. I didn't know he was still playing. I remember him retiring. Dufty, not that on, I think, but they didn't see it. All right. As it says, have you ever listened to Sade? I feel like she matches your music taste. I've not heard of Sade. I'll check her out. All right. Here we go. Duncan and Lockie Hubner tackle Joe Chan. They're now in the hands of Jackie Howarth. If Storm were owned by Marinakis, he would have been axed. Or if Storm were owned by Blueco. League's big toe. I'm going to be real. I'm going to need you to spell. Normally, I can tell. There's a fair few spelling mistakes that happen in my chat, so normally I'm able to tell. With you, with all due respect, I don't know what you're chatting about. Like, fundamentally, the levels of honk that is coming out of your keyboard right now is bombastically boisterous. And so I'm going to need you to just lock in right now and spell. If you could, would be great. Much appreciated. Okay, Leaguie, what do you use for the score on your stream screen setup? I literally just have text. Like, it's an OBS text file that I just update. I don't do anything special. And then, like, I manually edit it while underneath the animation that Smart Guy Tech made for me. To be honest, I have no sympathy for Storm fans. They enjoy too much victory. Yeah, nor do I. Nor do I. They, like, They're experiencing now what fans of every other club has had to experience. And even then, it's still early in the season. This could still turn around. Great offload there for Fa'alonga. Had Munster outside him, doesn't find him. Storm come back to win 25-24. Trust the Bellamy effect. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? What does that mean, Tiger? I can't figure that one out. We've got, I think it's Humphreys, who's a bit worse for wear there. Remember how I told you I'm at SBW? Yeah, just got food poisoning from his tacos. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's all good, Leaguie Speak to. I don't mean to belittle you. Just, yeah, need to have slightly better spelling for you to be able to figure it out. Leaguie, what do you think will happen if theoretically Craig Bellamy gets sacked? He will retire from coaching. I don't think he'd want to go somewhere else. And Billy Slater will be appointed head coach of the Melbourne Storm at the end of the season. After he wins Origin, probably again for Queensland. Unpopular opinion, Sue is electric to watch, but is not a good NRL player. Yeah, that's an unpopular opinion for a reason, because it's wrong. No, okay, that's very harsh. You are not wrong from where you're coming from. He's inconsistent, and there's areas of his game that have to be sorted out. Murray's up for a HIA. I thought it was Humphreys earlier, but anyway. It's a case of him being young and inexperienced. And it's tough because he's been around for a long time, but he just hasn't played very much, especially at fullback. So I think that those areas of his game will work themselves out. You just have to go through this difficult period first. Same happened with Ryan Pappenhausen as well. Like, yeah. Those salary cap cheats, always cheating the salary cap. They've got way too much salary to themselves. They should leave some salary for the rest of us. It might have been some kind of pigeon. It may well have been. However, I'm an avid follower of BBC News Pigeon, so I feel that I'm fluent in that. Shout out to good morning, my rugby league people. I love that. League, do you know Tyrone Smith? He played for Roosters and Tongan Sevens. I think I've heard the name. When did he play for Roosters? All right. So after a knockout from the Storm, Souths are on the attack again here on the first, now inside the 30. 62% completion rate for the Melbourne Storm. Wallahi, bro. I'm not even like that way religiously inclined, and yet I feel it's the only appropriate word to say there. Dufty up to the 10. With Drinky coming in, where did Gotho and Sloan go? Sloan can go, go Starbucks now. Go Macca's drive-through. Like, straight up. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Gutho will probably, I think, either transition to the halves, which he has played before, or just be a center. Dean Schifoliti? Don't know that name. I don't think, anywhere. All right. On the last... Oh, that's a poor option. Humphreys just dies with it. Damn. Anyway. They just... Yeah, they go a bit conservative, which you can do when you're 24-0 up. I don't mind it completely, but I would have wanted them to throw at least a little something there. But anyway. Is what it is. Ain't reading it. League's big toe. You know the funny thing? You spell absolutely perfectly in Dutch. Like, flawless Dutch spelling. Are you Dutch? I'm assuming you're not. Anyway. Good run there from Stefano to a commando. Hubner doesn't hold him there at the ruck, so they can do a quick play the ball. Infield now for Suar. That nearly worked out. Humphreys did very, very well there. Jeez, League, what did Sloan so do to you to deserve that? Not that Sloan, you silly Billy. Not that Sloan. That's 6 more there to knock on against Shawnee Kepi. Okay, double knock on. Why is... Bro, Bellamy, you got the ball back, bruv. It's not a knock on from your boys. He's off and walking a game. Leaguey, how likely is it Drinky leaves the Cowboys? Unfortunately, Joe, he's already confirmed he is leaving at the end of this season. I love how everyone in the media is bashing the Dragons and how bad we are. Yet Melbourne have a way better roster and yet they don't get any coverage. Hope they get the spoon instead of the Dragons. I don't think that's true at all. They get a lot of coverage. They didn't get as much coverage this week because this was a huge week at the Dragons. You sacked your coach. You brought in a young halfback who's a local junior. It's ANZAC Day, all this stuff. But believe me, Melbourne are going to get an absolute bucket load of coverage when they lose this game. Gutho Centre was last seen losing to the worst Queensland team of all time. Yeah, I remember. You don't need to tell me. Hear me out, though. I think they should commit to that bit. Bit off Val Holmes, bit off Moses Sully, and put Cook and Gutho in the centers. Send it right now. Alrighty. I don't know either of those, Dale, unfortunately. Oh, not Dale, Dalek Watcher. I think I know what a Dalek is. Is that Doctor Who? 6 more here for the Melbourne Storm. Halfway through that set, that's a very important moment for them to have conceded that as well. McDonald, not O'Donnell. McDonald, can't get an offload away. Grant out of dummy half. Now finds Liero. Surely they score here. They do. Melbourne have their first try of the game. The comeback. Could it be on here? Liero's complaining about something here. I don't know. But anyway, try's been awarded. Let's see if anything comes up on the replay. Well, I don't know about number 1. They're number 1-6 at the moment, but they have got to try to get them back on into this game. He's complaining about something. Trent Liero off the back of scoring that try. Yeah, he celebrated it. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Leaguie, who do you think will win, Oz or NZ in the Rugby League World Cup at the end of the year? Australia. However, I will be hoping New Zealand. Was it potentially a double movement? I wonder. I think momentum probably, he bounces over, but could we have a look at that? Could it be a review? Thoughts on Sean Russell? I'm a Russell enthusiast. I think it's a great pickup for the Perth Bears. Uh-oh. 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 Stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Liero. Close to the line. Lost the ball. Is it short or has he lost it? I thought he might have lost it there. Double movement. Oh, and it rains, it pours, and for the Storm, it's a deluge right now. My God. Jack Sill's reference? Well, yeah, kind of, indirectly. Are you sure it's a double movement? I am now. They've ruled it. They have ruled it. This is the soundbite for it.
There's got to be an investigation into this. Someone's got to be accountable for this.
Accountable. Someone. Won't someone be accountable for this? No, not a forward slash. Okay. Leaguey Big Toe, I'm confident. You're going the opposite direction now. Your spelling has got worse. And I struggle to believe that it is unintentional. It cannot be unintentional. You are don't hated on him to smack dollar reds. Slani is a gout. No human being would spell like that. It's an act. It's got to be. Thoughts on suiting up for the TV show Suits? I love and hate Suits. It's an absolutely terrible show, and yet I love watching it. Every single episode has the same structure. Oh, knock on that from Keon. We'll say, though, every single female character in that show, oh, stunner. 10 out of 10. Penalty to Melbourne. See here, it was Cody Walker involved then. So it was a knock-on from Keon Kalamatangi initially. Cody picked it up. Oh, yeah, and it was Safano. And then Walker threw the ball. I don't know if he meant for it to hit Joe Chan in the head, but it did. Do you like Daredevil? I haven't seen it. Do you have Netflix? I used to. I don't have it now. No. Okay. If NZ played against England, who would win? In Rugby League, New Zealand are a much stronger side. Tyrone Smith played for Roosters, Jersey Flag, and Premier League side from 02 to 04, then played for London Broncos and Brumbies and retired in 2011. In that case, I really doubt I do know Tyrone Smith. And it's just ringing a bell. Modern Family is a great show. Deals with a lot of pretty serious topics while also just being incredibly funny. Munster and Fields fired Alec McDonald. Easy family watching as well. Alright. Okay, now through Liero. Gets it to Sean Bloor. Playing it. Harry Grant. Oh, it's going to be 6 more from Hubner being in the ruck. Hughes caught there, and it's going to be a penalty now for Cody Walker being offside again. Do you watch any reality shows? And if so, which ones? I do. I watch the National Rugby League. And Formula 1. You guys just asking me about TV shows now. I haven't watched Superstore. Monster out the back. Oh, Campbell Graham, will he pick this one up? Not quite. Waitere does get there in time. Would have been terrible if South had picked that one up. Storm haven't won since Asati got injured. Well, I mean, I think we know the correlation there. There we go. Leaguie, where did all the photos on the back of your wall go? I've answered this just a lot of times, but there's a lot of reasons why it's gone. I won't get into them, but it's for the best. Have you watched Home and Away? No, I have not. All right, played now to Harry Grant on the 4th. They go to find Jerome Hughes. Munster holds it in the tackle, can't quite get the ball away. Would have been rushing it. Oh, but it's going to be a penalty. In fact, I think it's for an offside, probably. Might be high contact. Oh, Munster tried to tap and go quickly, but he couldn't. So who wins? 100 duck-sized Harry Grants or 1 Harry Grant-sized duck? 100 duck-sized Harry Grants. Think of the battle strategy they'll be able to put in. Have you seen the show Ancient Aliens? No. Now in the hands of Hughes to find Joey Chan. Well, Trell calling for more players down his side of the field. Grant is going to go the other way, though. Oh, in fact, he does a bit of an unders play to find Alec McDonald. Am I insane to think the Rabbits will score 60 against Melbourne, just like the Roosters did to the Dragons a few hours earlier? Yes, I believe so. Uto Ikamanu, close, but not quite there on the 4th. Trying to play it very, very quickly. Grant will go for a dummy half. That was so obviously what he was going to do, and South Sydney did read that very, very nicely. I cannot do that NRL vids because that would be illegal. Now in the hands of Hughes. There's space out there on that corner. Johnson's going to go up for it. Warbrick, I think, has knocked it on there. Yeah. Knock on from Will Warbrick. Oh, Latrell's picked this up. It's play on. It's play on. He was absolutely aware of this play, Latrell. He's still going here. Over the halfway line. Everyone else had given up on the play. Energy had nearly blown the whistle. But they go again. That's heads up play from Latrell Mitchell. Campbell Graham now up over the 40. Brilliant work. Brilliant work. I've not really watched Mr. Bean because I don't like the fact that Rowan Atkinson's known for Mr. Bean when he has incredibly clever, witty comedy in the form of Blackadder. And instead of that, he's known as the guy. Can you do an illegal activity last stream? Sure, yeah, I'm sure that would be illegal. Okay. Now in the hands of Cody Walker. Short ball to find Ewan Aitken. Tackled there by Hughes and Nick Meaney. Alright, Humphreys. Now to find Sullivan. Hubner underneath. One more to go here in this set. 28 minutes left to go in this game. It's going to be Humphreys in at dummy half. So Sullivan's playing halfback, it would seem. They find Dufty, and yeah, that was just a poor play in the end. I don't think they really knew what they were doing there. Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Egg has left the building. I will let you know if I get football banned in the house again. She's left the building. You can now tell us how you really feel about her. Blackadder's a legendary show. Bigging the up still. And thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that, my big toe. I prefer Johnny English to Mr. Bean. Well, I would agree with that as well. I would agree with that as well. All right, Hughes is down, and he's in some trouble here. Jerome Hughes in a bit of Barney rubble. I guess I'm insane then, even though it's 24-0 and they're basically halfway there. I think 60 is just a big thing. Big thing. Right, why is Storm losing? Oh, because South Sydney scored more points. Genuinely, what's happening with the NRL? I think that the outcomes are quite logical, particularly, you know, with the Dogs being bad, mostly. 40 is plausible. Can't see 60. I agree. I can't even really see 50. Hughes now to Farlongo. Meaney. And even then, like, 40-0 would have to be a reversal of play because Melbourne are absolutely on top recently. They've been doing really well. 6 more on the 4th. Melbourne get it. Hughes puts a kick in. Caught by Latrell. Is he going to get up and go? He kind of half is. Gets it to Matt Dufty. Pins the ears back on the 1st. Did Hughes know it was 6 again? Did he know? I don't know. I don't think he knew. If he knew, that's so stupid, bro. Respectfully, like, wow. Why? But Latrell with a slips catch again. He didn't really like... He was ankle tapped, which I think had a big impact. But could have gone again. Bro, you're telling me the team that missed the 8 for 16 years in a row are coming second. That I am. And the team that have made the 8 for probably 16 years in a row are coming second last. It's true. 50 and 60 are huge psychological barriers. It's very hard to maintain the intensity needed to score 50 or 60 in a game. Yeah, for sure. All right. Big kick up over the top there. Caught there by Waitete. Cable Graham tackles him. Sideline. Oh, he's over the sideline. Souths at 24-0 up are doing everything right. Bellamy walks again. He did these ones. Bellamy literally just went absolute rugby league. That's so good. Wow. Also wanted to say I enjoyed your collaboration podcast with the boys from the Saints podcast. Are you planning to do more with them in future? And if you can, you say, Maura, you're under an NDA contract. No, rugby league podcasting is not quite at the level where we have NDA contracts yet. I don't know. That day that we did the podcast together, literally Elijah messaged me earlier in the day and was like, hey, are you busy tonight? And I was like, nah, let's do it. So I don't know, but I probably expect that only when the Dragons play the Roosters really will be doing stuff. All right, now for Kepi, the cappuccino. If South score here, what a dagger that is. What a dagger that is. All good, Mr. SV, no dramas. Now in the hands of Sullivan. Gets it to Dufty. Steps inside one, but can't quite find his outside men there. Here we go. Humphreys gets it to a short running Ewan Aiken. Close to the line. He's over. Ah, that's soft. That is really soft. Aiken's a strong player, but he's not the biggest player. And they kind of gave up on that tackle there. 28-0. I don't know rugby league, unfortunately, because I tipped Melbourne. Wow, they're bad. They're actually so smelly. Bro. What? Like, what? Egg says, what is happening? Like, what is happening? When do you see Melbourne concede a try like that? Just right through it. They get, bro, far longer. I mean, he didn't really do much there. But Loiero just let him spin away. Chan was not involved anymore. Hughes, did Hughes hurt himself? Yeah, that's what did it. Jerome Hughes hurt his wrist. Couldn't hold on anymore. Hughes had him initially, but had to let go after he's hurt his wrist there. That's what led to the try. So that, it makes a little bit more sense now. Did you see the movie called Buzz Lightyear? No, I did not. Lorenzo, that's not true. They are trying. They consider that try because Jerome Hughes literally injured his wrist. Is it alright? I don't know. They're about to get it at training? What? More so than they have in recent weeks? I don't think so. Kick from Latrell. Always spray that out to the left. This is the other aspect of it. Latrell's kicking has been... I don't want to say poor because he's hit the post twice, but you do have to look at the results when it comes to goal kicking, and it's 2 from 5. It's 2 from 5, bruh. Should be 34-0. Mrs. Egg hearing me piss myself laughing from the other room. Don't you dare bring this up. What? I don't know what... Bring it up then. Bring it up. We need the context. Generational crash out for Belliot coming up. Probably. Doctor Who's K9 or Red Dwarf's Crichton. I've watched Red Dwarf. I don't remember Crichton. Crichton. Oh, it's that guy. I remember him. He was a bit of a legend. I liked him.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Up to bunnies.
Thank you, Cobra. And I'm glad that it read out your text-to-speech. $8. That's so nice of you. I'm very glad for you personally. Excuse me, that your Assassin and Rabbitohs are killing it in this game. Absolutely killing it. This is all you could have asked for, bro. Really is. Really is. Donut says, I'm typing this from Amy Park. I'm a Storm supporter. I'm sad. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Latrell with a ball in his hands. Hoists it up in the air. Underneath this one is going to be Suafa Alongo. Jumps up for it. He's knocked it on, potentially taken out in the air. No, that's the ruling. Fair contest. 6 more for Souths. Oh, my days. When it goes your way, bro, it really goes your way. Dufty holds it. Yeah, he scored, I think. No, it's going to be a forward pass. No try. Damn. Leaguie, thoughts on stupid, sexy Flanders? One of the most intentionally insufferable characters in television history. Hughes is really... He's groggy, bro. He is groggy. $20 says Slater still picks that fraud Trent Loiero for Queensland. Probably, bro. Bro, he'll pick Lindsay Collins. He'll pick Valentine Holmes. And you know the worst part of it? They'll all deliver generational performances. Although Collins was good today. Collins was good today. Oh, we should absolutely watch Bellyache's press conference. I can't watch it with you guys because unfortunately I've got stuff to do, but yeah. Oh, as in the game, not wanting me bringing up the results. Oh. Or ladder, because she knows I will absolutely point out the Cowboys both won and are above Storm on the ladder. I didn't... and obviously, you went to Victoria and then met your wife, so yeah, if she's a rugby league fan, she'd be a Storm fan. Right. That... I didn't realize she was a Storm fan. That makes sense. Leaguie, are you going to make merch? One day, probably. I had vague plans to do it this year. Won't be doing it this year. As Loiero knocked on, no, he's knocked it back. And in fact, it's going to be a penalty to Melbourne for a strip. Adam G says, easy, 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 easy. That's why I'm easy. Shout out to that song by the Commodores. Lionel Richie, very good song. Stefano Uto Ekamanu, Jack Howarth, and Trent Loiero on Fraud Watch. Stefano on Fraud Watch? I don't know. I think Stefano's been okay. Leaguie, can I make you some merch? If you like, but I don't think I'd have the legal right to sell it. Alrighty. Howarth. To find Harry Grant, now in the hands of Sean Bloor. In fact, it's not. It's Davey Moale up against South Sydney. Bloor has the big hair. Moale does not have the big hair. I'm a New South Wales supporter, but Jaden Campbell should be in the Queensland team somewhere, possibly centre. I think centre is probably the only place you could stick him. He might be like one of the extended bench players. Because potentially you could have Hammer on a wing. Hammer and Talangi on the wings. Toya and then JC in the centres. I think it's the only way you could make that fit. Alright. Run here from Sean Bloor. Close to the line, won't quite get there though. He's actually very close to the line there. Anyway, one more to go here in this set. Balls come free and it's going to be a penalty to the Storm. They've had a lot of opportunity. I think I'm going to try finding the second half stats. I reckon it's been Melbourne dominated. Team stats, second half. Apparently, second half territory is 57% South Sydney. I find that very difficult to believe. But they've had 60% of the ball. Hughes is, yes, is down even more, and he's really hurt here. Jerome Hughes is really hurt here. He's getting up into the defensive line, but Jerome Hughes is in rugby league strife, ladies and gentlemen. And they're through here through Alex Johnson. Can he beat Farlongo? Not quite. Takes that tackle. Gets a pass to Campbell Graham, though. It was a risky pass, but anyway, he makes it work. Is that Jaden Sullivan? Yes. Damn. I'm thinking about Jerome Hughes, though, still. Yikes. Don't think I've seen the Storm this pathetic. Yeah, fair enough. WTF on an alt here, saying that the reason I call you both genocide defenders is that you both defend the current Labour government, and the current Labour government is helping fund the genocide. Okay, that's very indirect. To be fair, I don't think that makes me a genocide defender. He's got a second here. We'll talk about that. I'm going to talk about Tallis Duncan having scored this try, though, first. So easy. Great work there from Tallis Duncan. He's got 2 today. Awesome work, bro. On a day where we established pre-stream, well, not pre-stream, pre-game, that it means so much to him. What a run it was from Alex Johnson. 32-0, bro. This is really, really poor from the Storm. Okay, on what WTF said. I don't really defend the Labour government very much. I mentioned it in passing. I'm a Labour voter. But I think that there's a very, very clear distinction between someone who votes Labour and an active genocide defender. I think that's an incredibly unfair thing for you to say about me. So yeah. I also don't think that funding Israel is unique to the Australian Labor Party. I don't think the, say, Liberal Party would have been any different. I don't think One Nation would even be any different. So then you can't really say that. Otherwise, any voter for any Australian party would be a genocide defender. If you voted Labor in the 2025 election, you voted for genocide. That's very, very harsh. Do you really think that the alternative of the Liberal Party would not have done the same thing? Really? All the parties do the same. Yes, that's right. On that issue, for sure. Top 5 fullbacks in the comp right now. Do you agree? Number 1, Edwards. I'm saying purely for his defense. Number 2, Tedesco. 3, Walsh. Number 4, Will Kennedy. And number 5, Kia Weeks. Kennedy's really good form. I would have Tedesco over Edwards. I'd probably have Walsh over Edwards as well because of his form at the back end of the year. Then I'd have Edwards, probably Ponga as well in there. There's a party called the Greens, you see? Right, so anyone who didn't vote the Greens, in your mind, is a genocide defender. So, hang on, what were the results of the last federal election? Election results. That's a bleak world that you live in. So, all but 1.8 million Australians of our population of 18 million registered voters. So essentially, only 10% of Australians are not genocide defenders in your mind. That's an interesting thing to say. So, do you know anything about my activism on that issue? No, you don't. Of course not. Do you know anything about my opinions on that issue? You do, actually, because I've told you in the past what I feel about it, and yet you continue to say it. So, I do want to say thank you, League's Big Toe, for following over on Twitch. Cody Walker with the ball in his hands on the last, puts a kick it behind. It's in the hands of the Melbourne Storm. Basically, every non-Labor party hasn't directly funded it, is what I'm trying to say here. Okay, but the Labor Party's been the party that's been in power while it's been going on. So, yeah, of course. But if that's what you're trying to say, WTF, that is a far more nuanced point than labeling me, a rugby league content creator, as a genocide defender. That's an incredible statement on my personal credibility, my personal beliefs, that you just can't, you don't have anywhere near the amount of information you need to say. Hughes is off the field, yes. I suspect he could be out for a bit looking at that injury. So, yeah. I'm sorry, Magnetic. I know you don't want to hear about it, but I take it quite seriously when someone accuses me of being a genocide defender. As you should. As anyone who's self-respecting should. So, I wanted to defend myself on that. When have I defended it, WTF? Can you tell me a quote of anything I've ever said that has defended genocide? Walker, now to find not Tom Duffy, Matt Duffy, instead of Tom Duffy. 2 more to go here in this set. On the 4th, they play it. Latrell gets it now to find Ewan Aiken, potentially for a second try of the game. Gets a late offload away for Latrell. Surely he scores here. Oh, no, gets a late offload to find Keon. Now, Junior Totola, they stop him. What brilliant defense there from the Melbourne Storm. Holy Jesus. Garlic gets it to Sullivan. Now Whitehead has Campbell Graham out wide. Try time. They bring up 38. Jesus. Wow. Wow. If Latrell was kicking at his best as well, it would be even worse. Jesus. That's shocking. chat, the Leaguie block and or mock, not me, the Jenna guy. No, I think there's a debate to be had, and I enjoy debating. If I'm a Storm player right now, I'm faking an injury so I don't need to go through an actual military camp. I think that's probably what will happen. I think that is probably what will happen, which is insane. Insane. What the damn hell was that performance? I know, look. You have to be, like, there were some moments in this game where I had defended the Melbourne Storm, but no. Look, with the kicking the way it is as well, 3 out of 7 he's kicked. Could be really bad. Could have been another 50. It could yet be. They're 2 converted tries away. Here we go. I assume you voted Labour, and Labour has funded the genocide. So you support the party that funded the genocide, so you are a genocide supporter. There are so many logical leaps in there. So many logical leaps in there. Do you feel... To be clear, you didn't call me a genocide supporter. You called me a genocide defender, which is a more active thing. The troll can kick that beautifully. Makes it 40-0. Damn. You multiple times called me a genocide defender as well. I have given you the logical thing of, would the Libs have done any different? You say no. Given that they were the 2 options that were going to take power. You know? That, again, is another logical hole there. You say confidently the Greens wouldn't have. Okay, maybe. I don't know. They're not in power, potentially. If I had voted Greens 1 and Labour 2, same result. Exact same result. That doesn't make me a morally worse person than you. There's multiple different issues to vote for when you come to a federal election. I find it incredibly harsh for you to single out one particular thing, disregard anything else in a person's life. Again, you have no idea the activism that I've done. I'm an ANU student. You think I haven't been involved in the protests? And yet you're inclined to say, and not even inclined to say, multiple times, you do say, I'm a genocide defender. That's that's awful. Like, I'm sorry. That's an awful thing to say. And when it comes to productive discourse around this issue, you're fighting the wrong people. I'm on your side. Why are you having a go at me? There's enough people you can have a go at who disagree with you. Anyway. Have Libs or any other party funded the genocide? Hell no. They haven't been in power. The Chalmers, has he got a 2-point field goal? Just randomly. It's just randomly got a 2-point field goal for fun. What? Do we even have an animation for that? I don't think we do. I think we just got field goal. Just makes it 42 for fun. Damn. I don't know why he just casually went for a 2-point field goal. Just out of nothing. Why not? Do it. Damn. It's like, okay, WTF, it's like you saying that the Liberal Party would not have had the issue with the Strait of Hormuz happen because they weren't in power when the Strait of Hormuz blockage happened. Far longer through the middle. Oh, he could score here. He could score here. What a try. What a try. They get their first try of the game through so far longer. That's, you don't see that happen very much. Wow. He can do that. He can do that. Damn. Damn. It's not productive, WTF, for you to be such a one-issue voter. It's not. Politics is far more nuanced than that. I think you probably know that as well. Because you're clearly somewhat intelligent. This is how I can tell whoever you're talking to has only adopted this as a pet issue in the last few years because they've got no clue that the Liberals have funded Israel during... Okay, well, here we go. Yeah. Like I said, if you voted for Labour to support war crimes or Israel, that'd be a whole different conversation. Well, yes, of course. And that's obviously not why I did it. But anyway, Lancaster continues saying previous heat of the Arab-Israeli war. Probably true. Yeah. Kick there from Nick Meaney. Yeah, sure. If you want to feel that way, WTF, I have no issue with you saying because Labour has funded Israel, Labour's bad. Fine. But I do have an issue with you saying that because that's the case, anyone who voted for Labour is a genocide defender. That's so far removed from what you're saying there. When the Libs were empowered, there wasn't an active genocide, so it's very different. Yeah, that's my point. I don't really know, St. George Dragons fan, the positions in Union. I'm not really familiar with them, so I'm not sure. Well, Brunchy, I mean, I from what you said in there in your comment, I assume you don't know that much about the issue, but no, it's not Islam. Islam is a religion. It's not a bad religion. It's a quite a peaceful religion when you look at the actual text of it, the study. So, yeah, I wouldn't be putting it in those terms for sure. I hope coach is willing to play with a effed up foot because he'll be forced on, so he probably will be. Bro, bring back Billy Slater. They need Cameron Smith right now. 42-6, and the 6 points that they scored was just off a random kickoff from Watchalong. I love that. Great one-on-one steal there from Sullivan. Oh, Joe, look, it tends to happen, especially when a game is over like this. We talk about random things. It happened because a user in the chat described me as a genocide defender, and I take that incredibly seriously. All right. Now Hubner. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, WTF. It doesn't. But even then, as I said, I think there's a difference between that and being and you calling me a genocide defender. You can't point to a single word I've ever said defending genocide. So how can I be a genocide defender? All right. Garlic now to find Hubner. In the hands of Latrell Mitchell, playing a bit more of a fullback role. Kicks it for Alex Johnston. Warbrick is there and we'll tap it dead. Bellamy's been carried by a big three. He hasn't won a comp when they didn't play it. While that's technically true, he's made 2 grand finals without him. I think that's a bit harsh to say. Do you think South Sydney win the premiership? No. They're a good team, though. They're a very good team. Better late than never. Time to join the stream. I mean, we're not really... Well, like, given that the game's over, I'd say that this is not a great time to join the stream, really. All right. By the way, I want to be clear, WTF. I didn't time you out. I don't know if you assumed I timed you out, but I didn't. One of my mods did. I have no idea how long they timed you out for. Get the big three out of retirement and back on that field. They need him. They need him. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to hit 50. Not that it matters because they've already been faded, but yeah. Funny sort of stream. Well, when we stream for 6 hours, yeah, there's always going to be lots of different things happening. It does not feel... Actually, it feels like a very long time ago that the Roosters game was on. Now in the hands of Hubner. Tackled there by Mawali, Grant, and I think it's Josh King. All right. Latrell. Oh, knock on there by Tallis Duncan, unfortunately. He's lining up in the centers to replace Latrell. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. He's made 2 grand finals. One he lost barely against the greatest team of all time. The other he just barely lost, despite arguably the most talented active player playing literally the best individual grand final performance ever. Yeah, basically the point I made. If Trell could kick, they'd be on 50. Again, that is harsh. They've been really tough kicks, and he's hit the post twice. But yeah, you do have to judge it by the outcomes there, for sure. All right, up over the 20 now through Harry Grant. Can we get a vid explaining the downfall of the Storm? I don't think there's much to it, at least publicly. I think it's just that they're tired mentally. You lose 2 grand finals in a row. Like, it's going to take something out of you. You lose Papadazan, you lose Eli Katoa. But it doesn't make sense, and so I don't know what I would say about it. I'm gonna not get involved with it anymore, WTF. I'll make my final statement and then leave it there. Politics is more than one issue. The reason why I voted Labour when I did was absolutely nothing to do with genocide or Israel, or really much to do with foreign policy, and I feel that Labour would actually have been better on foreign policy than the alternatives. You really need to think about choosing your battles, because I'm someone who's been an activist on this issue, Probably more so than you have. I don't know, but I'm making that assumption because I've done a fair bit. As I said, I'm an ANU student. I think it's a reasonable assumption. And for you to be having a go at me publicly multiple times about it as being someone on your side of a single voting decision that I made for an Australian government that really in the grand scheme of things hasn't had much of an impact, I find frankly a bit disgusting, and I do take very personally, and it will largely, to be honest, shape my my thoughts on you. I'm sorry, because that's an incredibly insulting thing for someone to say when you don't know anything about my character, fundamentally. So, yeah. I'm very, very, quite deeply hurt by that. I am. We're on the same side. All right. Suafa with 3.5 minutes left in this game, hitting it up for the Melbourne Storm out of his own end there. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. I kind of can't believe that someone would say that about me. But anyway. Farlongo, the beautiful cut-out pass there to find Manaia Waitere is tackled there. So it's him and... sorry, is it Waitere? Yeah, it is Waitere. So he's gone... How with a swap with Meany? So Meany's, I guess, then inside Warbrick. Lorenzo says, I'm making phone calls in the morning. This needs to effing change. I don't know what you would do to solve it, to be honest. But yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Benetic. I appreciate that. And legit NRL leaks. Much appreciated. Downfall of Munster is interesting. It is. Look, I think that a fair part of it, because you can say the same for Hughes, is that the forward pack hasn't been as dominant, which makes sense. They've lost the best back rower in the comp. Stefano's probably not at his best, although I don't think he's terrible. When you look through that side, you know, the likes of Loyero, not necessarily a meter eater, Cooper Clark, rookie player, Josh King, a solid front rower, but nothing more. Excuse me. So, yeah, I think that could well have its impact. I got you, man. Even though we don't agree on everything when it comes to politics, we can both agree killing innocent people is bad. Of course. All right. Kalomatangi now for Cameron Murray. Jack Whiten, dummies, goes back in field. Oh, beautiful pass for Sullivan. Gets it to Dufty. Hold the ball. Spread it to the left now. Spread it to the left. Yeah, it's a very slow play. The ball doesn't really work out for them in the end. All right. Jack Whiten now for Latrell, back in field to find Hubner. They find a center. Duncan for 3. Duncan for 3. On a most special day for him. We spoke about it before the game. Tallis Duncan brings up 46 for South Sydney. You know, there were a fair few people pre-season who were saying Melbourne would fall in this season. They'd miss the 8 potentially. And I was like, this is absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. I get that this is a point where the Melbourne Storm look weak, and so we're death riding them as much as we can, but you guys are getting way too ahead of yourselves. Wow, I was wrong. This is one of the most truly terrible Melbourne Storm performances I've seen in my lifetime. Lifetime. Wow. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. The season gonna retire Bellamy? He did. He just extended, didn't he? I can't believe it. I cannot believe this. What am I looking at? Look, I was amazed at the Roosters scoreline. I'm more amazed at this. I'm vastly more amazed at this. It would have been 50 as well if Latrell had kicked even slightly better. This is their biggest ever loss at Amy. Wow. 40 points to a side that's never won in Melbourne. History made, ladies and gentlemen, on this ANZAC day, our most important day for us in our national calendar. Probably the most important day for us in our national calendar. We get to celebrate it by playing rugby league. We've had 3, well, from my perspective, very good games. So good. I think it's a ship number, Magnetic, but I'm not completely sure. They do have a Navy style that they use at South. Mitchell hits it beautifully straight. Hits these ones. He loves it. 48 points to 6. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, bro. I really, really can't believe this. Kalani says, I had Melbourne falling, and by falling, I mean 5th. This is absurd. Yeah, I had them falling all the way to 4th, from my memory. Maybe, I think they were actually even maybe 2nd in my predictions. Penrith were 1st. I think Roosters were 3rd. Brisbane were 4th. I think I tipped them 2nd. Oh, no. Yikes. I can't believe this. Bellamy, look at that look on his face. Cobra donates and says game over. And it came through that way because the normal alert didn't work. Damn. I can't believe that. Thank you for the donation. Play the song? Well, I mean, we had 3 songs today and I didn't get to play any of them. So I don't, like, for equality, should I maybe not play it? So, you know, just a cheeky little... Like, you know, just, because, like, that's a much better song, and we did win by more as well. So, you know. I can't believe that. What have we just seen? Bro. I'm sorry, I'm so blown away by that. I really am. I think I need to stay live just for a little bit more, just to process my thoughts. Melbourne Storm, their side is still fundamentally really good. It's got the DNA. Granted, I guess maybe just some of their players are past their best. Maybe Munster. I don't know. But, like, wow. That was masterclass from South. Absolute masterclass. And there's a lot of moments where I make the case that I think Wayne Bennett is overrated as a coach. But when it's a night like this, it's hard to deny. Up against Craig Bellamy, down there in Melbourne, making history. A real team effort. They did so well to get the win over the Storm there. It's such a tough place to go out and win. I know that they've got terrible form, Melbourne, but still. God damn. I tipped Storm. I did. Wow. Wow. Yo, you moved to Streamlabs. Told you it's better than OBS. No. I'm using OBS, but I use Streamlabs integrations. Team plug into OBS. Mum said Melbs couldn't lose 6, but I told her Bunnies would win. I mean, Melbourne couldn't lose 3. Like, not long ago, that was what we were saying. Melbourne couldn't lose 3 in a row. Look at that. The South fans that went out there today, they've made history there on ANZAC Day. Duncan with 3. Bro, thanks to you, the Roosters song plays in my head randomly. What, this one? The best we've ever seen. The Storm have lost 6 straight. Can someone correct me if I'm right or wrong? You are correct, Brunchy. You are correct. I still don't know who you are, Diddley. You swear, no. I'm stunned at how poor that and bad Melbourne are at the moment. Yeah, I think anyone should be. It's still a good team. It's still a good team. They've still got a great coach. But I just think that losing 2 grand finals in a row has taken it out of them. I think that they had a lot of adversity to face. Eli Katoa, that stuff. That would rattle you, bro. It would absolutely rattle you. Losing Ryan Pappenhausen for, what I assume to most of the playing group was a bit of a shock out of nothing. That's adversity to overcome, and they just haven't done it at all. I'm in shock. Thoughts on the Roosters match? Well, yeah, overjoyed, but my mind will be thinking about this one. I love Cody Walker and Adam Reynolds talking with one another. That's cool. Look, I wonder what this means for South City for the rest of this season. Who have they got next up? Because that's as poor as Melbourne were, and potentially that masked things over. South were dominant. Like, South really, really did well. They got Newcastle in Newcastle next week. Then Sharks, Dolphins, Cowboys, Manly. Honestly, that could be... Okay, they won last week as well. Could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Could be 7 wins in a row. That's very much glass half full. It would involve the winning at Brookvale, winning at Townsville, winning at Newcastle. But honestly, based on that performance, I could see them beating Newcastle in Newcastle. See them beating Sharks at home. At Accor Stadium. See them beating Dolphins at Magic Round. Cowboys in North Queensland. Then they've got a bye. Then they've got Seagulls. Even then, it's Broncos after that. Damn. Their streak's going to end against us, and I'm aware of it. The Storm streak. Well, they play Dolphins at Suncorp next week, which, believe it or not, they are favourites to win. I think it might be the first... would it be the first time I tip against them? I don't know yet. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Then anyway. Then it will be West Tigers at Amy Park. Yeah, wow. If this is live footage of Bellamy and he's still just sitting there processing things, that's shocking. You could cut the tension in that coach's box with a knife. The Bears are better than the Storm? Honestly, maybe. Maybe. I'm blown away. So what's that ladder look like? Let's have a look at the Rugby League ladder right now. I don't think they update it very well. Yeah, 2 and 6, that's correct, right? Yeah, that's correct. They're second last. They're second last. Take a screenshot, folks. The Melbourne Storm is second last. Dad review, please. It's 10 p.m. He's almost certainly asleep. Google updates it better. Well, anyway, NRL.com have updated it. Look, 2 wins out of 8. They've got a -4 against a 44. They've lost 5 in a row. Well, they've lost 6 in a row. It's shocking. The last year's minor premiers as well, also sitting bottom 4, but not, not with a terrible record by any means. 3 and 5. That's all right. Right next to Dragons, home sweet home. It's so weird to look at. Honestly, like, if not for Panthers and Dragons, let's say you swapped around Panthers and Dragons, I could have seen this being the reverse ladder. With Tigers, Warriors a little bit near the bottom, South, Roosters struggling to start the season, Storm killing it to start, Power with a good run of form, Raiders backing up from last year, Titans just getting a few random wins here and there, then Dolphins, Doggy, Sharks are 3 solid teams. And yet, here we are. George, if Storm get a wooden spoon, that would be earth-shattering. Earth-shattering. Hey, it's 8 p.m. Sad that it's 10 when you are L. I'm happy that it's 10. I'm a night owl these days. I'm absolutely a night owl. All right. I think we'll leave it there, folks. But I'm in shock. I'm absolutely in a state of rugby league comatose right now. We will be back tomorrow from 1:55 East Coast time to watch the Knights and the Panthers. Unfortunately, I'll be real with you. I don't think that's going to be a good game. I think Panthers will just get through their work and win rather comfortably. However, Manly and Para, traditional rivalry, I think that could be a bit of a banger out there at Brookvale. So, we will leave it there. Which song should I play? Which song should I play? I've got 3 to choose from. I've got the mighty Sydney Roosters. I've got the banging song that is that of the New Zealand Warriors or South Sydney. You know what? I have an idea. Why not play all 3? Bye.
East to win.